is let the people into the courtroom now, and then we will bring in the jurors in a moment. Are you ready to go on hooked up? And are you going to be using any electronic stuff?
Yeah.
You're going to be plugged in from there, the podium?
We're plugged in. Oh, we're going to do it.
No, I don't care. I just need to. I just need to know.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And I will turn off the perimeter lights when we get there, so that everybody can see. And so let's go ahead and let them in. There we go. You're using that, Ms. Gratiano, you're using that laptop, right? That's what should be coming up on the screen. Okay. Yep. We good? All right. Let's go ahead and bring the jury in. Becky, are you using this for bench conferences or? Okay. I'm actually checking it again. All rise for the jury, please. Yes.
Remain on throughout the trial, or is it something?
Unless I turn them on, and I will let you know if I do
Okay.
that. Thank you. May all be seated. Court will call 20 CR 135A, People versus Letecia Stout. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. When we took our recess, I told you that we would start with opening statements at this point in time, and that's where we will begin. Again, remember that nothing that the attorneys say is evidence. This is this is sort of an overview of what they believe the evidence will show. With that, prosecution. Go ahead.
Oh, I was asking if you turn.
You want it now? Go ahead. Okay.
And if you want to dim the lights, I'm fine.
I can't, actually, I thought this was for perimeter lights like it is in my courtroom, but it's not. Their panel is up there if you want to dim the perimeter lights. It's up to you. Okay. All right.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Paramount question you will have to answer as jurors in this case has to do with sanity, specifically the defendant's sanity. At the conclusion of the evidence, the court will give you jury instructions. One specific jury instruction will talk specifically about insanity. It will read that as to the question of sanity, the defendant was insane at the time of the commission of the acts if she was so diseased or defective in mind at the time of the commission of the acts as to be incapable of distinguishing right from wrong with respect to that act, or she suffered from a condition of mind caused by a mental disease or defect that prevented her from forming a culpable mental state. That is an essential element of a crime charge. A culpable mental state is like an intentionally or knowingly. Evidence in this case will show that she could distinguish between right and wrong, and that she was absolutely capable of forming the specific intent required for these charges. Those instructions will go on to give specific guidance on what qualifies as a mental disease or defect. It says care should not be taken to confuse mental disease or defect with moral obliquity, mental depravity, passion growing out of anger, revenge, or hatred, or other motives and kindred evil conditions. Because when an act is induced by any of these causes, the ones that I just listed, the person is accountable to the law, meaning that person can be found guilty for committing crimes charged. You should consider the evidence you will hear in this case in context with that instruction. This case is about two people. First is Gannon Jacob Stout, an 11-year-old little boy, came into this world premature, weighing just 1 pound 6 ounces. He proved to be a fighter, overcame the difficulties associated with being born so small. He's survived by his mother, Landon Hyatt, his father, Al Stout, and his precocious little sister, Layla. On January 26, 2020, something bad happened inside the Stout family home. Gannon suffered some burns. You'll learn this from a video recording this defendant made that night, January 26th. You'll hear her as she manipulated Gannon, putting guilt on him for some mistake that a child made. And in that recording, you'll hear Gannon say in his own words, "I'm just worried about my burns."
I just don't know what to do.
Well, devastating. Initially, Scott, I can't lie when the TMZ information.
Gannon, I promise it's the last time I'm gonna ask you. I'm just freaked out, okay? Are you sure you didn't do it on purpose? Okay, you promise. You promise. Pinky promise. Okay, all right, so listen. All right, we're gonna have to sell stuff to fix it, okay? So we figure out what we gotta sell. We can sell the sofa, we can sell whatever, because we gotta get it fixed. So lady, don't be mad at us and kick us out of the house, okay? You got it? You got it?
I just worried about my
Okay, shh, listen. So tomorrow,
The other person in this case is that last voice you just heard, who said so tomorrow. Just like he's sitting right here, the defendant. January 26, 2020 into January 27, 2020, she was the sole provider for Gannon. Her husband, Al Stout, Gannon's father, serves in the National Guard. He was in Oklahoma for National Guard training, left that Saturday night, the 25th. Everything that happened to Gannon from that point forward was her decision. She carried out actions to kill Gannon, to put his body in a suitcase and hide it, to hide evidence of what she did to Gannon. Tell numerous stories to investigators to manipulate the course of the investigation. And finally, to discard Gannon inside that suitcase off of a Florida bridge like garbage. January 27, 2020, Gannon's home, located at 6627 Mandan Drive, here in Colorado Springs, Colorado, turned into the stuff of nightmares. In fact, the one place a little boy like Gannon should have felt the safest, his bedroom, turned into, like I said, the stuff of nightmares. That bedroom is in fact where he was brutally murdered. The defendant attacked him viciously, mercilessly, deliberately, and intentionally These are exhibits that you'll see from the doctor down in Florida, Dr. Ignacio, when she performed the autopsy. He'll tell you that Gannon suffered 18 stab wounds to his body, his chest, his back, his head, and most importantly, his arms and his hands. Why is that important? Gannon was fighting for his life, and those were defensive wounds. Next came a crushing blow to his head that was so strong, it fractured his skull like an eggshell. That wasn't enough for this defendant. He retrieved a 9mm handgun, fired it at Gannon 3 times. 2 bullets struck the pillow near him and were caught in the fibers of that pillow. That 3rd bullet entered his jaw, traveled through his head, fracturing his mandible, his vertebrae, hitting his spinal cord, and lodged in the back of his head and was recovered at autopsy. Gannon's life drained from his body, drop by drop. The photo that's on the screen right now is a picture of his bedroom. Same corner where he was in that picture, or where you'll see him in the picture in the bed. Each one of those markers signifies a small blood drop that splattered across his wall. It ran down the corner of his mattress, soaked through the carpet padding, and puddled on the concrete foundation below that carpet. The defendant then took very deliberate action. She decided to hide her crimes from the world, and she took action to hide those crimes from the world. She collected Gannon's bloody and broken body and the blankets and pillow that were near him and shoved them into a suitcase and hid them in the storage unit in that basement. That basement storage unit is right around the corner from Gannon's bedroom. What she didn't know is that she was leaving clues behind in that storage room. That plastic tub that you see in the bottom left portion of that picture has Gannon's blood on it. There was an Amazon box in that storage room that has Gannon's blood on it. The concrete floor in that storage room had Gannon's blood on it. The defendant next decided to clean Gannon's room. Deliberately, intentionally, knowing what she was doing. She scrubbed the walls, cleaned them off. She scrubbed the carpet with scrub brushes that were later found in the dishwasher. Those scrub brushes have carpet fibers in them. They have blood on them. They have Gannon's DNA on them. This is Gannon's bedroom when members of the El Paso County Sheriff's Office first came to the house on January 27th in the evening hours. This is what it looked like. No obvious signs of a struggle. No obvious signs of blood as they walked through the house and through Gannon's bedroom. There were no obvious signs of a struggle or a murder because the defendant had cleaned them up. And also realized she had Gannon's blood on her person. Clothes that she was wearing, likely containing Gannon's blood, based off of how much blood had hit the walls, were never found. Her clothing was never found. These shoes, the defendant's shoes, were found on the washing machine, drying. That reddish rust color that you can see on the soles, Gannon's blood and DNA were found on those shoes. You can see just how much blood she was walking through as she was cleaning up that mess. Took more deliberate action. She collected and discarded other important clues. I mentioned she stabbed Gannon 18 times. The instrument that she used to stab Gannon has never been found. That 9mm handgun that she used to fire 3 rounds at Gannon, shell casing ejected out of that firearm each time she pulled the trigger. No shell casing was ever found in Gannon's room. She then took more deliberate action when she hid Gannon in a suitcase, first in her car, and then up north near the El Paso County, Douglas County line. GPS location data was used to track her location or her movements. And it led to another grisly discovery up just in this area here. A board was found under a tree. That board had Gannon's blood on it. This is miles away from the Stout family home, which is in the southeast part of the city, close to the airport. You'll learn through testimony that this board came from the Stout family garage. Then took more deliberate and thoughtful action. She loaded the suitcase containing Gannon into the back of a rented van and drove to Florida. And that's the course of her travels from here to Florida. She rented a hotel room in Pensacola, Florida on February 4th, 2020. She drove a short distance from that hotel room, which is sort of by those blue angular marks on the map, up to where that red square is on the map. Drove a short distance from that hotel room, across a dark bridge that drives over a river that flows into the Gulf of Mexico. There she acted with determined purpose. Stopped that van. He hauled the suitcase out of the back of that van, drug it to the side of the road, hoisted it up over the railing, pushed it over the side. hoping that Gannon would never be found. 48 days later, 1,300 miles away from where Gannon was murdered, the search for answers and Gannon's remains finally ended on March 17, 2020, when the suitcase that came from that basement storage room, Gannon's remains, blankets, and the pillow were found by an unlucky bridge worker checking that bridge for safety. And imagine the shock that he felt when he realized what was inside that suitcase. Inside that suitcase, obviously Gannon's decomposing remains. Also, these two blankets and that pillow. Remember the pictures that I showed just a moment ago of Gannon in bed? These pictures were taken by this defendant on the morning of January 27, 2020. Sent them by text message to Gannon's father, Al, who was in Oklahoma for training. Take note of those blankets. Take note of the blankets that were recovered from that suitcase. The very same blankets and pillow that were in those pictures on January 27, 2020 were found 1,300 miles away with Gannon underneath that bridge. The defendant then purposely, intentionally came up with numerous different stories about what had happened. Gannon was missing, went to a friend's house and never returned. Gannon was kidnapped and she was raped by a guy named Eduardo. Gannon was kidnapped and she was raped, but this time by a guy named Quincy Brown. She went to look for a bike up near that Douglas County, El Paso County line. Gannon test rode that bike, crashed, and suffered a horrible head injury. And a guy named Quincy Brown takes Gannon, and now the defendant doesn't know where Gannon is. Cartels were somehow involved with Gannon's disappearance. And most cruelly, that Landon Hyatt, Gannon's mother, was involved with Gannon's disappearance. All of her actions were purposely designed by her to distance herself from what she did. Throw off investigators, buy her time, escape accountability for what she did to Gannon on January 27, 2020. At the conclusion of the evidence that we'll be presenting in this case, you'll be asked to determine whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty of the charges that we've leveled against her. You'll also be asked to determine whether she was sane or insane at the time that she killed Gannon. All of her decisions, all of her deliberate actions betray her claims of insanity. She knew that what she had done to Gannon was wrong. Why hide it? You'll hear her own voice through recorded phone calls and interviews. The evidence itself will prove her sanity. As jurors, part of your job will be to determine how much credibility, if any, you give to the witnesses. That same rule applies to expert witnesses. You'll get to hear from doctors. You'll get to hear from GPS expert witnesses. Lawyers get tongue-tied sometimes. And when they take the stand and take an oath, you get to judge whether what they are saying makes sense. Is it credible or not? And if it's not credible, you get to discard it. If it's credible, you can use it in your deliberations, but you all get to decide whether that credibility extends to that witness or not. The same will hold true for our expert witnesses and the defense expert witnesses. You get to hear from a doctor that will testify that the defendant was insane at the time of the murder of Gannon's death on January 27, 2020. With all expert witnesses, you should gauge what they're saying, measure it against the other evidence that you're hearing. Does it make sense or not? Like all expert witnesses, if it doesn't make sense, you can discard it. You'll also hear from others who knew her best. People that have the best opportunity to see how she was acting. Did she understand the difference between right and wrong? Could she form intent? People like Al Stout, the man who was married to her. People like her brother, Dakota Lowry, who flew out here after Gannon went missing. And most importantly, her very own daughter, Harley Hunt. See, Harley Hunt was in the best position to know the defendant's state of mind, especially as it relates to when this crime occurred. He was the only other older person in the house. When Al left to Oklahoma, Harley Hunt was working. She's young, 17 years old at the time, thinking about going into the Air Force. But she becomes the defendant's closest confidant after the defendant killed Gannon Stout. In fact, she also rode with the defendant on that van ride from Colorado Springs to Florida. She'll be able to tell you in her own words whether the defendant understood the difference between right and wrong, whether she could act intentionally or deliberately or not. And she'll tell you that she could on both counts. Remember, this case is about two people. Gannon had no choice what happened to him that day on January 27th. The other, this defendant, she held every single decision in her hands. She took deliberate, thoughtful action that ended a precious life and tore a family apart. Your job as jurors will be to listen intently to all of the evidence. Because even the most mundane evidence, it might seem inconsequential when you're listening. is being given to you purposely so that you can make the determinations you need to make as jurors. Did she understand the difference between right and wrong? Was she able to form a culpable mental state? Every single piece of evidence that comes from this chair will be used by you to make that determination. The next time I get to talk with you directly the way I'm doing right now, that'll mean we've concluded evidence. And we're giving closing arguments. At that time, both sides will get to ask you to make determinations based on what you all have heard. We're going to ask you to hold us to our burden of proof. The criminal justice system doesn't work if you don't hold us to our burden of proof. Our burden of proof is proof beyond a reasonable doubt. The things we have to prove are the elements of the crimes charged. We also have to disprove that the defendant is insane, meaning essentially we have to prove that she was sane. The evidence will do that for you. We will ask you to give justice to Gannon Stout. We will ask you to find this defendant guilty for what she did to him more than 3 years ago. We'll ask you to find her guilty of murder in the first degree. Murder in the first degree of a child under 12 years of age. Tampering with a deceased human body for taking Gannon's body from that scene and transporting it across the country. And tampering with physical evidence. We'll ask you to convict her on each and every one of those charges. And the evidence will guide you towards those convictions. On January 27, 2020, 6:55 p.m., the defendant herself called 911. She called 911 to report that Gannon was missing and not come home. Call taker you'll hear ask the defendant, who was the last person to see Gannon?
Who was the last person to see him? I guess me.
The evidence will show that she was the last person to see Gannon alive. The evidence will show that she was sane on January 27, 2020, when she ended Gannon's life. The evidence will show that she acted intentionally and deliberately when she took Gannon's life. And then we will ask you to convict her. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Defense? Mr. Cook?
Good afternoon, members of the jury. I talked to some of you during jury selection over the last couple of weeks. Some of you. I want to reintroduce myself. My name is Will Cook. I, along with Mr. Cellini, represent Letecia Stanch. Now, this is a very tough case. We looked at the jury questionnaires, prosecution. There was a lot of strong feelings. Questionnaires. Have you formed an opinion about Ms. Stouch? Got a lot of she's guilty. Got a few she's evil. People forming opinions about this case before they ever hear one shred of evidence. Just a defense attorney in this case is very worse when people have come in and they have preconceived notions of what's going on. With respect to the question on the paperwork that you got about insanity, what do you think about insanity? Is it valid? Something that's legitimate. A lot of people said insanity is just a way to get out of taking responsibility. It's an excuse. It doesn't exist. It's fake. Got a lot of that. So I, as a defense attorney, have two big problems in the case. I represent Ms. Stout, who, according to a lot of jury questionnaires, is evil and guilty. And us raising insanity is a bunch of BS. A lot to deal with. I've been looking at this case for going on 3 years now. All the photos, I've seen all the reports. Mr. Cellini has. It's a lot. What you saw on the board this afternoon, that's the PG stuff, the rated G information, photos you're going to see. For a general audience, go forward in this case, you're going to see the autopsy photos. You're going to see the photos of when Gannon was brought out of the suitcase. And they're horrible. Horrible. It was an awful, awful thing that was done to Gannon. And I see Mr. Allen get up here and he's emotional, almost into tears talking about it. And I get it. I get it. What happened to that little 11-year-old boy is beyond description. The facts of this case, awful. You know, it's so bad. This is a lost cause. Ladies and gentlemen, I can't quit. I can't leave this courtroom. Got to do my job in this case. Mr. Tellini does. I can't just, after that opening statement, all the information that I've seen, the photos, the smiling picture of Gannon, hearing about him being shot and stabbed multiple times, hundreds of witnesses, and 800 pieces of evidence that are going to come in. I can't check out now and just sit down and write this out. I can't do it because it wouldn't be fair. It wouldn't be fair to the court system, the process, and it wouldn't be fair to Ms. Stout. And I know people will say, well, who gives a shit about what's fair for Ms. Stout? The court systems do. The law does. The Constitution, the Bill of Rights. The war fought over these things that we're dealing with today. Old school laws, the presumption of innocence, right to remain silent. Stuff that comes all the way back from old Boston and Paul Revere riding through the streets on his horse going, the British are coming, the British are coming. Old stuff, and it matters. And once we decide something in the media, before you have heard one shred of evidence, prejudge this case before anything has taken place, then all of that is lost. And we are truly a country that is no longer ruled by law, but by the media. I get it. We've lost. Mr. Tellini, we lost. Ms. Stout, we lost. We have lost in the court of public opinion in the media. He's guilty. I get that. This is a court of law. As Judge Werner said, come through those double doors there. This is a special place. This isn't the media. This isn't Facebook. Wash all of that away. Don't try to get up and walk out of the courtroom before you started. Do your jobs. Listen to the evidence. When the evidence is complete, go back into the jury room and weigh the evidence. All I'm asking of you, just give us a fair shake. I can see it in your eyes, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of you, as far as you're concerned, I could burn in hell for representing Ms. Stout. A lot of you won't even make eye contact with me. I might as well just be the devil himself up here running his mouth. But I'm not. No different than those three at that table right there. 8 advocates. Werner, here in voir dire says they are paid advocates. Amy and I, we're paid advocates. They have their side of the story. And I just want to be heard. Want our side to be heard. And if at the end, guilty, but you weighed the evidence, you listened, you didn't prejudge the case, your biases, your sympathies, your prejudices that you had at the beginning of this trial, if you didn't let those come in, were fair and impartial, but it's still guilty, I'll take that. I'll take that in a case like this. A lot of evidence. Very, very difficult case. So don't quit on me. Now, Mr. Allen is right. He's a good attorney. He's well-spoken. He elected DA. This is going to come down to insanity. Maybe here. And was killed back in January 20. How do you figure that out? How do you look into the mind of a sick person and divine what they are thinking? Well, evidence, people's statements, observations, worded statements, phone call, or missed out talking on. That's good stuff. What else can you look at? Motive. Somebody's motive. Remember that word? Up every day during jury selection for the past 2 weeks by the prosecution. Motive. You were told, and rightly so, by the prosecution that there is no requirement for the prosecution to prove motive. They're right. Does that mean that motive doesn't matter? No, it doesn't. Not mean that. Even though jury instruction talking about insanity, the prosecution just put up on the board, talked about a motive or lack of motive could be a sign that there is insanity or not insanity. And it's in the jury instruction there. So it does matter. It's not required, but it matters. And it matters because it's evidence. You don't have a motive, that goes to show a lack of evidence. Say there's a couple people involved in a shooting and a murder out in the community. Paper reports it as a random, senseless act of violence. One person shot to death. Police investigate. They have 3 people that are suspects that were there at the scene at the time of the shooting. One problem for the investigators. Don't really have any other evidence. A week later, doing some good police work, they uncovered that one of the 3 people was a drug dealer who was ripped off the week before the shooting by the dead man. A lot of money and drugs were stolen. All of a sudden, with that information, this random, senseless act of violence becomes a murder with a motive. It does matter. Could you?
You need to put it up. It's not hooked up yet. You can turn off the perimeter lights if you want. I'm not getting a feed come through. You are hooked up to the defense. Still not coming through. Oh, there you go.
Enlarge that.
That's what you're looking for, right?
That's the photo. Ladies and gentlemen, if you will turn your attention to the two boards, screens. This fancy pointer that you were alluding to, Judge. Extendable. All right, we've got a photo here. We've got some familiar looking faces. Gannon. Letecia Stanch. Stepmom, stepson. Gannon's little sister in the back. You look at that. Looks like everybody's doing pretty good. Happy, sunny day. Maybe Miss Stout is doing a selfie holding the camera up. Whatever. When would have this photo been taken? The day before Gannon died. The day before he was killed. It wasn't a photo of evil, anger. The photo of someone, by all accounts, who was a loving stepmother. Care of Gannon. Gannon's father was on a deployment. Stanch worked as a teacher herself in the Whitefield School District, an elementary school teacher. Got a person that was, living, it seemed like the American dream in a nice suburban house in Morrison Ranch, the suburbs of Colorado Springs, Colorado. But behind those photos and Miles, Stout. Oh,
Yeah, I did.
okay. Stout was hiding. Stout was dealing trauma and abuse that had been going on since she was a toddler. A troubled childhood. Mother wasn't really much of a mother. She had a line of stepdads or boyfriends or whatever. Her mother, come in and out, come in and out, in and out, in and out of her life. From the time she was 3 or 4 years old, Miss Stanch, until she finally moved out. And she suffered. She suffered horrifically from these stepfathers, these boyfriends of her mother. Watched her mother get beat by the boyfriends, physically abused. So eventually, the physical abuse, these men reserved for her mother, eventually trained on style care. Little girl. First, it was just physical beatings, whoopings, emotional abuse, verbal abuse, and then it became sexual, where she was molested regularly. Five or six until she was a teenager. Constant. She used to have to sleep in the car out in the driveway to get away, not have to molested and sexually assaulted by these men. Sleep in the car in the driveway of her house. Because her mom wasn't around a lot, kind of an absentee mom. A lot of these stepfathers, if you could call them that, cared for Miss Dowk exclusively. Mom was out somewhere doing something, gone for several weeks at a time, and Miss Dowk as a young child and a young woman and a teenager was left in the care of these men. How do you deal with this? You're 6, you're 7 years old. What do you do? Physical abuse, sexual abuse, emotional abuse. How does a kid handle that? Well, a lot of people that have had bad childhoods go on and they're fine. There's some that don't. Some is a survival mechanism. Some of these children's personalities fragment. And why do they do this? This fragmentation of the personalities when there's abuse at a young age. Because in the case of Ms. Stout, her abuser was also the person that provided her means for survival. A 4, 5, 6-year-old kid does not go out and get a job and work and acquire their own food, pay the electric bill, pay the rent. So while they're being abused, they also, as a matter of survival, have to both hate and love, to fear and placate their abuser / caretaker. How does a person do that? Well, I think in a lot of situations, no one person can do that. That's where the fragmentation personality comes in. All the good and all the bad, all the evil and the hate can't reside in one place in it. And I know some of you, based on your jury questionnaires, think I'm telling some fanciful tale about this. I get it. I read the questionnaires. But as such, you have sworn an oath multiple times to follow the law and the evidence. Don't like insanity or dissociative identity disorder. That's okay. Joke or an excuse for not valid. That's okay. It's okay if you think that outside those doors. In here, you got to believe it's a legitimate mental health defense, that in fact it exists and that it is scientifically backed. You're going to hear doctors, sworn experts on both sides. So yeah, it's in the DSM-4 or 5, which is the book of psychological ailments and issues psychologists and psychiatrists use to diagnose things. It's listed, accepted in the scientific community issue, a real issue, dissociative identity of multiple personalities. Now, whether you believe or their experts believe, what our expert believes about whether it was present in this Stout's case, different issue. But you must, to be fair, impartial, and unbiased, you must believe that it is a possible defense. It is a valid defense. It is a valid defect or disease of the mind that triggers the insanity provisions under the Colorado laws. Laws that trigger when we bring in some testimony or some evidence that there is insanity causes the rules, the laws to pivot. So that the prosecution has the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt. Let's say. in this case, circle back around. Why all that just matters. Going back to motive. Evidence. Exhibits, photos, videos. We're going to be in here for 8 weeks. School's going to be out. Making plans for our Labor Day barbecues, not Labor Day, barbecues by the time we get done. But you know what you're probably not going to hear? During all that time with all those exhibits, all that evidence. All those witnesses. You're not going to hear about a motive. You're not going to be given a motive about why it's missed out. January 2020. Reason is there is no motive. There is no reason. Doesn't make sense. It's insane. Smiling photo. Next day, Gannon's gone. No reason for it. Prosecution may say, oh, well, makes it that more tragic that it was such a pointless death of Gannon. I don't know. I'm not going to speculate on that. But there was some major psychotic crack that went on during this time. Go from teacher, loving stepmother to 2 children, loving mother to her own child, Harley, a person that Gannon's father entrusted his own 2 kids, watched and loved and by this woman here. Being a killer of an 11-year-old boy. How do you get there? Big jump. There is no explanation for it. I don't have one. She broke on that day, ladies and gentlemen. She broke. Broke from all that was right. Made sense. And the axe, putting Gannon's body in a suitcase and traveling 1,300 miles, full of Florida, and throwing the suitcase, Gannon's body in it, side of an overpass. Different stories she told. She was raped by somebody. Person who raped her kidnapped Gannon. Hear all the stories. The prosecution's going to play it for you. These are all signs and evidence of a mind, a soul that is broken, most fundamental and profound way. So broken, doesn't even know what it was doing. What was going through that person's head? The killer Gannon's head. Doubt's head. All the stab wounds, the shootings, the bruisings, the beatings, the burns. What was going through that person's head? I don't know. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. For the person that she was killing that day, attacking. I wasn't Gannon. Wasn't Gannon to her. Wake up that day and go, I'm going to kill him. No. She was killing the demons. Her life from the dark depths of her childhood and her life. And here, different doctors. We have a Dr. Dorothy Lewis. She's from Yale. She's been at it a long time. An MD. Got a lot of experience with this. Her legal medical opinion is that on the date of this offense, Ms. Dowd was legally insane. Now, the prosecution is going to have some witnesses from our big mental hospital in Pueblo that I imagine are going to say, no, she was perfect. She knew what she was doing. It's normal behavior for a person to do that. Yeah, she had some mental issues and everything like that, but everybody does, and but they don't know what he killed an 11-year-old boy. And that is true. A lot of people do have mental health issues. It was talked about in voir dire. Will have very severe mental health issues. They don't go out and kill people. And they don't go out and kill 11-year-old boys or their stepsons. They had had a nice hike just the day before, as evidenced by that photo. Don't stab the stepson dozens of times. Discharged 3 bullets, a 9mm handgun at the boy, hitting him once, killing him once. Beat him, burn him, and do all these other things you're going to hear about. Wrong, and it's horrible. She not saying. And she will be held accountable. Not guilty by reason of insanity. We'll get a jury instruction. It's about a paragraph long. It indicates in that case, and I think Judge Warner alluded to it, to want a panel of potential jurists in the last couple of weeks. She's found guilty, then it's guilty. She's subject to regular sentencing by the court. But if I'm not guilty by reason of insanity, doesn't mean she walks out here. She's committed to the state hospital, Colorado Department of Human Services, and they take over from there, state mental hospital. That's not what we're dealing with here now. So I know there is a natural urge, human urge, a real urge. You hear about that little boy with that big bright smile that you saw on the screen. Hear about what happened to him. Want to make somebody pay. Want to make somebody pay dearly. Not right. Happened to that year. Awful. But not providing doubt. Constitutional protections for presumption of innocence, the right to remain silent, placing the burden of proof squarely on the shoulders of the prosecutor, letting bias or sympathy come in and cloud your judgment. Not going to bring Gannon back. Prejudging the case by what you've heard in the media. They do no good. You know, we have a tragedy here. And we know it's terrible. But just listen to the evidence, as I started out with. Don't check out. going to be easy. Went into week 6, hearing all these witnesses and looking at evidence. You're going to want to check out. You're going to want to form your decision soon in this case. You can't do that. For the next 6 to 8 weeks while we're in this trial, you can't form an opinion. Werner was telling you that. You're in an evidence gathering phase now. You're gathering the facts. Like Judge Werner's Miss Denver omelets, this is the ingredient gathering stage. Okay? It's in the cooking stage. When you go back to the jury room after all the evidence is in, you start putting the ingredients together. For omelet or just a ham and cheese omelet. Whether you've got a guilty, not guilty, or not guilty by reason of insanity based on the evidence, the ingredients. When you're in the jury room, that's when you start putting it together. Just writing down, taking notes, taking it all in. That's why the judge mentioned several times to you today, I don't want y'all talking about the case amongst yourselves. Kind of a special, hidden, quiet place, this courtroom, especially you jurors. I don't want y'all talking about the case because that leads to deliberating and judgment. It's in the judgment phase. So, thank you for your time. Thank you, everybody, for coming back. We'll be spending a lot of time together over the next couple months, so keep an open mind. Put a lot of the bad stuff out of your mind for now. What the prosecution has to say, hear what the defense has to say. At the end of this, as Mr. Allen said, when he's concluded his opening statement, he said, I'm going to come back in a couple months and ask you to find her guilty. I or Mr. Tellini in 2 months. I'm going to ask you to find her not guilty by reason of insanity. Now the trial starts. Had opening statements, you've had all that now. He said, and I said, it's not evidence. Checked it up on the board and the videos and the audios that he played. That's not evidence. Remember what the judge said. If you had to deliver a verdict right now, it's not guilty. Woman right here is not guilty. He's presumed innocent. Not telling you to like it. I'm just telling you that's the way it is. I'm going to stop now because I'm running out of steam. But I really, really, really do appreciate your time. I know the judge, Hayes, do said earlier, you're the ones that are making the sacrifice. You're the ones that, are losing money because you're not able to go to work. That, your workspaces, your offices are idle. You're going to be here for 2 months. What we do, this is where we work, all of us, the attorneys we pay. They're the ones that make the sacrifice in this case. And I do appreciate it. And on behalf of my attorney, Mr. Tellini, I know he appreciates it. Thank you.
Todd, can you get the last perimeter light, please? I'm not sure which one it is. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I want to give you a little bit of roadmap as to what you can expect and where we go from here. As I said this morning, opening statements are not evidence. Their purpose is only to help you understand what the evidence will be. Keep in mind that in this case, as in every case, attorneys are paid advocates. Their job is to persuade you that evidence proves or does not prove a particular point. And as I said earlier, nothing an attorney says is evidence, and they do not take an oath to tell you the truth. Next, the prosecution will offer evidence. Evidence consists of the sworn testimony of the witnesses, the exhibits received in evidence, and stipulated, admitted, or judicially noticed facts. After the prosecution's evidence, the defendant may present evidence in her own behalf, but she is not required to do so. I want to remind you that the defendant is presumed to be innocent. The prosecution must prove the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant does not have to prove her innocence or call any witnesses or introduce any evidence. At the conclusion of the evidence, I will tell you the rules of law which you are to use in reaching your verdict. I will read those rules of law to you, and you will be allowed to take them with you to the jury room during your deliberations. After you have heard all of the evidence and the instructions, the prosecution and the defense may make their closing arguments. Like opening statements, closing arguments are not evidence. The prosecuting attorney will have the opportunity to reply to the closing argument made by the defense. You will then go to the jury room to deliberate on a verdict. Your purpose as jurors is to decide what the facts are, and your decision must be based solely upon the evidence. It is my job to decide what rules of law apply to the case. You must follow all of the rules as I explain them to you. You may not follow some and ignore others. Even if you disagree with or do not understand the reasons for some of the rules, you must follow them. You will then apply these rules to the facts which you have determined from the evidence. In this way, you will determine whether the prosecution has proven the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. At times during the trial, attorneys may make objections. That's the part in the TV show or movie where one lawyer asks a question and the other one stands up and objects. On TV, the lawyers start to argue with each other, and then sometimes they go up to the bench and they argue with the judge. I know you're going to be surprised, but that doesn't happen in real life. The lawyers in this room have years of experience. They know that the procedure in this case is governed by a written set of rules that apply to all criminal cases called the Colorado Rules of Criminal Procedure. They also know that the evidentiary matters are governed by a written set of rules called the Colorado Rules of Evidence, which apply to all case proceedings, to all cases proceeding to trial. Watch the lawyers, and you will observe that what really happens is that an objection is made. I will ask for an explanation, something like grounds, for the objection, and the response from the attorney will be something like hearsay or foundation or relevance or 404. And most of the time, watch the attorneys closely, most of the time, the attorneys will state an objection in 5 words or less. There's not a whole lot of arguing that's going on during that time period. And regardless, the argument is never directed to opposing counsel because I'm the one making the ruling and not opposing counsel. So in reality, the lawyers rarely come up to the bench to argue a point because all they need to do is reference the rule, case, or principle they are relying upon for their objection. In any event, the objection simply means that the lawyer is requesting that I make a decision on a particular rule of law. It is the duty of a lawyer to object to evidence which they believe may not be properly offered. Do not draw any conclusions from the objections or from my rulings on the objections. If I sustain an objection to a question, the witness may not answer it. As jurors, you must draw no inferences from the question or speculate as to what the witness would have said if permitted to answer. At other times, I may instruct you not to consider a particular statement that was made. You must not consider any evidence to which an objection has been sustained or which I have instructed you to disregard. Such evidence is to be treated as if you had never seen or heard it. We talked about the notebooks that you have and the juror questions and the process for doing that. They know where to meet, Mr. Combs? They know where to meet in the morning? All right. Give us just a few minutes and we will get you the parking passes. They're on a lanyard, so keep them because that's what you'll need to get in and out of the juror parking lot. The issue about the truck. Haven't solved it yet. And there's a juror that cannot get into the parking garage because of size of vehicle. Who is that? Just raise your hand. Don't leave yet. We'll talk to you. We'll talk to you. I mean, you can leave the courtroom, but don't leave the courthouse just yet. And for the rest of you, it's going to take just a couple of minutes, unless Todd, you want to run down there on my bookshelf. Do you know where that is? Okay. And so Todd, oh no, I mean, wait, Todd, come back. It's all good. There. So he's going to get you the lanyards with parking passes on them. Use them to come in, and we will talk with juror number 14 about what to do with your situation. We have a solution. Rachel, you still here somewhere? Stick around. We need to talk. I think we can use the same solution that we did for the other juror that was coming back at 11. That work? Okay. All right. We have a solution, so just hold on and we will get to you. With that, if I can have everyone, you'll know where to meet Mr. Combs in the morning and how to get into the building. We should be able to start right on time tomorrow at 9 o'clock. What you can expect is that we will start with witnesses. We will take a break for 15 or 20 minutes, somewhere between 10 and 10:30. Then we will proceed on to lunch at noonish. Come back 1:15, 1:30. have a break, 15, 20 minutes, somewhere between 3 and 3:30 in the afternoon, then recess at 5 o'clock. That's how your day will look every day from here on out. The other thing that you should expect, so that it doesn't catch you off guard, is that every day that we start trial after today, well, I did it this morning actually, but every day that we start trial from here on out, I will ask you a question. And that is, it will be the same question every day. You're going to get sick of hearing it, but it's the same question that I'm going to be asking. Has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe that you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. So that's why those admonitions that I said about avoiding press, avoiding opinions, avoiding research, all of those things, they all come into play. It's important. This is an important process. So with that, your discharge, we'll see you in the morning. All rise for the jury, please. Right. The only one that I knew of was juror 3. Before you step out real quick, does anybody aside from juror 3 need a letter? Okay. All right. We got it. Thank you. So juror 16 and juror 3. Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Mr. Allen, I want to clear up one thing on the record. Because I think it's an issue in, where is this? Where's it listed at though? Huh, okay. I just want to make sure that the count that you are dismissing is count 3, child abuse resulting in death.
Correct. So count 1 is murder in the first degree. 2 is child under 12. 3 is the child abuse resulting in.
Okay.
That's the one that requires an accumulation of injuries, all that kind of thing, not providing. That was charged before Gainon's body was ever recovered. When Gainon's body was recovered, we added 1, which is now murder in the first degree.
Okay. So this would have been, I'm sorry, go ahead.
It's count 3 of the amended information.
Okay. And that's what I wanted to check on, because the original complaint information that was filed on March 11 only has 4 counts, and count 3 is tampering with a deceased human body. And in that one, count 2 is the child abuse resulting in death. So it looks like what happened, they didn't realize the amendment, and when they put it in, that's what the conflict is.
The amendment was filed probably March 18th.
I have March 20. Yeah. Okay. So what you are proposing to dismiss is the one knowingly or recklessly caused an injury or unreasonably placed in a situation that posed a threat of injury to life, health, or safety by engaging in a continued pattern of conduct that resulted in cruel punishment, mistreatment, and accumulation of injuries. That's the one you're wanting to dismiss.
So count 3 in the amended information.
It's the amended information. That's where the hang up is. Okay. I think we've got that resolved. Okay. So have your witnesses here 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. We should be able to start right on time at that point. And Rachel, I want to talk to you when we're done. Is there anything else that we need to address from the prosecution? Defense?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Rachel, can you come back in the back hallway for a minute, please? All right. Court will be in recess. Thank you.
So responded to calls when we had evidence to collect from those scenes. We also received phone calls from the public in reference to getting their property back.
And what were your dates of employment with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office?
I was employed with El Paso County Sheriff's Office from 2015, and I believe that was August of 2015 to January of 2022.
Okay. Were you working in January, February timeframe of 2020 for the Sheriff's Office
That is correct.
in that same evidence technician role?
Correct.
You mentioned that sometimes you would get calls from people in the public. What were those calls typically in relation to?
Typically, they were the public wanting their property back. Anytime we had evidence collected, the person would call oftentimes and ask for their property to be returned to them.
Would that happen fairly regularly?
Yes, sir.
And when they're asking for property to be released back to them, is this property that might be held for either a criminal investigation or even a civil matter?
That is correct.
What would be the, I guess, the protocol on a civil matter if there's some property that's held by the sheriff's office and it's a civil issue?
So if it's property that is held within a civil matter, usually we would have to get authorizations from the detectives in charge, letting us know what we could release, what we couldn't. Oftentimes, if there was an authorization from the court stating, hey, you can release this, it usually was signed by a judge, we could release it that way as well. But we always have to have that authorization in place before we could release it.
What was the protocol in place as it relates to any evidence or property that's held on a criminal matter?
On a criminal matter, usually until the case was completed and we got the proper authorizations, till those were received, we could not release it until that time.
Okay. As it relates to this time frame, do you remember working on February 12th, 2020? And I know this is over 3 years away, but do you remember working at that time at the sheriff's office as an evidence tech?
Yes,
Do you remember getting phone calls as it relates to the Gannon Stout / Letecia Stout investigation?
yes.
What were the nature of those phone calls that you were receiving in the evidence area for the sheriff's office?
So the nature of the phone calls could range from callers calling in saying they would like certain items of evidence back. From what I can recall, on several occasions, I had received phone calls in reference to property belonging to Mrs. Stout.
Okay, so just so that we're all understanding, did you receive some calls in which the caller identified themselves as Letecia Stout?
Not that I recall.
Okay. So had you had a chance to hear Letecia Stout's voice prior to these phone calls coming in?
At one point, I did. I do recall her coming into the lobby area at one point.
Okay, so what do you remember about that particular occasion?
I just remember her coming in and asking for her property back. And at that time, I told her I did need to get in contact with the lead investigator to make sure it was something that we could, in fact, release to her.
Okay, so you had a direct person-to-person interaction with her.
That is correct.
Did you hear her voice during that interaction?
Yes.
And do you see that same person here in the courtroom?
Yes.
Will you identify her for the jury, pointing to where she's sitting, and describe her clothing?
She is wearing a pink sweater, dark hair, long dark hair.
Your Honor, ask that the record reflect she's identified the defendant.
Record will so reflect. Go ahead.
And then did you get phone calls after that interaction with that same voice from the defendant?
Yes.
In a particular phone call, did you get a phone call from that defendant where she purported to be somebody different?
From what I can recall, yes.
Do you remember who it was that she was purporting to be at that time?
At that time, when I first got that call, the voice, it sounded like her, but claiming to be her daughter.
Okay. And when we were using the word her there, you mean her, the defendant?
Correct.
The voice sounded like the defendant, but was claiming to be her daughter?
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach with People's Exhibit 280?
You may.
Showing you what's marked as People's Exhibit 280. Is this a recording of that phone call that occurred on February 12th, 2020?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of that phone call?
Yes.
Move for admission of People's Exhibit 280.
Commissioner Board Iron?
On the exhibit?
Yes.
Yes.
So somebody called and they identified themselves as Harley Hunt.
Correct.
Have you ever spoken in person to Ms. Hunt?
Before?
Yes, before the phone call.
Yes. If what I can recall from 3 years ago, I remember her coming into the lobby area,
Miss Stout or her daughter?
Mrs. Stock.
Okay. Had you ever spoken to her daughter in person?
No,
So you don't have a foundation as what her daughter's voice sounded like
no,
and how much her daughter's voice may sound like hers.
no, sir.
I'd object as a foundation.
Overruled? I think it goes to weight, not admissibility. You can
So-
go ahead and publish.
Okay, so I had moved for admit, and I think you just need to formally admit it into evidence, Judge.
Exhibit 280 will be admitted.
Okay, and then permission to publish this particular recording.
You may go ahead.
Office evidence, this is Chris. Yes, I was
So that first voice that we hear, is that your voice?
Correct.
And then that second voice, whose voice is that? Based on your knowledge,
Based on my knowledge, Mrs. Stocks.
the defendant.
Correct.
Okay.
earlier. I think you might have been busy or something, so I waited to call back for a little bit. It's okay. Sorry. What time did you call? I just called you like maybe 15, 20 minutes ago, and you said, hold on. No, that wasn't, there's 4 of us working here, so that wasn't me. Yeah. I was like, oh, I don't recognize your voice. You were busy. Okay, so I'm trying to find out about some contents of mine that was in a car. So, my book bag, which had a lot of my social security card, birth certificates and stuff that was in a car that's still impounded. And I just want to know, they gave me the purse one day out of it, but how can I get the book bag? And I need my MacBook for school. Your MacBook, okay. What is your name? Harley Hunt. Harley Hunt, and do you have a case number so I can look it up? Let's see this. I have this paper. It says agency number. Is that it, or I have a VIN number? It should be agency. Agency number. All right, 2020-1382. All right. Let's take a look here. Excuse me. Excuse me. Thank you. Thank you. You said it's a book bag? There's a black and white book bag that was in the back seat of the white Jetta. And it has like my passport, my social, my birth certificate, my dog paperwork, my MacBook. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, there's like there was a one blue bag that had a MacBook in it. And then there was a black and white book bag, and there was like my diamond rings are in it. And then there's a pink folder that had like my birth certificate and all that in it. Okay. Let's see. Like, I understand they might still be holding the car, but like I can't like even like work or anything without having my passport because I'm a flight attendant. And okay. And you said your name was Carly Hunt, is that correct? Harley Hunt. Harley Hunt. Okay, Harley. Well, I can tell you right now, everything on this case is evidence. So because it's evidence, I cannot release it back to you without written authorization from basically a higher authority. They have not given us any written authorizations to release. So unfortunately, what you may want to do is contact the detective on this case. Have you been in contact with anybody? Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, let me go ahead and get the lead detective's number for you, and you can call them in reference to this. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Hold on just one second. Yeah. Okay, Harley? Yeah. Okay, so that's going to be Detective Bethel. Okay. And her desk number is going to be 520-72. Okay. 91. Okay, thank you so much. You're welcome. Have a good day. Bye.
Ms. Cervantes, did it seem odd to you also, the comment about being a flight attendant?
I'm sorry, repeat the question?
Yeah, did it seem odd to you, when the person, the caller requesting the information back, I guess relayed to you that they were a flight attendant?
Yes.
Overruled.
What was odd about that?
Just the fact that her daughter being young, the age, I thought I kind of found it odd to be that age and a flight attendant.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. That's all I have.
Cross-examination.
No question.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Ms. Cervantes? No? All right. Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Thank you.
Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Called Detective Michael Bauman. Thank you. Stu Bauman.
Detective, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir. You swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good morning, Detective. Will you please introduce yourself to our jury and then spell your name for the record?
Good morning. My name is Michael Bauman, Bauman,
Detective, who are you employed by?
the El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
What do you do for the sheriff's office?
I'm a digital forensics detective.
What are your duties associated with that position?
Basically, my job is to find and preserve data that may be evidentiary of nature on electronic devices.
What kind of electronic devices do you typically work with?
Computers, cell phones, DVRs, things like that.
And then is there a particular device that helps you get data off of these other electronic data points?
Yes, sir. We have a number of devices that we use. For instance, with computers, we use a software and hardware combination called Celebrite. We also use something called Gray Key, which is for extracting data from phones. For computers, we use Axiom and kind of beefed up computer workstations.
Tell the jury what Celebrite is. You mentioned it.
Celebrate is basically a combination of hardware and software. It is it's a little device that plugs into the USB on your computer, and then you can plug phones into that and so forth and extract data from the phones. And then Celebrite has a second function, which it actually goes through that data and turns it into something that's readable and sortable and so forth.
Do you have particular training that allows you to use that particular, is it a device or what is it?
It's a device, it's a combination of hardware and software.
Do you have training that allows you to use that?
Yes, sir.
What does that training consist of?
Well, I have 3 different certifications with Celebrite, and basically 3 levels. The highest level is Celebrite Advanced Smartphone Analysis. It's just basically each one was the first 2 together were a week long, and then the CASA, the smartphone analysis one, was also a week long. That specifically dealt with using that tool. Basically, it's a hands-on program that you go and county spends a lot of money, and I sit there and learn how to use the machine, basically, and get an idea of what it's doing. So,
Tell the jury about what the process would be like if I handed you a phone to use with this device. What process would you go through to obtain the data from that phone?
so effectively, if we know, for instance, we know the passcode, we'll use that as an example. We'll take that phone. We will you set the phone up by enabling developer options and things like that. If it's Android, if it's iPhone, it's different. If it's iPhone, you just tell it to stay awake, basically. Then you plug the phone into the Celebrite UFED device, which is the little thing I talked about that you plug into your computer. And then you go through the steps on the screen that allows the phone, and you're interacting with the phone and the computer to set up permissions so that you can download data off the phone.
So basically selecting what data you want to extract from that phone?
Well, I mean, yes, what you're really doing is setting up the computer and the phone so that they can talk to each other. Generally, we do, I don't want to go too deep in the nerd world for you, but we use an application programming interface, Celebrite, which is kind of like a translator. It allows Celebrite to speak to computer, right? And so, iOS is talking to Windows at that point, so that it can say, okay, this is the data that you can pull off of the phone. And so that's kind of how that works. And so then it pulls the data off the phone. We then use the physical analyzer software to parse through that data and find the files that are in there.
What kind of things do you typically extract from a person's cell phone?
It depends on the phone, but oftentimes we extract pictures, text messages, instant messages, internet search histories, activity data, locations, all those types of things.
What do you do with that information when you extract it? You put it on a disk?
Yes, sir. We'll take that information, run it through Physical Analyzer, and then we'll take and create what we call a Celebrite report. And that Celebrite report is basically a standalone piece of software that puts all that data into something that you can categorize and search and you know, let me look at these time frames, or let me search for these keywords in the extraction of the data we were able to pull.
Is it typical that you obtain these phones that you use this device on comes from some other detective that's involved in an investigation?
Yes, sir, generally.
Will that detective generally give you some guidance as to what they might want off of that phone if you can obtain it?
Sometimes, frankly, again, I don't want to go too deep in the weeds because but Celebrite's able to parse about 400 out of 4 million applications. Now that was a couple of years old, those numbers. So I generally try to pull as much as I can, and then I allow the detective to take and based on the scope of their warrant or their waiver, they go through that data and find out what's pertinent to their case, since I don't know the case like they do.
Okay, so you're kind of leading into the next area that I wanted to go into. Once you put this stuff into a Celebrite report, as you described, put it onto a disk, does that then make it accessible to other detectives in the investigation to use for whatever investigative purpose they may or may not have?
Yes, sir. So once
Okay, now I'm going to play day 2 on this. We're going to do day 1 and day 2. So now we're going to watch day 2.
To be a YouTube gamer. I think he actually was able to make one video and put it on YouTube, so it's out there. But playing Sonic and actually Mario was his favorite. So that was some of the favorite things I ever got to do with him. So
Up on your witness stand,
Mhm.
you should also have a reminder there.
yes, sir.
It's going to get a little crowded up there. Spot camera there. Should be the first to-
Yes.
What is people using?
Excuse me. That's a picture of Lena. Yes, sir. That would have been probably 2018 at our house in Myrtle Beach.
Defense. Exhibit number 2 will be admitted. All right. Oops. There you go.
Where's that photo taken?
Like I said, we owned a house in Myrtle Beach at that time, and I believe that would have been the fall of 2018.
So how old was Lena?
2012, so 6.5. Yeah. Right. Thanks. Yeah, about 6.5 years old.
Was she also born early?
She was. She actually tried to come out a little earlier than Gannon. They were, always competitive with one another. But Gannon was born at 24 weeks. She tried to come out at 22. But I think it was actually 34 weeks of being with her mom in her tummy there before she came out. So she was about 2 months early.
What was the relationship like between you?
Oh, obviously as much love as a sister and brother can have. I think a famous quote Lena said after Gannon died was, "I'm just gonna miss getting on his nerves." So if that sums it up for you right there. But yeah, he loved his sister, and well, one thing I always urged him to do, and I know his mama did too, was to look after his little sister. And even getting off the bus and walking home, I used to fuss at him if he let her walk home alone. And it was 3 houses away, so that was kind of the theme for us: just be with your sister and be together.
Were you how long were you?
Just shy of 10 years. But dating and all, I think we were together 11 or so, 12 years.
You know the defendant in this case?
Yes, sir. I was married to her for 4 or 5 years, whatever it was.
When did you meet her?
I met her, I think somewhere along the way playing softball on one of the various teams we played on. But I didn't really get to know her until beginning of 2014, so January timeframe. January of 2014 is when I like met her and went out there and started to get to know her.
This is not intended to embarrass anybody, but were you still married to Landon?
Yes, sir. We were separated and, with the intent of getting divorced, going our separate ways. And that's when I met and started dating Tisha.
Did Ben have her?
She did. Harley.
You moved in that binder to people's exhibit number 3. That picture of her?
Sure is.
The picture of her?
Yes, sir.
When was that photo taken?
Looks like, I think that would have been 2019. It looks like her high school graduation picture, if I'm not mistaken.
This time before admission of people.
Okay. Exhibit 3 will be admitted.
Yes, sir.
Where was that photo?
I believe it was in Columbia, South Carolina, where the graduation was, somewhere in South Carolina. Because she would, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
I was gonna say she finished her high school at an online school that was based in South Carolina. So she went back for the graduation.
When you began your relationship with South Carolina?
It was, yes, sir. Myrtle Beach.
When did you end up with them?
January 2015. Yes, sir.
Identify her and point to where she's sitting, describe what she's wearing.
T-shirt right there with the kind of green jacket on, bluish green jacket. Black.
All right, that's what the record reflects.
The record will so reflect. Go ahead.
You do for work now.
I'm an officer in the Colorado National Guard in a full-time status.
So let's talk a little bit about guard is typically,
Typically, yeah, 1 week in a month and then a summer duty.
you said that before.
I am. So I am it's called AGR, and that's what I've been my whole career. Even starting in South Carolina, I was, it's active guard is what it is. Was there for rough 12 years or so as a recruiter and in other capacities. And then I took my commission as an officer and moved states. I didn't necessarily get transferred, but I moved states to Alaska as an officer, and then spent about 2 years there, and then been in Colorado since 2019 as an officer in the Colorado Guard. So my main duties are right now as a missile defense officer.
So let's talk a little bit about the family history. You said you got married in January 2015.
Sir.
Was that in South Carolina?
Yes, sir.
Alaska, where did you go?
I got hired and went there. I reported in June. I had to come through here for some schooling. We call it TDY en route, but I got hired, went to school here, and then drove up to Alaska to be permanently stationed.
June.
2017.
Is the family to Alaska?
Somewhat. It was when I initially drove there. I had my 2 children with me, Lane and Gannon, and we made that trip, and one of the most memorable trips of my life. And then Tisha and Harley came along the way a little bit later, but they never really permanently moved there. They came for a couple weeks at a time, and then came and left and did whatever else.
Just a little bit. And
Initially, well, I'll talk about during our separation. They both stayed. The kids stayed in the house, and me and Landon alternated time in the house so the kids could be as stable as possible during that tough time. Initially, the custody status, Landon had the majority time, but we were both in the same local area, so we did the best we could at sharing that time. But I think she moved in initially with her mom, and the kids stayed there with her, and that was the initial agreement.
when you said she, just so the record is clear, you're talking about when.
Landon, I'm sorry. Yes, Landon specifically had the custody arrangement.
At some point, custody.
Yes, that would have been in March of 2018 while I was in Alaska.
You mentioned just a moment ago, item 2. So I think.
Yes, sir.
So did you have custody of them before you actually got transferred to Alaska?
No, because that was 2017 when I took that trip initially. And then they were still with their mom, Landon with the majority time, custody time. What they did was they spent the summer with me in Alaska, and then I flew them back home or back to their mother for the start of the next school year.
What did you move to Colorado?
I moved me individually. I think I got boots on ground February 15th of 2019, I believe is the date I got here. And like I said, Tisha and the kids were here at the beginning of January, getting a house set and everything. The defendant. Yeah.
You may.
Show you what's been marked as people's exhibit number 4. Do you recognize this?
Yes, that looks like a map of Lorson Ranch neighborhood.
Does it have a specific address notated on that map?
It does.
What's that address? Is
That would have been our house at 6627 Mandan Drive.
that a Colorado Springs address?
It is.
Is that in El Paso County, Colorado?
It is.
You're going to move for admission of people's exhibit number 4.
Mr. Tolini, exhibit number 4 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Substitute for a moment. Can you point out to the label where the 6627 Mandan Drive address is?
Right here.
Is Is that where you lived when you moved to Colorado from Alaska?
Yeah, I think, just to be clear, initially, I think they had a little temporary housing on base, as you do when you PCS. And then the defendant found, that house for rent and we moved in. And I think they were already in the house when I got here.
When did you all move into that house?
I don't remember the specific date. I know they were already in the house by the time I got here in the middle of February. So
So February 2019, when you came from Alaska to here, you went to that.
I went directly to the house from the airport.
This already, but is that address in El Paso County, Colorado?
Yes, sir.
How long did you all live in that house?
I lived there, I guess, right at a year, because when everything happened with Gannon in January of 2020, the investigation started taking place and we pretty much decided just to move out. And the landlord allowed us to break the lease at that point. And then, so it would have been early February of 2020 when we moved out officially.
So let's just go through just a general description of that house. Was it a two-story, a rancher with a basement?
I'm not too savvy on specific style of houses, but it had a main floor to basement.
Was the basement finished?
It was.
Was there also an unfinished area?
I mean, in the closet was unfinished, but all the areas we frequented in the house were finished.
What about where the furniture was?
Yeah, well, that's a closet. That's what I was referring to, the furnace room. Yes. I call it, yeah, because we kept the luggage and boxes and stuff in there. And there was another unfinished closet under the stairs as well. I'm sure we'll see that as well.
Where was the bedroom that you had?
On the main floor.
And was there a level above that?
Negative.
Okay, so it's just the main floor and then a basement.
Yeah, basement. Yes, sir.
Who else had a bedroom?
Initially, it was Gannon when we first moved in, but at one point we switched Lena and Gannon to what we'll see as Gannon's bedroom, and Lena moved upstairs.
And how many bedrooms, other bedrooms were upstairs?
Just that one bedroom when you walk in the front door.
So two bedrooms.
2 bedrooms total. Yep.
And then two bedrooms.
Yes, sir.
Is there a living room on that main level?
Yes, sir.
Kitchen?
Kitchen. Yes, sir.
Access to the garage on that main level?
Yeah, and the access included the laundry room. So
And then what about downstairs?
downstairs was, as soon as you come downstairs to the left was the I call it the closet, but the boiler room or whatever. And then Gannon's room right next to that. To the right was the I don't know, living room area in the basement, and then behind that was a bathroom and what was Harley's room, Harley's bedroom.
Have you look at the exhibit? Look at people's 5 through 12 and just give me a heads up.
Okay.
Where are those photos at?
Just different viewpoints of the house you want me to go through specifically?
Yes, I want the
Okay.
pictures of the 6627 Mandan Drive residence.
Yes, starting with the outside and working through the house.
So people's exhibit 5 is at the front of the house.
Yeah, there'll be a front view where you can see the garage and the front door. Yes.
People exhibit 6 was that.
That's as soon as you come in the front door, there's the coat closet to the left and then a view of the living room. You're walking into the house farther, you can see the couch in the living room and the kitchen to the right, as well as the back sliding patio door. You can see what's behind the curtains, but that's what that is.
And 8,
Same thing, it's a closer up view of the kitchen. You can kind of see the dishwasher and everything, but yeah, that's the kitchen area. 9 is basically looks like it's standing at the back sliding glass door where you can see the living room, the stairs down, and then the garage entryway there. Upstairs living room. That is a view of the master bedroom. As soon as you walk in. That is a view of the laundry area. And then the next door would be access to the garage. 12 is the garage.
Are those all fair and accurate representation of those areas of the plan that you just described?
Yes, sir.
Remove formation, people's 5 through 12. Go ahead.
Exhibits 5 through 12 will be admitted. Go ahead. You may give me just a second, though. All right, go ahead.
So it's the front. Here's the garage door.
It is.
Moving on to people 6. So point out, and there's actually an extended pointer behind it.
No.
Other side. Yeah, it's right here. Other side.
Other side? Oh, yes. Okay.
If you want to, you can just turn around and nothing else. Just make sure when you're pointing away from us that the furthest you're from, you can hear you.
Okay.
So what are we looking at here?
So, like I said, this is walking into the front door. This is what I use as my closet, actually, but the front, what would be a coat closet. You can see the couch in the living room right there. As we walk forward, we'll see to the right is the kitchen, and this is a wall that covers the stairwell going down. But that's the living room area right in here on the main floor.
So the front door, would that be basically to our back in this photo?
Yes, as you walk in the front door is right behind us. Yes, sir.
Okay. People exhibit number 7. Tell the jury what they're looking at there.
This is where I reference the couch in the living room, kitchen area, and the back sliding patio doors behind the curtains there.
There's a dog in the photo there as well.
Yeah, that's Chance.
And then it looks like there might be a person on the couch.
Yep, and that would be Harley right there.
Okay. People's exhibit number 8.
Same thing. Here's the kitchen. Like I said just a second ago, dishwasher and the back sliding doors once again.
People's exhibit number 9.
Yeah, so right behind us right now would be those back patio sliding doors. And here's the stairwell going down. This is the wall I referenced in the first picture. TV living room area. And this is the entryway into the laundry room. And this would be the master bedroom behind this wall.
So sort of around the corner there.
Yeah, you could have to go around the corner and into the master bedroom.
And then people's exhibit number 10. What are we looking at there?
So yeah, going around that corner, we've come into the master bedroom now. Master bedroom doors behind us, and this would have been a window into the backyard and master bed right here.
And then sort of over to the left, what's to the left in that photo?
So
If you go sort of, if we don't have a picture of it yet, but where would that go?
So if I'm standing looking at this back door and I turn my body to the left, there'll be the bathroom, the master bathroom, and then through that master bathroom would have been the defendant's closet.
And then people's exhibit number 11?
Once again, looking from that living room view, this is the garage entryway we discussed, and the laundry facilities right here, and then into that through that door would be into the garage,
People's 12?
and that is the garage.
Whose car is parked there in that garage?
That was the car that belonged to Harley.
What kind of car is that?
It's a Volkswagen Jetta. I think it was a 2018 Volkswagen Jetta.
Looks like maybe somebody's a woodworker.
Somebody.
Who's that?
I try. I don't know if I can claim to be an actual woodworker, but I give it my best shot. So
So that woodworking material there, various pieces of wood and table and all that kind of thing, that's your stuff.
yeah, pretty much this whole side of the garage was dedicated with parking bikes. But other than that, it was just my supplies and my woodworking stuff.
What kind of stuff would you build with wood?
Well, this you see right here, actually, I'm about 90% done, is a table for mom, and I surprised her with it the other day. One of my favorite things to make is like cutting boards and like epoxy boards and stuff like that. But it's kind of what I do.
So you mentioned making a table for, I think you said mom. Do you mean your mom?
Yeah, my mom's sitting right over there. Yeah.
Okay. So you would make some furniture
Yeah, so
and then also cutting boards.
cutting boards and stuff like that. Yeah.
I want to have you take a look in that binder again. It should be the next exhibit, number 34. You see it there?
I have 13 is next.
So flip all the way to
Flip to 34. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Is that a photo of a table that you built?
Yes, sir.
Who'd you build that table for?
I built that for Gannon, so he'd have a place to put his, Legos and his, his little toys and stuff in his room.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of that table that you built?
Yes, sir.
You're on move for permission and permission to publish People's 34.
Mr. Tellini? No objection. Exhibit 34 will be admitted. Go ahead.
So People's 34 is now displayed on the two screens here. It's fairly obvious, but just point out the table that we're talking about that you built for Gannon.
Right here's red and blue one, and the colors were specifically for Mario. Like I said, it's one of his favorite things, so I wanted him to enjoy that based on his Mario little thing.
And then there's some scrap wood in that photo just to the left there. Can you point that out?
Yeah, so a little piece of like OSB board, and then my circular saw here. There's more of that same OSB up there. I used that to build those in the laundry room. You saw that little shoe container, it was gray. Built it out of that wood.
So you used a term that I'm not familiar with. I'm not a woodworker. OSB, what does that mean?
OSB, it's like plywood, different types of plywood. It's a generic term. Particle board is another word that's used.
Okay. And if you could pull that down the picture. And I want to have you now flip back to People's 13 through 31.
Okay.
And then just flip through all of those and tell me when you're done.
13 through.
31.
Thank you.
Stop at 31, you said?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Are those basically just more photos of the 6627 Mandan Drive address?
Majority of them, yes, sir.
Are they all fair and accurate representations of that house?
Yes, sir.
I move for permission of 13 through 31 and permission to publish.
Mr. Tellini?
Couple, and I'm referring to a 1920
I'm sorry.
and
Yeah.
21. I think there needs to be more foundation say for those photos, but for the rest of them, I don't have.
Good catch. So those are coming later. So it's 13 through 18 and then 21 through 31. My apologies.
Okay, let's go there. 13 through 18 and 21 through 31. Do you have an objection?
I do not.
All right, those photos will be admitted. Go ahead.
And permission to publish those photos, Your Honor.
You may go ahead.
All right. So we've got 13 displayed on the screen there. Describe what we're looking at there.
So if you can see over here, this carpet, this is where we came in the front door, and I said there was the wall leading down the stairs, and this is the stairway to the basement.
People's number 14.
So yeah, I forgot to mention the stairs kind of do a wraparound. So we came down the stairs, and now we're looking down into the basement. And we had a little computer area here. But yeah, that's the basement entryway.
And 15.
So coming down the stairs to the right, this is what you would have seen, the little, I call it the downstairs living room.
So TV, sofa. That kind of
My
thing.
bike, and then the dog's kennel was over here. And then, mementos, you can see college degrees and pictures of family and stuff.
Was it typical that you all would spend time as a family in this room?
Yeah, I mean, I watched a lot of movies with the kids down there, but we did upstairs as well. So,
Would the kids spend time on their own down there?
oh yeah, a lot. Because again, you can see his Nintendo Switch right here. That was his pride and joy. And we also had a PlayStation, and they would watch movies, and so all the gaming and stuff typically took place downstairs.
Just to the right of that photo, was there a hallway that went back to that back bedroom?
Yeah,
It's hard to
You
see.
can kind of see a little crease right here. That's the corner, and it goes into Harley's room and then her bathroom area. And there's another closet right there.
And then People's Exhibit 16.
Yeah, so this would have been the couch we just saw in the other picture, and then this is just the back corner. I guess it would have been like the northwest corner of the basement. I don't know, but yeah.
And then you sort of started to point at it there, but there's a blackish square there in the center of that carpet.
Yes, sir.
Just backing up a little bit. In January of 2020, specifically January 25th and 26th, which would have been a Saturday and Sunday, were you at home on that weekend?
No, I actually, it's kind of hard to explain my duty schedule, but every other week I work Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And that week I actually had to work day shift on a Friday and Saturday. And then I left town on Sunday. So I was at work all day Saturday, came home, the defendant and my mom was in town, and the defendant and I and my mom and the kids ate dinner. And then my mom was leaving that night. So I took her to the airport in Denver for her flight. And then I stayed in the airport. I slept across from the ticket counter on the floor there. And then because I had an early morning flight to go to Oklahoma for training for 2 weeks.
So when did you actually drive up to Denver? And I'm assuming you mean DIA.
Denver Airport, yeah, DIA. So, I mean, I get off, I don't think I got off early that evening. I usually get off at 1800 or 6 p.m. And it was a 15-minute drive home or so. We ate dinner, and then no later than 8 o'clock, I would assume. I don't remember exactly what time mom's flight left DIA, but.
So you drive mom up to the airport, and then you just stayed at the airport because you had a flight the next day?
I had an early morning flight to, through Dallas, I think, to Lawton, Oklahoma. But yeah, I did. I just slept on my duffel bag or whatever right there. There's a little seating area right across from the American Airlines ticket counter at DIA. And I just laid down on the floor right there.
So when you left on Saturday evening, whatever time it was, who was left at the Mandan Drive residence?
The defendant, and then Harley and Lena and Gannon.
Any other adults there?
Not that I know of. No.
How old was Harley at that time?
She would have been, let's see, 5102. No, so she was 17.
How old was
18.
How old was Gannon?
11.
And Lena?
Lena was her birthday's in January. So sorry, I'm doing math here. So 8. She had just turned 8.
Okay. You're doing math better than I could if I was sitting on the stand, so thank you. So when you left the house on that Saturday evening to drive mom and yourself up to the DIA, was that carpet like that when you left?
It was not, no, sir.
Did you talk to the defendant about that?
I believe she.
Well, first, did you talk to her about it?
I did talk to her. She said there was an accident and a candle spill.
Okay.
I don't know if it was. Let me clarify. I don't remember if it was over a text or over a phone call, but there was a conversation about it at some point.
Do you remember when you learned about a candle spill and a burn or whatever?
I'm confident that it was that Sunday night, which would have been the 26th.
Okay.
Either that or the next morning in the
Okay.
text messages.
And is that what we're looking at there, is sort of a cutout area of that carpet as a result of whatever burn happened?
Yeah, what I was told was, yeah, there was a spill here, but you can also see that she claimed the defendant claimed there's supposedly some candle spilled on the couch as well. You can see those little spots there. That's what she claimed that was.
Did she ever say who cut that square out like that?
When I got home, I think there was something over it. So I don't know if the defendant ever told me that she had cut anything out. I cannot remember specifically on that.
Okay, let's move on to People's Exhibit 17. What are we looking at here?
So basically, you're kind of standing by the TV almost now, and then you're looking back to where we came down the stairs. And this would have been that entryway into Harley's area. Once again, the dog kennel, we referenced that in the computer area. And this is when I call it the closet. I forget how you referenced it, but the boiler room or whatever.
I call it a storage room, but
Storage room, okay.
Unfinished area where furnace and that kind of thing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then where's Gannon's room in relation to that?
So you have this behind this wall. There's a small little hallway. As soon as you get here, you take a right, and it leads into his bedroom.
Okay. People's Exhibit 18? Is that just a closer up view of into that storage room?
Yeah, now we're walking towards the storage room here, and then you can see this little, gap here. That's how you get into Gannon's room.
People's 21? So, Judge, we'll have to turn the screen off for just a moment. Okay, we're ready.
Hold on.
So 21 is on the screen behind you now.
Okay.
What are we looking at there?
So we've taken probably 2 or 3 steps into Gannon's room now because we're kind of in the center. This was his bed. And as I mentioned before, you can see remnants of when Lena lived here. Those are definitely not Gannon stickers, but his bed here, there's that table that I built for him for his toys. And then there would also be another bed over on this side of the room. As we're looking at it to the right, this was a storm well or whatever. Remember, we're in the basement, and I believe there was a ladder in this one going up to the backyard. His closet would have been over here, and then I think he had a little TV as soon as you walk in the room to the left.
Okay. Is that essentially what Gannon's room looked like when you got back from Oklahoma?
I don't remember if I walked down there immediately or not. I think I did, but I don't remember specifically, but that's about what it would have looked like.
Okay.
That was a common appearance of his room. So
was his bed always sort of backed up into that corner?
Yeah, his bed would have been typically pushed all the way up against this wall and this wall, not pulled away for any reason.
Does it appear there's a little gap there in the...
It's hard to tell in this picture because the covers are kind of ruffled up, but.
Okay. People's Exhibit 23. Do we need to pull it down? Can you just not do it? All right, yeah, be 22 for changes. So People's 22, what is that a picture of?
So now we're back in the master on the first floor, on the main floor, and we've walked into the master bathroom. You can see the shower right here with the tile and the glass door, and this would have been the defendant's closet, master closet, if you will.
So all the clothes in there and whatever other things were in there pretty much belonged to the defendant?
Yeah, so as I referenced earlier, the coat closet, which is normally called, is when you walk in, that's where I kept my clothes in her, because the defendant had a closet full of clothes and there wasn't room for mine. So,
Okay. And then People's 23?
yeah, this would have been just taking another step in where you can see, just her clothes, the defendant's clothes hanging up, shoes on the top rack there.
People's 24?
Uh,
What are we looking at?
that looks like, that would have been the defendant's closet, I believe, because those were her book bags. And yeah, you can see some of the same clothes we saw in the previous picture hanging up here. So yeah, that's the defendant's closet as well.
And her shoes there?
Yeah, her shoes, another rack of shoes.
And then People's 25?
That would have been, as soon as you walk in the closet to the right, the same closet.
So I want to ask you some questions before we jump on to the next couple photos. When did you learn about Gannon having something happen to him? You mentioned hearing something from the defendant about the burn downstairs. Was there a point in time when you learned that he was missing?
Yes, I was in Oklahoma. We had our first day of class. Like I said, I was scheduled to be there 2 weeks. Just got out our first day of class. I went and ran a couple miles, whatever it was. And then I was already back in my hotel room preparing for the next day and whatever. And then we started the conversation back and forth about he's not home yet. We had specific times for them to be home. Typically was the street lights. It's something I used to do as a kid. I had to be home at the street lights. So we just implemented that. And he hadn't come home in time. And it was abnormal, but it wasn't worrisome. So I don't know how much you want me to go into that.
Yeah, so I'm going to ask you some follow-up questions
Okay.
about that. When you say that he hadn't come home yet, did you know that he hadn't come home, or is this what the defendant was telling you?
Yeah, based on the conversation that me and the defendant were having, of course, I was in Oklahoma, so I had no clue. I'm just relying on trusting her that he hadn't come back from his friend's house yet, which is where she said he had been.
And what day was that you heard this information?
This would have been the Monday, so I believe it was the 27th.
27th.
Yeah.
Do you know if he went to school on the 27th?
According to her, he did not.
Her being?
Excuse me, the defendant. According to the defendant, he did not because he was having stomach issues and he was sick, which in my mind at that time is like, why is he going to his friend's house if he's that sick? So it was a little confusing, but
Would it be typical if he was having digestive issues to stay home from school?
no, sir.
Okay. So that by itself was out of the ordinary.
Right.
And when did you find out that he was going to stay home from school?
I believe, without having timestamps, I believe it was that morning. And I think she sent me some photos saying, Gannon's home, here he is, or whatever.
Yep. And then when you found out from the defendant that he had potentially gone to a friend's house and hadn't come home, do you know what time that was?
I mean, I don't know specifically without looking when that conversation started, but it was already in the evening where I was when we started that conversation.
So you learned in the morning that Gannon doesn't go to school from the defendant because of stomach issues. And then sometime in the evening, you learned that he had gone to a friend's house and had not come
I
home.
not come home.
And that all comes from the defendant.
Yes, sir.
When did you get back to Colorado?
I came as soon as I can after I decided basically that there was something actually wrong. So the 27th, as soon as I decided he's missing, I got to come home. I had not to get ahead, but I think the defendant had called 911. I don't know about when the police came to the house, but I know I also called them and said, hey, what's going on? My son's out there somewhere. And at that point, I called our travel people and said, hey, I need an emergency ticket home. And I left. I had a buddy drive me to Oklahoma City, and I left from Oklahoma City airport early the next morning.
So let's unpack that just a little bit.
Sure.
So to your memory, the defendant tells you that she called 911?
She did.
Was it that specifically, or was it an accumulation of things that made you worried and decide that you need to get back home and see what's going on?
Yeah. So like I said, I didn't know how deep you wanted me to go at that point. I had also contacted numerous of Gannon's friends' parents in the neighborhood that I knew, he would typically frequent their house and play with their kids and stuff, and none of them had even seen him. So then it started to become an issue. There was also another claim about some new friend on the school bus and some other stuff surrounding that. I'm sure we'll get into. Do you want me to go into that?
Okay.
All right. There was that. And so I started asking the parents about, do you know this person's name, or do you know anything about another person? And so it started compounding, as you said, to become more worrisome.
So basically you're accumulating information and growing more worried. Is that what you're describing?
Yes, sir.
And then when you said you called your travel people, do you mean you called the National Guard folks?
Well, we have like a central billing travel type agency that does all of our flights and stuff like that. So I just called them. I think it's called SATO. I don't remember exactly, but I called them. On my orders, it has the emergency number. So I just called that, say, hey, I got to go home. This is happening.
Okay.
I also called Landon and some of her family as well to try to notify them, hey, I'm going home. Something's wrong.
When did you actually then fly out of, I think you said Oklahoma City?
Yeah. So one of my battle buddies, or whatever, one of my guys in my class took me up to Oklahoma City because that was the only flight they could find, or the soonest flight they could find. And early the next morning, I spent the night sitting once again right across from the ticket counter at Oklahoma City. I don't remember the flight time.
So when you say the next morning, is that January 28th?
Tuesday, January 28th. Yes, sir.
Did you get any sleep that night?
No, I just sat there and whatever.
Did you fly back to DIA, or did you fly to Colorado Springs?
I think I don't remember exactly. I knew I left Oklahoma City, but I'm pretty sure I got back. I know I got back to Colorado Springs. All the different legs, I don't remember, to be honest. But I know I came into Colorado Springs.
So do you remember being picked up from Colorado Springs Airport?
Yes, sir.
Who picked you up?
The defendant.
So let's talk about that just a little bit. She have her own vehicle at that time?
I don't know what she drove to the airport based on my.
Listen to the question. Did she have her own vehicle?
We went and got a rental. Well, she went upstairs and got a rental car.
did she have her own vehicle that you all owned that she would typically drive? That question's on my part. Does she have a vehicle that she would typically drive
Oh, does she have one?
at that time?
Yes, she did. It was a Volkswagen T1,
Okay. What color was it?
black.
What did she actually pick you up in at the airport?
Like I said already, she went upstairs. I was down at the luggage carrier. She went upstairs to get a rental vehicle.
Okay. Did that seem odd to you?
Absolutely.
At some point, were you in contact with Landon with this news of Gannon being missing?
Absolutely. And once I decided there was an issue, a legitimate issue, I think I called her first, get a hold of her, and then I started calling her daddy and other family members to try to get a hold of her. But I did talk to her Monday on the 27th that evening while still in at Fort Sill. And then I don't remember exactly along the way, but she said, I'll be there. And she started getting her travel arrangements set to get there. So
Did she actually then come out to Colorado?
she did.
Where did she stay when she came to Colorado?
Initially, I don't remember how many nights. I think she stayed at my house for a night or two. I don't remember specifics. Majority of the time, she got a hotel in town. It wasn't long that we all stayed in the house because we had to leave. So
When she got to town, and I think you said, did she come straight to your house?
I saw her for the first time at the sheriff's office, El Paso County Sheriff's Office downtown.
Well, was she staying somewhere in Colorado? Did she go to your house?
So she, from my recollection, she landed, came straight to the sheriff's office. I don't know if she did anything in between, but I saw her at the sheriff's office. We left there, I think, in my truck and went home to my residence 6627. Manhattan Drive.
Did the fact that Landon was going to be staying in your house at 6627 cause tension between you and the defendant?
From her perspective, I can't speak for her perspective. I didn't see there needed for tension because there's a little boy missing, and we got to fight together at that point.
Okay. But was there tension between the two of you over that decision to allow Landon to be at the house?
I believe it created some tension in her mind.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't have that tension. No, sir. I'm just going to speak.
Right. A disagreement though. Did she get mad at you for allowing Landon to be?
Yeah, we disagreed on that note. Yes.
Okay. At some point, then, did that cause the defendant to actually move out of the Mandan Drive house? I'm not asking you for specific days, just a yes or no.
I believe that's what she said caused her. The defendant caused her to move out. Yes.
I'm going to object at this point. It's unclear if he's just speculating as to what was going on in the defendant's mind, or if this was actually verbalized to him. If it was verbalized to him, I think he can testify. If he's just speculating as to what she was thinking, I think it's inappropriate.
I agree. I don't think that he can testify as to what she was thinking at the time. He can testify as to what she did. He can testify as to what she said.
And that's what I'm trying to get across here. And I'm actually asking for a physical thing. Did she physically go to the house and take things out of the house and move out?
She did. Absolutely.
Roughly when did that occur?
Within the first week.
Okay.
I don't remember exact dates. I'm sure we'll get to that.
Okay. And so if we can put up People's Exhibit 26.
26 hasn't been admitted yet.
I move for admission of 21 through
Oh, you're right.
31.
That's right. Yep. I'm sorry. Whoops. Go ahead.
All right. What is depicted in People's 26?
This would have been the defendant's closet in the master bedroom bathroom area. Looks like it's been emptied out.
Okay. So did you move anything out of that closet?
No, sir, I did not.
Who did?
The defendant.
There's still some things that were left behind, it looks like.
Yes, sir, it appears so.
Are those some of the defendant's items as well? It may be hard to tell,
It's
but
hard to tell. I mean, you want me to be specific here? I mean, some of the stuff is my items, but
so I'm asking more about the things hanging. It looks like there's a belt or something and then some sort of a jacket maybe.
this belt looks like it would have been mine. Actually, I remember it because I had that little crease in it, and I cannot tell what jacket that is, to be specific about it.
Okay. And then People's Exhibit 27? Is this another view of that same closet?
Yes, so that would have been my sweater. I don't know whose sweatshirt that is. And those are linens from our bedroom.
Linens from your bedroom?
Yeah, up here in the top corner from our bed.
Okay. And then, so looks like, you said the defendant came in there and moved all those things out.
Yes, sir.
You didn't help her at all?
No, sir, there were other people helping her.
Okay. And then I want to jump now to People's Exhibit 28. What is this?
So this was Harley's room, and the door to Harley's room would have been over in this area, and then that's a door into her closet.
Okay. And then People's 29?
And that's walking into her closet, it looks like.
Her being Harley?
Harley, yes, I'm sorry.
So the clothes and the shoes and whatnot, is that all Harley's?
Those are Harley's shoes, yes, sir.
And then when the defendant moved out the week of that 27th, did Harley also move out?
Harley did, yes, sir.
Let's move on to People's Exhibit 30. Is that Harley's clothes hanging in that closet?
Yes, sir.
And People's 31? Is that the way the closet looked after Harley and Letecia moved out later the week of the 27th?
Yes, sir.
You can take that down, Andrew. Thank you. I want to go through and have you describe for us how you all would communicate. Did each person basically in the family, and when I say each person, I mean you, the defendant, Harley, have cell phones
All three of us did. Yes, sir.
with separate phone numbers?
Separate phone numbers, yes, sir.
And then was there a fourth phone number that was assigned to Gannon and Lena?
Yes, sir. It was like the kid's phone, yes, sir.
What was your phone number back then?
My phone number, 843-478-6714.
Who was the provider for that phone number?
I was.
I'm sorry, the cell phone provider.
Oh, AT&T.
And then what about Gannon's or the kid's phone?
843, I remember it was 6724 because it was just one digit off of my end. I don't remember the middle three.
Okay. So 843 area code.
Mhm.
You have to say yes or no?
Yes, sorry.
Okay. And then the last four, 6724.
6724.
Okay. Who was the cell phone provider for that phone?
AT&T.
And then let's talk about Harley. Do you remember her phone number at that time?
I don't remember off the top of my head.
Okay. Do you know who the cell phone provider
It
was?
was AT&T.
AT&T.
Also 843 area code for sure.
What is 843 area code?
That's coastal South Carolina at the time.
And then, what about the defendant? Did she also have a cell phone?
She did.
Who was the cell phone provider for that phone? Do
AT&T.
you know her phone number?
Yeah, yes, sir. 843-655-7460.
During the course of the investigation, did law enforcement ask you for access to the phone associated with the kids or Gannon's phone?
Yes, sir.
We'll come back to that. We've already talked a little bit about vehicles. What was your vehicle?
I had I believe it was 2016, but Nissan Frontier. It was red, had a 6-inch lift on it, some big mud tires.
Was it a Titan?
No, it was a Frontier.
Frontier?
Nissan Frontier.
And you said what year was it?
I believe 2016, either 2015 or 2016.
Who typically drove that vehicle?
Typically, I did.
Anybody else drive it?
The defendant from time to time.
Did she like driving it?
I don't remember ever enjoying driving it.
And then what about Harley? We saw a picture of it, but that was a white VW Jetta, I think you said.
Yes, sir. 2018, I believe.
And then what about the defendant?
She had, I think it was 2019, but a Tiguan, a black Tiguan with black rims and kind of blacked out tint on her windows.
Did you all own that vehicle?
No, that was a lease.
So now I want to jump back to what we were talking about earlier when she picked you up at the airport. Did she give you a reason? Did she say why she wanted to drive a rental vehicle as opposed to her normal vehicle?
Yeah, her reasoning was we would be doing a lot of searching and driving around looking for Gannon, and due to her vehicle being a lease, she didn't want to go over the mileage on whatever those requirements or allotments were.
What kind of vehicle did she rent?
A little small. I don't remember. I think maybe a Kia. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was a small little sedan.
What color was it?
I believe silver,
Was it white maybe?
maybe white.
You don't have a good memory of that?
I don't, because we just parked it in the driveway and drove my truck around. So, which made totally no sense.
So let's talk about that. Did you actually own the pickup at that time?
I did.
Not a lease issue.
No, I was paying the note off, but I mean, I owned it. It was my name.
Why was it strange to you, the way you said this earlier, that there was a rented vehicle as opposed to her normal Tiguan vehicle that she was picking you up in?
Once again, and I know I've made the statement already about something else, but in these moments when it's an emergency, things like miles on your car don't matter. It doesn't matter what car we drive if we're going searching. So it just, and in the moment, I'm just like, whatever, just do what you want. But yeah, it didn't make any sense.
Did she tell you where the Tiguan was?
She did. She said it was, so, because I asked, it brings back memory. I asked, how did you get to the airport if your car's not here? Well, I parked it at French Elementary School, which is where she was employed. And one of my coworkers brought me, or former, whatever it was, one of my coworkers brought me to the airport and dropped me off.
So just so we're clear, you asked her about that and she told you that one of her coworkers drove her to the airport and dropped her off.
Absolutely.
Is French Elementary School close to the Mandan Drive address?
I mean, it's on the south end of town, but I mean, it's a couple miles away.
Okay. Did you ever drive over to French Elementary School to look for that vehicle?
I did.
Did you find it there?
I did not.
Did you find that odd?
Absolutely.
Let's talk about Gannon's relationship with the defendant. How would you describe that relationship?
Trusting. I'm comfortable saying I think he had love in his heart for her. I don't think he was afraid of her, any fear for her. One of the things about Gannon that is special, and I think it's special about a lot of young boys, he absolutely loved his mom. And he had some of that same love for Tisha too.
So he was a mama's boy.
He was, absolutely.
How was, I guess, who would discipline the kids? And when I say the kids, I'm talking about the little ones. So Lena and Gannon.
Both of us, both myself and the defendant.
I want to get into now your relationship with the defendant. We talked about how you met her. How would you describe the relationship? Was it a loving relationship? What was it?
At what point?
Well, let's start at the beginning.
Okay. I think loving is a good example. It was fun. It was, as you brought up, I was coming off of a divorce. So yeah, it was fresh. It was new. I had a good time. I didn't have custody of the kids at that point. So we were a little bit more free and, things we could do.
How old were Gannon and Lena when you met the defendant?
When I met her,
Yep.
2 and 5, I believe. I think that's right.
When did you first move in together?
So my officer school took me through August. I had to go to a 2-week phase in Alabama. Landon and I sold the house. And it was either, I think I signed the papers and it sold while I was gone, but right in that same time frame, late July, early August, when I got back is when I might have moved my stuff into where we started renting a house, but I moved in late August.
Of what
Something
year?
like that, 2014.
When did you first meet Harley?
Earlier in 2014, maybe March. I remember. Well, let me back up. I had exposure to her at the softball games and stuff, but I never really, had a conversation with, with her. But when I first met her, I actually remember helping her doing her homework the first time I met her. She was doing some vocabulary. I don't know why that stands out, but yeah, I was at Tisha's apartment in spring of 2014.
When were you officially commissioned in the National Guard?
I took my commission June 9th, 2016.
Did you change your duty assignment roughly around that same time?
Yeah, I was in National Guards, as you mentioned, is mostly reserve. So before I commissioned, I was enlisted, made it up to some first class, E7. And in active guard status, I had to resign my full time in order to take my commission. And then I was in the reserve status for about 8 months, 9 months before I went to Alaska.
Okay, so what I'm asking is, did you have to change where you were living and where you were assigned with the National Guard after you took your commission?
Not immediately.
Did you at some point move to Columbia, South Carolina?
I didn't move there. I had, as soon as I commissioned, like I said, it's kind of hard to explain. National Guard's a little different. I resigned my full-time status, but you can get on temporary orders. And so I was on temporary orders in Columbia for a couple months. But I was close enough where I could commute, half the time or whatever.
Okay.
But I just stayed at the Armory in Columbia, South Carolina.
So that's when you say you stayed there, that's where you were working.
I worked there and then I got a, cot and stayed in an extra room down the hall or whatever it was.
And then the house that you mentioned earlier in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, did you and the defendant buy that house?
Right around that same time. Yes, sir.
Do you remember going to Oklahoma roughly around that same time as well?
I did. I wasn't slated to go until January. And this trip to Oklahoma would have been for 6 months. And this was for my basic officer course, not to be confused with the 2 weeks in 2020.
Right.
So I went there. I was slated to go in January, but somebody dropped out. So I was able to go, I think, the end of July, and it took me through December, just shy of 6 months.
Did you take either Gannon and Lena with you to Oklahoma for the 6-month period?
I did not. At that point, their mother still had majority custody. So, but they did come and visit. There was a few holidays or whatever, and I came home a couple times to visit during that time period.
What about the defendant? Did she ever come to Oklahoma to
The
visit?
defendant did, as well as Harley.
Did she ever move to Oklahoma during that 6-month period with you?
She never moved. I don't remember her staying at maximum a week. I don't even think she stayed that long at any point.
Was it that year, 2016, when you learned of the job up in Alaska?
I did. While I was in Oklahoma, I learned that.
Was that something that interested you?
Absolutely.
Did you apply to that position?
Absolutely.
When you finished that training in Oklahoma in 2016, where did you go after finishing that training?
I came home, I say home, but came to the house that the defendant and I owned in Myrtle Beach.
Okay. When did you actually get transferred up to Alaska? If you can tell us.
Yeah. So I spoke to this earlier. I came here for schooling. I got here, I think, April 1st, did 2 months here, and then I took the trip with the kids up to Alaska. So I think June 9th or something like that, I got up there. But I was on orders in the Alaska Guard on my way here, and then just did my training. So
You said June. What year are we talking about?
2017, once again. Yeah.
What was the, I'm a Navy guy, so I don't understand National Guard. Are they bases, forts? What are they called?
Most of the time, your typical National Guard duty is going to be at Armory, like a local reserve center or something. They're all over Colorado Springs. This one is a little different because it was an active Guard unit, which is kind of rare in the Guard, but it was at Fort Greely, Alaska. I was stationed and lived on base.
So how long were you stationed up at Fort Greely?
Just shy of 2 years. Like, as I mentioned, I got hired on in March, went to my school here, and then that was 2017. And then February 2019, I was transferred here.
Was it roughly around that time that you actually filed for custody of Gannon and Lena?
No, I think I actually filed for custody before I left to Alaska. So is that the time period you're talking about?
Yeah, so when did you file for custody of Gannon and Lena?
So like February or March of 2017. I don't remember specific dates, but it was before I was leaving. Yes, sir.
Do you remember a specific incident occurring prior to you leaving for training where you and the defendant got into an argument in
Yes, sir.
2017?
In 20. Don't remember. Is there more you can give me?
I can't ask you leading questions. I got to ask an open-ended question.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So I think we did get into an argument, a verbal argument about me taking the job in Alaska. That was a point of tension for sure.
Did she tell you whether she was supportive of you taking that job in Alaska or not?
I don't remember specifically if she said supported, but all indications were no.
Was that the sort of the source of the fight?
I would say yes. That was the source of many verbal disagreements and arguments in that time period.
Were you all living together at that particular time?
Yes,
When this fight occurred?
Yes, sir. In the house in Myrtle Beach.
Okay. Did the defendant take specific action regarding your belongings in the house?
Yeah, yes, sir. The day I was supposed to leave to come to Colorado for training, which would have been late March. I don't remember the specific date. Yeah, she threw all my stuff in the front yard and whatever. Just said, I'm done with you kind of thing.
So you said, she said, I'm done with you kind of thing?
And I'm not quoting directly, but that's the theme of it. I'm done. Take your stuff and go and whatever.
Obviously the relationship didn't end then, is that right?
No, I think it was actually about a week or 8 or 9 days before we talked again. Not a lot of communication. I didn't talk to her the whole trip here, and then it was a couple of days after I got here, I think. So yeah, it was tough times.
You mentioned earlier that the defendant actually did come up to Alaska.
Yes, sir.
When did that occur?
various times. I don't know. I don't remember specifically when she first showed up. I had already been there for a while. But she did come and then stayed for a week or 2 or 3 weeks here, a month there. I mean, she never moved there. I never felt like she moved there, I should say.
Well, and I'm probably just asking a bad question, but was there a period of time where it seemed as if there was a move where she actually brought Harley with her to Alaska?
Yes, there was a period of time, and this would have been that first summer, because what she told me was that she was looking for a job at the school and that she had enrolled Harley at the school in Delta Junction is the town, but that she was enrolled there. And then, that's where we're at.
Delta Junction, Alaska.
Yeah, which is where Fort Greely, the base, is located, is Delta Junction.
So did the defendant and Harley actually come to Alaska during that time frame?
They did. There would have been sometime June or July. I don't remember how long they stayed, like I said, but
Did the defendant ever tell you? Did you say something, Judge?
No.
Okay, sorry. Did the defendant ever tell you whether she enjoyed being in Alaska?
she actually told me the opposite quite a bit, that she hated it there, that we should give it back to Russia. So
Give Alaska back to
yeah,
Russia?
just give it to them because it's so bad up there.
Would the defendant use manipulation on you in your relationship?
Absolutely.
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Go ahead, you can answer.
Absolutely.
In this time period that we're talking about, where you were in Alaska, and she's telling you that she hated it, did she manipulate that situation to try to get you to leave that duty station?
Yes, sir. At the end, she did.
When you say the end, what do you mean by the end?
But that's what her manipulating a situation is what led me to leave Alaska.
When did the manipulation in that regard change or cause you to start to leave Alaska?
That specific incident or set of incidents would have been in the fall of 2018.
What was the nature of that manipulation?
Objection 404B.
Council approach, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a break until about 10:40. Again, do not discuss the case among yourselves. Do not discuss the case with anyone else. Do not do your own investigation about any aspect of this case. And if we can have everyone back in the jury room ready to go at 10:40, we should be able to start on time at that point. All right, for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. The record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. We were having a discussion at the bench regarding the permissible areas to go into. And it seems to me, Mr. Allen, that what you can do is, I think it's probably safer just to use some leading questions, talk with your witness as well. But I do think that he can talk, as I understand it, what the evidence is going to be, or the offered evidence is going to be, is that Ms. Stout made a claim regarding sexual harassment
That's right.
against some other people in his unit that may have made it uncomfortable for Mr. Stout to remain in that unit, and apparently that's why he decided to change duty station. We're not going to get into what the substance of those allegations were. Mr. Stout, you would be prohibited from saying or testifying whether or not you believed those allegations, whether or not you thought she was making them up, those kinds of things. You can say that she made them, and you can say that you can testify about how that made you feel and why you wanted to move, but you cannot testify about whether or not you thought they were true unless she told you something different. Okay. All right.
Well, Judge, I think it's as I was saying at the bench, it's a form of manipulation to get that to happen. And so I do think it would be proper for him to say whether it was an attempt by the defendant to manipulate him being assigned to that duty station,
He can go ahead.
leading to him then changing duty stations to Colorado.
He can testify that he thought she was manipulating him, but he cannot testify that that's what she thought.
There you go.
Because in this case, I do think that there's some issue about whether or not the defendant may have manipulated certain events or whether or not the defendant may have manipulated certain conduct at some point in time. And so I do think that that is relevant. I think it's admissible. I think it goes to some of the heart of the issue of the evidence in this case. So I think that he can testify as to whether or not he thought he was being manipulated and leave it at that. I don't think he can go any further than that. Mr. Tellini?
Yeah, and so I've got a couple different.
Go ahead.
I mean, one basically what we're talking about, at least it sounds to me, I'm making the record, and we're talking about propensity evidence. She manipulated him in Alaska, therefore when she was doing this other stuff in January of 2020, February 2020 must have been manipulation as well. That is propensity. Further, there has been no 404B notice filed by the district attorney of the prior bad acts. I'm unaware of any case that I've come across that does away with Rule 404B just because we raised the issue of not guilty by reason of insanity. Obviously, we have some different experts that are going to come on that have been provided different evidence. Some of that may be described as 404B. And so that expert, that influenced that expert's decision. I think it would be relevant and admissible through that expert. I just don't think it's admissible through this witness we have here. Because whether or not he felt manipulated or not has no real bearing on what was going on in 2020, unless we're talking about propensity, or unless we're talking about other motive, other types of stuff that would need to be endorsed under 404B.
Mr. Allen?
Judge, they have put the defendant's mental condition into relevance by claiming NGRI. This witness specifically spent a lot of time with this defendant over many years. And so a case law is clear that he can comment on whether she was sane or not, and if she was having any mental health issues, which I do intend to get into. There is evidence, as we know from preliminary hearing, that the defendant attempted to manipulate this investigation. We're going to have evidence from different people on that point as well. And that's sort of the track record of this particular defendant. That's not a bad act. That's mental condition evidence that they have put in play by claiming NGRI.
I tend to agree with the prosecution here. I've read all of the psychological examinations, the competency and the sanity examinations. I'm also familiar with the facts that are involved in this case. I don't think it's necessarily propensity, but I also think that it would be appropriate to ask any of the experts that are coming whether or not conduct by the defendant in I think this was fall of 2018, would be an example of manipulation by the defendant. And if this testimony is not permitted at this point in time, or this evidence is not admitted at this point in time, there wouldn't be a basis by which to ask the expert that question when they take the stand. So I understand that you disagree, but I think that I do think that's appropriate. I think it is more of intrinsic rather than extrinsic evidence. So I am going to allow it. But again, Mr. Stout will not be permitted to say whether or not he believed that those allegations were false or not. And he can testify as to what happened, how he reacted to it. And we're dealing with a relationship between the people. It has a lot to do with his mental state, Mr. Stout's mental state at the time that the investigation was going on, based on his history with the defendant. It also has something to do with the way that the defendant may have acted at the time all of this happened, based on her history with him. So I'm going to allow it, and you can do it through leading questions. All right. With that, we will take our break. And so if Ms. Stout needs a break, we need to do that now. Oh, all right. Thank you, Mr. Cook. All right. Court will be in recess. Thank you. Mr. Stout, you may want to talk with Mr. Allen about what the parameters are.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Can you use the restroom? I was going to. Okay. Oh, absolutely.
So that's just, I was trying to think of the just like case, I can see off my head.
You can say that before that joke.
No, I'll get the finest bottled water they have.
I could just go check this. What time did you tell us to be back? Who do we have? Thought I had this earlier. This was Dean's phone.
Okay.
I'm a young man, but what I am. We both decided. That's the way to go, boss.
You can whenever you want.
Are we gonna, Mr. Allen? Where's Mr. Allen? Oh, he's in the back.
I'll get him. Michael?
Yes, no, not again. I'll just remind you that you're still under oath.
Okay.
Are we good to go?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so you've had your time with
Yes.
Mr. Okay, all right. Okay, let's go ahead and bring the jury in then. You doing okay with that?
Judge, one thing, apparently, I'm not sure if the mics are actually, yeah, this is working. I just need to hold it closer.
That one is.
Yeah. And is that one turned on also?
Yes.
Okay.
The ones at council table remain off for the reasons that we discussed long ago.
Okay.
But the lectern is on, witness is on. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 13 or 20 CR 1358. People versus Letecia Stout record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. When we took our break, we were in the midst of the examination of Mr. Stout. That's where we will resume. Mr. Stout, I remind you, sir, that you're still under oath. Mr. Allen?
Thank you, Your Honor. So Al, we were just getting into whether the defendant manipulated your assignment to Alaska. Did she, well, let me ask you this. There was a point in time where she raised sexual harassment claims that caused tension for you and your command in Alaska. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did that involve a Corporal Jenkins and a Lieutenant Colonel Ortega?
Captain Jenkins and yes. Lieutenant
Captain
Colonel.
Jenkins.
Yes.
Okay. Again, I don't know these National Guard ranks.
It's Army.
Army.
Yeah,
Okay.
Army.
Again, I don't know that either. I'd asked you before whether she was happy being assigned, having you all living up in Alaska, and I think you said no.
Absolutely not. Yes.
Did this claim of sexual harassment, not asking you whether it was true or not, but did that lead to you eventually leaving Alaska and coming to Colorado?
Yes, sir. It did.
Well, there's two specific things that you witnessed that were sort of at the heart of these sexual harassment claims.
Yes, sir.
Did one of those involve Captain Jenkins?
Yes, sir.
Was that a time when you were at some establishment and there was some drinking involved?
Yeah, me and the defendant showed up for dinner and the other person was already there and had been drinking. Yes, sir.
The other person being Captain
Captain
Jenkins?
Jenkins. Yes, sir.
Was that one of the issues that the defendant raised as the basis for sexual harassment?
That situation. Yes, sir. A comment he had made.
Okay. And we're not calling Captain Jenkins, so we don't need to get into what he said.
Yes,
Okay. And then as it relates to Colonel Ortega, did you witness a specific event that was an interaction between Lieutenant Colonel Ortega and the defendant?
Yes, sir.
What was that specific thing?
Let me describe the event.
Yes, that you witnessed.
So I was the S1, which is the personnel officer for the battalion. Lieutenant Colonel Ortega was the battalion commander. I was still in the office. The defendant was coming to pick me up because we only had one vehicle in Alaska, and she was coming from the house to pick me up. And when I came out of the building, he was leaning over into the truck, talking to her. I don't know what they were talking about or anything. And then as soon as he saw me, he left. Didn't stop and communicate with me. Just left and walked away. And that was it.
Okay. And so did the defendant specifically use that incident as another part of the allegation of sexual harassment?
Yes, sir.
Did she file a formal complaint with your command?
There was I don't know. I don't think it was with the command. I think it went through the state. So
Okay.
Alaska National Guard. I don't know the specifics of it. My only involvement was to basically say what I just said.
Okay. So what I'm asking you is, when I say command, again, I'm not informed on National Guard. Did she inform the National Guard of this complaint of sexual harassment?
Yes, sir.
And you knew that?
Yes, sir.
Did that cause you issues in your unit?
Yes, sir.
And did that eventually lead to you transferring from Alaska?
Yes, sir.
Was there a time when she specifically sent you a text and told you that she was pregnant?
Yes.
And did that text also include a ultrasound picture?
Yes.
Did she tell you that she was actually pregnant with twins?
Yes, sir.
Was that another form of manipulation?
Yes, sir.
Sustained. You can ask him how he felt about it.
Did the defendant ever give birth to twins?
No, sir.
Did it ever turn out that she was pregnant with twins?
No, sir.
Sustained. Jury will disregard that answer.
Well, did you ever go to any doctor's appointments with the defendant?
For that specific instance, no.
Okay. Do you know whether she went to any doctor's appointments for that specific incident?
I'm confident that she didn't. No, sir.
So we talked about the sexual harassment claim and that causing tension in your unit, and that eventually leading to you transferring from Alaska, right?
Yes, sir.
When did that actual transfer occur?
Like I said previously, I when I say boots on ground, I arrived here February 15th, I believe, 2019.
And I think you had previously said that the defendant preceded your move to Colorado.
Yes, sir.
When did she leave Alaska?
So she wasn't in Alaska. She came to Alaska for a couple weeks or a month, I think in December of, that would have been 2018. She brought the kids with her, that being Gannon and Elena and Harley as well. And then we stayed there. Actually, we stayed in a house on one of the bases, like a temporary house. And then, like I told you, they came ahead of me about a month and a half or so.
Okay. So you're saying that they being the defendant and the kids,
Yeah, all the names I listed, the defendant, Harley, Gannon, and Elena.
would that have been in January of 2019?
I believe they came in January because we did Christmas in Alaska.
And I think you had previously said that the defendant actually found the 6627 Mandan Drive house, and that's where you all moved into.
Yes, sir.
You remember the defendant filing burglary allegations in 2019?
Yes, sir.
How many different ones did she file?
I believe it was 2, to my recollection.
One of those specific claims was a burglary in the fall of 2019, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there were some things that she pointed to you to support that as being a valid burglary claim.
Yes, sir.
One of which was a hammer hanging from a string in the garage.
Yes, sir.
That included potentially somebody had maybe got into the attic access in the garage.
A squatter is how she referred to it.
Was there ever a squatter in your house?
No, sir. No one was ever found.
Did you have an ammo can in the house?
I did. Yes, sir.
Was it dumped out on the floor and made to look as if someone had rummaged through it?
Sustained. You can ask him what he found and what it looked like.
Okay. Tell us what you remember about this ammo can.
In this specific break-in allegation, the ammo can, I kept it, I think next to the bed or under the bed or something, and it was open and dumped out like somebody had been rummaging through the ammo can. One of the clothes hampers was dumped out, and the bed was kind of pushed. The mattress was pushed off the box spring, just enough to look like somebody had forced their way through that area.
Did the defendant tell you that that was another piece of evidence or sign that there had been a burglary in your house?
She did.
Was there also a gunshot claim?
There was.
Did this come from the defendant to you?
Yes, sir.
What did she say about that?
She claimed that she fired one of the weapons, I don't remember which one, up the storm well. That's pretty much what summation of it.
So let's talk a little bit about that. One of the weapons you said. Did you have firearms in the house?
I did, yes, sir.
What kind of weapons?
I had a 9mm, a Smith & Wesson 9mm compact. I had I don't remember the brand, but it was a black and Tiffany green 9mm full size. I also had AR pistol type gun. There was a 20 gauge Benelli youth shotgun and a 12 gauge. It was all black shotgun. I forget the brand. And then I think there was at least one Smith & Wesson little 380 compact as well.
So when she's telling you that there was a weapon that she fired in I think you said the storm well, is that the window well?
Yeah, and the specific one was the window well next to, if you remember the picture where the computers were, there was a window well right behind those computers. That's the one she said that she fired it out of.
Did you ever find a shell casing associated with that gunshot?
No, sir.
In that particular, those pistols that you're talking about, the Smith & Wesson 9mm, that what sounds like a Tiffany green or blue 9mm and that 380, are those semi-automatic handguns?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with semi-automatic handguns?
Sir.
Have you fired them?
I don't know specifically the 380.
So what I'm actually asking is generalized. Have you,
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
when you fire those weapons, does the slide automatically slide back and eject the shell casing?
Ejects it and then loads the next round into the chamber.
Did you ever see any evidence that that gun had been fired in that window well in the basement?
No, sir.
Did the defendant ever admit to you that she made up those burglary claims?
Yes, sir.
What did she say?
I don't remember specifics, but I don't know how much you want me to elaborate, but I had to do some digging and eventually I found out that most of the story she had told was just not accurate. And then she finally admitted to making up the claims of break-ins. I don't remember if she gave a reason why either.
In your mind, was that another attempt or attempts at manipulating what was happening in your relationship?
Absolutely.
At some point in 2019, did you and the family get into family counseling?
Not family counseling.
What counseling?
Yeah, Gannon and Elena specifically.
Okay. What about the defendant?
To my knowledge, I don't think she had counseling.
Okay. Did she make specific comments to you about Gannon that led to you wanting to get Gannon into this counseling?
Yeah, there was 2 reasons. And you want me to elaborate on that?
Yes.
Okay.
As long as these are things that she told you as to things that led you to want to get Gannon into counseling.
Yes, sir. One of the reasons is the other reason was, like I said before, he was a mama's boy, and both the kids had struggles with, we had a little bit of back and forth of custody issues. So that was part of the reason. The other reason is she made a claim that he was coming after her to some degree.
He and her.
Gannon coming after the defendant to some degree. And so once again, twofold mission with the counseling. One, to make sure he's dealing with his, the situation with his mom and being apart from her. And then also the counseling should uncover anything else that's going on or any disdain he had for the defendant.
Who was the defendant closer to as far as the 2 little kids? So Gannon and Lena.
Lena, undoubtedly.
You say undoubtedly?
Absolutely, she was.
Whose idea was it to move Gannon to the basement?
It was mine.
Okay. Did you ever witness Gannon displaying any behavior that would support the claim that Gannon had it out for the defendant?
Absolutely not, towards no one. I absolutely never witnessed that, period.
Did you ever take family trips together?
With the defendant and the 3 children?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Specifically, was there a trip in early January
January.
of 2020?
That would have been just myself and the defendant.
Okay. What was that trip?
It was to celebrate our anniversary, and we went on a cruise out of Southern Florida.
Did you need a passport for that cruise?
I don't believe so. No, sir.
Did you ever take any trips with the defendant that required a passport?
I don't remember specifically. We had one when we went to Canada just to get it stamped, just for, remembrance. I don't remember specifically. Well, we did. We went to Mexico. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yep. Sorry, I forgot about that.
That's okay. So that leads to this question. Did you have a passport?
I did. Yes, sir.
When you said you went to Canada to get it stamped?
Mhm.
You have to say yes or no?
Yes, sir.
When you went to Mexico, did you get your passport stamped?
Yes, sir.
Did you see her with a passport?
In Mexico, yes.
Did she get that passport stamped in Mexico?
I don't remember. I would assume it would have had to been because we went to a resort in Mexico. So
But you know for a fact that she did have a passport.
she did, absolutely.
In this, and I'm gonna ask you to give me a more specific timeline, but in late 2019, early 2020, where was the defendant working at that time?
Early 2020, I don't know, but late in 2019, she was employed, I believe it's Whitefield School District 3 in French Elementary School, as I referenced earlier. She was attempting, is what she
Well,
told
let me get to that. I'll get to that in just a second. So she was working in late 2019 at Whitefield School District.
Mhm.
Yes, okay. And again, that's for our court reporter. She'll get mad at me in a minute if we keep doing that. Was she enjoying her work there?
She was not.
Did she tell you that?
Absolutely.
What did she tell you?
She had a conflict based on her educational status. She had a conflict with a principal where she thought she was more educated and should have more of a leadership role. And then just other stuff surrounding that. I don't remember specifics, but
So let's unpack that a little bit. When you said that she had a conflict because she felt like she was more educated, you mean the defendant felt like she was more educated than the principal?
yes, the defendant. Yes, sir.
Did you ever go to French Elementary School?
I did. Yes, sir.
How many times did you go visit her there?
I don't remember exactly, but I would cook lunch and take her lunch for her and her coworkers. And you can elaborate on that a little bit?
Just you would go there and take lunch?
Yeah, with her and sit and eat sometimes with her. Sometimes I would drop it off. Yes,
Did you see her interactions with people at the school?
yes, sir.
Did you see any problems with anybody at the school?
Not with her, the team that she was always with.
That conflict that you described with her and the principal, did that lead to her manipulating, in your mind, getting out of that particular school?
Allow it overruled.
In my mind, it did, in accompanying with an injury claim she had as well.
Did she, okay, so I'm gonna ask you about that.
Okay.
Did she specifically tell you about some allegations she made about being injured at the school?
Yes, sir.
What did she tell you?
That she was standing on a bench or standing on the bookshelf or something, but she fell and the bookshelf fell and hit her in the head, and she had a head injury from that.
Did you ever see any signs on the defendant of being injured from either falling or having a bookshelf fall on her head?
No, sir.
Did that lead you to believe that this was another manipulation by the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Did she tell you what kind of work she was hoping to get into?
Yes, sir.
What was that?
She always had just talked about wanting to be an airline flight attendant. And so I think from what I understand, she started pursuing that late 2019 through the Christmas holiday and into early 2020.
Who was she pursuing employment with?
Spirit Airlines.
Where's Spirit Airlines out of, to your knowledge?
I have no clue. I know she went to Orlando, Florida for Spirit Airlines training is what she told me.
When did that happen?
I think shortly after Christmas, within a day or two after Christmas 2019. And it was a short trip.
You mentioned earlier when we were first talking about the weekend of January 25th, Saturday, Sunday, January 26th, your mom being in town.
Yes, sir.
When did your mom get into town here in Colorado Springs?
She was here for about a week, if I remember correctly. I don't remember a specific date, but she was there, I think, that whole week
Did she stay in a hotel or at the house?
at the house.
Where did she sleep?
Oh, I don't remember that specific time where she slept.
You mentioned that there was Gannon's bed in his bedroom.
Mhm.
Let's say yes or no.
Yes, sorry.
And then there was a second bed in Gannon's bedroom.
Yes,
And then there was a bed in Harley's bedroom.
yes,
There was the master bedroom.
yes.
And then you had couches both downstairs and upstairs. Do you remember, with that in mind, where your mother slept when she visited you
I still don't, not that
Okay.
specific visit,
how were you and the defendant getting along during this period of time when your mom was visiting?
not well.
How was the defendant, interacting with your mom?
I think it was fine and peaceful. I don't remember it being there any negativity.
Was there anything out of the ordinary?
I don't remember.
You mentioned, going up to DIA on January 25th after having dinner and all that sort of stuff. Is that the last time you saw Gannon alive?
Yes, sir.
Did you say anything to him?
Yeah, he was, we were at the top of the stairs and I was getting ready to leave with mom and, me and Gannon were at the top of the stairs and I just gave him a hug and I always used to rub my fingers through his hair and, just told him I love you. And, something I would always tell the kids when I had to leave or when they would go back to their mom's house was like, you know, you're always going to be in my heart and I'm always going to be in your heart. But I'll see you when I get back. And he's like, okay, daddy, love you. And I'm going to finish watching Pokemon. I remember it like it was yesterday. Yep.
We got into this a little bit earlier about the phones, and I asked you specifically about the phone that was assigned to Gannon and Lena, and whether law enforcement asked you for access to that phone. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
May I approach?
You may.
Yep, I remember. Pops
You
up.
recognize this?
Absolutely, that's their
What is
phone.
this?
That's Gannon Lena's phone from that time period.
Does it appear to be changed at all?
It does not.
May I move for admission of People's 228?
No objection.
Exhibit 228 will be admitted.
I asked you earlier about when you would take trips together. Do you remember taking a trip to Hawaii?
Yes, sir.
When did that occur?
Um,
You okay?
yes.
Is there Kleenex up there?
Yeah, I got some.
Okay.
I think 2018, spring, it was right before that volcano erupted. So I think it was spring of 2018.
Who went on that trip?
The defendant, myself, all three children, Harley, Gannon, and Lena.
You remember taking a video of Gannon in Hawaii?
Yeah, we took multiple pictures and videos. Yes, sir.
May I approach?
You may.
People's Exhibit number 15, if you need to take it out of the sleeve, you can do that.
Excuse me. I recognize it. I recognize my initials right there.
What is People's Exhibit 50?
Now I also see the date of when I initialed it. It says Facebook video of Gannon Stalk. I
Is this a video of Gannon in Hawaii?
believe so. Yes, sir.
And you saw the content?
I
of
did.
this disc?
Yes, sir.
Is it a fair and accurate copy of that recording from Gannon in Hawaii?
Yes, sir.
I move for admission of People's 50.
Sweeney,
Your approach.
is there an objection?
Yes, it's relevant.
Do you want to say it from here? He asked it.
Sure. Mr. Allen?
Yep, so we'll come back to that in a moment. Al.
I object to moving to this by-
Yeah, Mr. Allen, you need to refer to the witness by Mr. Stout.
Okay. I want to go back to what we were asking, or what I was asking you about earlier about the defendant telling you that Gannon had it out for her. Did she make a specific comment to you about Gannon and a knife
Yes, sir.
to you?
Yes, sir.
What was that comment?
Something about he had threatened her with a knife or came at her with a knife.
Did you ever see Gannon threaten anybody with a knife?
No threats ever out of Gannon, knife or no knife.
And was that right before you got Gannon into counseling in 2019?
Yes, sir.
I want to ask you about, specifically, I asked you earlier about trips that you would take together.
Mhm.
You also mentioned that the defendant was trying to get a job with Spirit Airlines.
Yes, sir.
Did she like to travel?
She loved to travel. Yes, sir.
Did she like to travel to Disney?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever go with her to Disney?
Yes, sir. In various configurations of family, I should say.
Did she ever take any other trips that you're aware of, either with you or without you?
Yes, sir.
Did you take cruises with her to the Caribbean?
Yes, sir.
Did she ever take any cruises to the Caribbean by herself that you knew about?
I don't know about by herself. I know with just Harley, I know she took a few.
Okay. What about to Australia?
Never heard of a trip to Australia. No, sir.
What about a trip to Bogota, Colombia?
Never heard of a trip to Bogota, Colombia either, sir.
What about Jamaica?
Don't know about Jamaica. Like I said, she went on trips to the Caribbean, so I can't attest to that.
You mentioned that cruise in Florida in, I think you said in January 2020 to celebrate your anniversary.
Sir.
That was just you and the defendant.
Yes, sir.
Did you take other cruises together?
Yes, sir.
Did you take a cruise in Southern California?
We left out of Southern California, went to Ensenada.
When was that roughly?
Let's go. While I was in Alaska, I don't remember exactly. So between 2017 and 2018, somewhere.
Did you take another cruise with the defendant in the summer of 2019?
We did, yes, sir.
Who was on that trip?
Myself, the defendant, Harley, and Gannon, and I think one of Harley's friends as well.
You mentioned taking a trip to Mexico. When was that?
That would have been right before I went to Oklahoma for 6 months. So 2016,
Where in Mexico did you go?
Cancun.
Was the defendant with you?
Yes.
Was she with you besides going to the bathroom or shopping or something like that, was she basically with you the whole time during that trip?
Yeah, there was one time I was sleeping and she said she went out and got dinner. Other than that, I think we were together 90% of the, majority of the trip.
Did she ever tell you about waking up in the tent with cartel members?
Never heard that story from her mouth, sir. No.
Did you ever have stressors in your relationship between you and the defendant as it relates to finances?
Yes, sir.
What kind of lifestyle did the defendant want to live while you were with her? Based on things that either she told you or that you saw?
A classic example is she always compared herself and wanted to be like Kim Kardashian. That was kind of her main thing she looked towards. I think a best way to sum it up is always wanted to live above our means.
To live above your means?
Yes, sir. That's a good way to sum it up.
Did you agree to being living above your means?
There was examples where I gave and there was examples where I didn't.
But was that ultimately a source of tension between you and the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Did she ever accuse you of infidelity or cheating?
Yes, sir.
I want to ask you about that storage room. Was it typical that you would keep luggage in that storage room?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember any specific suitcases that were kept in there?
Yeah, there was like a reddish orange one. It had some flowery, I don't know how to explain it, but some patterns on it. There was a large green one. I'd say extra large green one, actually. There was a few smaller, like carry-on size black suitcases. So we had quite a few.
Where'd the large green one come from?
I believe that, I know for a fact it came from Landon, which is Gannon's mother, her Aunt Veronica. Landon took a trip there at some point in mine and Landon's relationship, and she came back with that suitcase full of clothes. And I just kept it after me and Landon split up.
And was that also stored in that storage room?
It was.
Did you ever use that large green suitcase on trips?
I used it more so when I moved or PCS'd. I don't remember using it on a trip or vacation because it was just too big.
Do you remember being shown a picture of a suitcase under a bridge in Florida?
Yes, sir.
Did you recognize that suitcase?
Yes, sir.
What did you recognize it as?
That same extra large green suitcase from my house.
Want to have you flip to People's Exhibit number 48 in that notebook?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
What is that a picture of?
That's a picture of that extra large green suitcase we've been discussing.
Under a bridge?
I can see the footings of the bridge. I can't really see the bridge structure itself, but
Does that appear to be the same suitcase that we've been talking about that Landon's Aunt Veronica gave to Landon when you and Landon were married?
yes, sir.
That was stored in the storage room.
Yes, sir.
Can I move for admission of People's Exhibit 48?
Exhibit 48 will be admitted. Go ahead.
May we publish? Oh, there we go. What do you remember about that suitcase other than it being large?
There was a few things that were broken on it. I don't know if I don't know if the wheel was, but I think the handle on the other side was broken. There's a few things that had just worn down over time on it. But the size is the big thing. I remember how large the suitcase was. So.
Okay. All right. May I approach?
You may.
What's been marked as People's Exhibit number 33. Obviously, a disc. Do you recognize this disc?
I do,
How do you recognize it?
because I initialed and dated it 31 March.
Did you watch the contents of this disc?
I did.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of a video that you have seen?
Yes.
I move for admission of People's Exhibit 33.
Defense. Objection. Exhibit 33 will be admitted. Go ahead.
In permission to publish, right?
You may.
We need the screen, Judge.
It's not, you're not feeding yet. I have a pre-screen up here so that I can see. Okay.
Two, I just don't know what to do.
Well, devastating. Initially, Scott, I can't lie, when the TMZ information.
Shannon, I promise this is the last time I'm gonna ask you. I'm just freaking out, okay? Are you sure you didn't do it on purpose? Okay, you promise. You promise. Pinky promise. Okay, all right. So listen. All right, we're gonna have to sell stuff to fix it. Okay, so we figure out what we gotta sell. We can sell the sofa. We can sell whatever, because we gotta get it fixed. So, lady, don't be mad at us and kick us out of the house. Okay, you got it. You got it.
I just worried about my
Okay, shh, listen. So tomorrow,
That was a couple of.
Council, approach for a moment, please. It's okay. All right, Mr. Allen.
two, I just don't know what to do.
That you can see. Who is that?
That's Lena, absolutely.
And then the email voice that you hear on that recording, who is that?
Tisha, excuse me, the defendant.
And then the other voice that you hear towards the end, whose voice is that?
Those are the last words I ever heard Gannon speak.
I want to have you jump back into that binder, Mr. Stout, and look at People's Exhibits 19 and 20. The ones I mistakenly tried to admit without any foundation earlier.
Okay.
You recognize those?
19 and 20, yes, sir.
Are those, well, what are they?
Those are two different angles, pictures of Gannon in his bed.
Have you seen those pictures before?
I have, yes, sir.
When did you see them?
I don't want to mix it up. I know I've seen them in, through various things, but, one of these specifically, or at least one, if not both, the defendant sent to me that morning, which would have been, Monday, the 27th.
Okay, so we're talking about January 27th of 2020?
Yes, sir.
And then you received those specifically from the defendant?
Yes, sir.
What method did you receive them from?
Text message.
Text message. Are they fair and accurate copies of the photos that you received on January 27, 2020?
Yes, sir.
I move for admission and permission to publish 19 and 20.
Mr. Tellini, exhibits 19 and 20 will be admitted.
So I think we have People's Exhibit 19 up on the screen now. Tell the jury what we're looking at in People's 19.
So once again, that's Gannon in his bed. I referenced a TV off to the left. You can see it here, a TV in his dresser. The table we discussed earlier, and then once again, there's Gannon in his bed.
Is that typically the way Gannon would sleep in his bed with the blankets just piled on top like that?
No, sir. There was a couple things I noticed that were different. There seemed to be a big, I don't know, pillow or bulge or something down here. I don't remember this red and green blanket actually being on his bed. Or we've discussed that. I don't remember that.
Okay.
I can't say 100% that it wasn't ever, but.
And then People's 20? This is basically just another depiction of that same scene?
Yeah, it appears to be, I think it's different though, because is it okay if I show?
Well,
differences, or-
let me ask you this. What is there a difference between the two photos based on your observation?
Yeah,
of it?
absolutely.
What are those differences?
If you look at where his hand is here, and if you look, if we can go back to the other one, his hands are in a totally different position. See how his hands are crossed right here, like it's kind of pulled back a little bit. And then a huge thing to me was his bed was almost never pulled away from the wall like this. And we discussed that in a previous photo, that his bed was almost always pushed up against the wall.
And then that's the bulge that you referenced in the other photo in People's 19
Same as right here. Yeah, right there,
and then 20.
right here. And notice that difference as well.
And do you even recognize that particular blanket, or you recognize it, but you don't think it was typically on Gannon's bed?
Yeah, that blanket is one that was in our house somewhere. I just don't think it was a typical blanket. It wasn't his.
It was not his.
It was not his blanket, and it was not typically on his bed.
Okay. You can take that down for now. I want to jump back, Mr. Stout, to when we were talking about your trip to Hawaii in 2018. And I previously showed you People's Exhibit number 50, which was that disc. I think I might have left it up here. Let me check, actually.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
This time I move for admission of People's. Request permission to publish.
Mr. Tellini,
Subject to prior objection.
objections.
That was me. I hit the mic.
Okay, all right. The objections overruled. Exhibit 50 is admitted.
And permission to publish. Your Honor.
You may.
So before we start playing People's Exhibit 50, who do we see on screen there?
That's Gannon.
Go ahead and play it.
Where you at? In Hawaii, go.
When you got back from Oklahoma, Mr. Stout, did you participate in searches for Gannon?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury about what you did to look for Gannon.
The first day, which would have been Tuesday, 28th, left the airport and then came home and just got somewhat organized. And then there was a story about Gannon running away or walking away. And there was somebody said they might have seen him at a gas station in Fountain. And so
So let me ask you specifically, you don't know whether that was a true statement or not, correct?
in the moment, I didn't. No.
Okay. But did that cause you to go do things to see if that was in fact a legitimate sighting of Gannon?
Yes, sir.
What did you do?
Myself and the defendant in my truck, my red Nissan truck, drove to that gas station. I went in, well, I think I met the officer there, if I remember correctly, and went in and watched whatever he allowed me to watch the footage of what boy that was alleged to be Gannon coming in and out of the store. And so I could confirm if it was him or not.
Was it Gannon?
It was not. It was another boy with his father that, or whatever, another boy with an older man.
Just wasn't Gannon.
It just was not Gannon. No, sir.
What else did you specifically do to look for Gannon?
There was times when after the day was over, I'd drive around at night just seeing if I could spot him. That specific, I believe it was Tuesday as well. I had been downtown to the sheriff's office, given an interview, and then came back home and checked on the girls, being Harley and Lena, and then told them I was going out searching again, and went to the Walmart and Fountain. I was heading to the Walmart and Fountain. Just maybe he's in the video game section or GameStop or something. I was thinking of places he would be. And then it occurred to me, or I remember that the defendant had said her car was at French Elementary School. And so I never actually went to Walmart. I went directly to French Elementary School to look for her vehicle.
And you previously told us that you didn't see her vehicle there.
Absolutely. I drove around the school 3 times just to make sure I wasn't missing it.
Did she ever tell you where her car actually was?
Never did. That was the only thing she ever told me, was that I left it at French Elementary School.
At some point, based on things that you're learning, did you, in your mind, did it change from Gannon didn't come home from a friend's house to something different?
That was really the key moment. There was a lot of things. We've discussed a number of them, some discrepancies in the pictures, the rental car situation. I think I'd already known at that point that I had talked to my neighbors and surveillance from their house. He had never walked in here.
Well, I think what he's describing, Judge, is what he saw on surveillance.
You can't talk about what your neighbor said to you, but you can describe what you saw on the surveillance tape.
So 2 different circumstances. This is not the surveillance tape of the truck. This is.
Let me ask a question.
Yeah, thank you.
Did you have an occasion to see surveillance video from neighbors in your neighborhood? Did you?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see Gannon ever walking away on those videos from your house and never returning?
I did not know, sir.
Okay.
So back to
I have to ask a question.
Okay.
So you were earlier describing an accumulation of things that led you to change your opinion or your mind as to what actually happened with Gannon.
Yes, sir.
And you said, I think one of the big things was the defendant telling you that her car was at French, you go to French and it's not there.
Yes, sir.
Is that accurate?
Yeah, that was the key moment when I switched from she knows more than she's telling me she knows.
Did you also participate in interviews at the sheriff's office as it relates to the investigation into Gannon's disappearance?
I did, yes, sir.
How many times did you go to the sheriff's office?
Twice on that day, once before the driving to French, and then immediately following that, I called them and said something's wrong, and I went immediately back to the sheriff's office after that.
In that same time frame, did the defendant add any additional information that she told to you as it relates to Gannon's missing?
I don't believe so. I don't think so.
Well, did she at some point tell you that she was raped?
That was the next morning.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
What did she say about being raped?
I'm not sure the date.
Sure, I'll clarify. We were talking about January 28th,
Yes, sir.
just now
Yeah.
about you doing interviews at the sheriff's office. You said the next morning, so that would be January 29th. Is that accurate?
Wednesday, January 29th. Yes, sir.
What did the defendant tell you on January 29th as it relates to being raped?
So I slept on the couch. She called me into the room, and then she proceeded to tell me a story about how a man got in the house somehow. I don't remember that specific version, but he got in the house, raped her, abused her, beat her, and then beat Gannon up and took Gannon. And you want me to keep going on that specific?
I want you to tell what she said in that particular story.
Right. And then she also said he had got burned and then she said that well, I said, well, where's everything at? Like all the mess, the blood and everything. She said, well, I cleaned it up. I got scared. And it's okay. Well, where's the bloody mess, the clothes, the rags, whatever. Well, I disposed of it. Well, where did you dispose of it? It wasn't in the trash can at the house. It was somewhere else. And it was just this long string of stuff.
Okay, so let me break in there.
Sure.
It sounds like the way you're describing that's a discussion that you had specifically with her, where you're asking her questions and she's responding to your questions.
Well, there was 2 parts, and that's why I asked you about elaborating. The first one was just her talking.
Okay. And so, but the last part that you just described, it sounded like you were describing an interaction where you're asking questions and she's answering questions.
Yes. And at this point, Landon was also sitting in there talking with us as well, just to clarify.
When you had the opportunity to view neighbors, I guess Ring doorbells or surveillance videos, did you see any strange men on those videos going to your house?
So to clarify, I did, and I was stopped because it was hearsay, but I never saw surveillance of him leaving or not leaving on foot. I'm sure we'll get to the other surveillance later, but I never saw that. That was just what the neighbors told me. So
what I'm asking you right now, Al, or Mr. Stout, I apologize, is did you see on any of the neighborhood video any strange men going into or out of your house?
Sure.
When
I think he just said he never watched any videos. This was just what the neighbors said.
that's not what he said.
No, he overruled. Re-ask the question.
Yep. Just so the record is very clear.
Okay.
Did you watch surveillance video from neighbors in your neighborhood to see anything as it relates to Gannon's disappearance?
No, sir.
You didn't watch any videos?
Well, I did watch the one video with the truck. I don't think we've gotten there yet, or we're there. I don't know where we're at.
Okay.
Mr. Allen, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're fine. What I'm asking is very specifically, did you watch some neighborhood video from neighborhood surveillance video about the time that Gannon went missing?
I watched one, and that was him leaving the truck and coming back home. That's
Okay.
the only one I watched.
Okay, so you didn't watch any other videos to see, to either confirm or not confirm that a strange man had come into the.
I've seen nothing
Okay,
else.
all right, thank you for clarifying that. At some point, did you become involved in the investigation?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury about that.
At some point, and I don't know the reasons why, but I was directed to go to the FBI's office and start, I call it being questioned, but just kind of giving a background history of our relation, mine and the defendant's relationship, and kind of what we've been doing so far this morning. And from that, it turned into pretext phone calls.
Okay, what do you mean by pretext phone calls?
Phone calls where I would get on the phone with the defendant while I was at the FBI office and be giving direction. And they also gave me the flexibility to talk with her normally, but be giving direction on things to say and things to ask and whatnot.
Who was involved with that process? Obviously you were, but who else from the investigation side was involved in that process?
So, of course, yeah, I was there. The defendant was on the phone, and then there was Mark Riley was present.
So I'm gonna break in every time you say a name. Who is Mark Riley?
Mark Riley, I think a detective at the sheriff's office or investigator. I'm not sure his role at the time. Jess Bethel, a similar role to Mr. Riley, from what I understand. FBI agent, Mr. Hughes. I don't know his title, a specific title. Amber Cronin.
Who was Amber Cronin with?
FBI as well. John, I always say his name wrong, Grusing with the FBI. I saw in passing other agents, but those were the ones that I remember being specifically in there. There may have been others. I don't remember specifically.
Do you remember maybe like this agent back here, Andrew Cohen?
I remember him walking around a lot. I don't remember him being specifically with me on any of the phone calls. I may be wrong about that, but
Would these phone calls originate sometimes by you calling the defendant and other times where the defendant would call you?
yes, sir.
How do you know that it was the defendant on the other end of that phone?
I recognize her voice, and we would always talk about something relevant that would, I would know it was her, whether it was Gannon or something about our relationship or our life in general.
Would you also in those conversations talk about specifics to the investigation?
Yes, sir.
Would the FBI agents or the sheriff's office agents, detectives, pass information to you to specifically ask the defendant?
Yes, sir.
On some of those recorded phone calls, can you actually hear people whispering to you?
Yes, sir.
And Judge, what I intend to get into next is admitting discs and then playing those discs. And some of these phone calls are pretty long. I don't know if you want to go through the admission now and then we can do that other process when we get back, or
So are any of them less than, say, 15 minutes?
because of contextual issues, I think it makes sense to play them in order as opposed to breaking them up. The very first one is an hour and 57 minutes.
All right, so let's do the foundational elements necessary for admission,
Okay.
And then we can play them after lunch. And probably just admit all of them at the same time,
Yep.
and then go from there.
And so for the record, Judge, what I'll be showing him for admission is People's Exhibits 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, and 59.
Okay.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may go ahead.
Can I just stay up here with this?
Yeah, that's fine.
People's Exhibit 35, obviously a disc again. Do you recognize it?
To the front of it. Yes, my initials and the date.
Have you had a chance to listen to this recording that's on this disc?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of that phone call?
Yes, sir.
People's Exhibit 36, do you have your initials and date on that one as well?
Yes, sir.
Did you listen to this recording?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair and accurate representation of that recording?
Yes, sir.
People's 37, are your initials and date on this?
Yes, sir.
Have you had a chance to listen to this item?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of that recording?
Yes.
People's 38, do you have your initials and date?
Yes, sir.
Have you listened to the contents of this disc?
Yes, sir.
Is it a fair and accurate representation?
Yes, sir.
39, do you have your initials and date?
Yes.
Have you had a chance to listen to the contents of this disc?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair and accurate?
Yes, sir.
40, are your initials and date on this?
Yes.
Have you listened to the contents of this disc?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair and accurate?
Yes.
51, are your initials and date on this disc?
Yes.
Have you listened to the contents?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair and accurate?
Yes.
52, are your initials and date on this disc?
Yes.
Have you listened to the contents?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair and accurate?
Yes, sir.
53, are your initials and date on this disc?
Yes, sir.
Have you listened to the contents?
Yes, sir.
Fair and accurate?
Yes.
54, dated initials on this disc?
Yes.
Have you listened to the contents of this disc?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair and accurate?
Yes.
55, are your initials on this disc?
Yes.
Have you listened to the contents?
Yes.
Fair and accurate?
Yes.
56, are your initials on this disc?
Yes.
You listen to the contents?
Yes.
Fair and accurate?
Yes, sir.
57, are your initials and date on this disc?
Yes.
Did you listen to the contents?
Yes, sir.
Fair and accurate?
Yes, sir.
Tedious, isn't it?
Yeah, sure.
Your initials and date on this disc?
Yes, sir.
Have you listened to the contents?
Yes.
Is it fair and accurate?
Yes, sir.
You didn't identify that one.
Oh, I'm sorry, 58.
Thank you. Good.
And then 59, initials and date?
Yes, sir.
Have you listened to the contents?
Yes.
And is it fair and accurate?
Yes, sir.
Just thought I'd move for admission of those exhibit numbers. I can reread them, or if you have them.
I have them. Mr. Tellini? All right, exhibits 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, and 59 will be admitted. Council approach, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think you know where this is going and what my conversation was about. We are going to take our lunch break a little bit early. We'll have you come back a little bit early too. And when we come back, we will be playing, it sounds like the telephone calls one after the other. So if I can have everyone back in the jury rooms at about 1:15 so that we can start at say 1:20. Again, do not discuss the case among yourselves. Do not do any research about any aspect of this case. Do not discuss the case with anyone else either. Mr. Combs had relayed to me a question by a juror as to whether or not you can receive a transcript at the end of the trial. The answer to that is no. The transcript is for other purposes. No jury is ever provided with a transcript of the court proceedings as they are occurring. So you'll have to rely on your individual and collective memory as well as any notes that you take, but you will not receive a transcript. So with that, I think it's still a nice day. We're not to tomorrow yet when it's not supposed to be. So if you want to take a walk around the courthouse, something like that, that would be a good thing to do. Again, you already know where all of the eating joints are here in Colorado Springs, and we'll see you back at about 1:15. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Mr. Stout, you can go ahead and step down from the stand now. And I don't see any reason to have Mr. Stout sitting on the witness stand while we play these are just phone calls. It's all audio, right?
They're all audio. There may be some times where I want to pause it and ask him a specific question, especially at the beginning when we hear voices, who that
Okay.
voice is, that kind of thing. But I think once we get started into the meat of them, I think we can let him down if it's okay with
Okay.
you.
It's fine by me. It would just be a little bit awkward having him sitting there and not saying anything for, it sounds like we're talking about more than 5 or 10 minutes.
Yes.
So we'll leave it at that. Is there anything else that we need to address at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, Your
Defense?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. Then court will be in recess. Thank you.
All rise.
and then look at the very last text message in that binder. The first one, is that on January 26, 2020?
Yes, sir.
What time? Should have the time on
I
it.
have a timestamp of 12:59:05.
And then the very last text message?
January 29th, at 8:16:48.
Say that time again, I'm sorry.
It says 8:16:48.
So 48 seconds.
48 seconds, yes.
Yeah, okay. Are those fair and accurate, basically depictions of your text messages between the defendant and yourself for that timeline, January 26, 2020 through January 29th, 2020?
Yes, what I've seen so far, yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd move for admission of People's 32.
Defense?
I don't mind if they use this exhibit to refresh his recollection as to time and dates and so forth. I don't have a proper foundation has been laid as far as the admission of the exhibit, as far as where these text messages came from, how they came into being, and so forth. I think I'll probably be laid for a different witness later on.
I don't have exhibit 32, so all I know is that they are generally described as text messages. Let me see them. And that's accurate. I don't have 32, right?
No,
Okay.
what you have is photographs.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay.
Assume you want to say.
What's that? Mr. Allen?
So, Mr. Stout, how do you know what those are?
Just some of the ones I've looked at so far come back to my mind, of text messages and conversations myself and the defendant had, in this general time frame.
Did you receive those on your personal cell phone that is signified by the phone number on the front cover of that sheet?
Yes, sir. To the best of my recollection, yes, sir.
And the number that they are attributed to as to coming from, is that from essentially what you understand as the defendant's phone?
Yes, sir.
The objection's overruled. Exhibit 32 is admitted.
If you, I'm not going to have all of these displayed on the screen, Mr. Stout, because it would be obviously a lot of text messages there. But can you flip to January 27th at 2:48 a.m.?
Is it a page number?
No, you'll have to look at the time and date stamp, so it'll be closer to the front,
January 27th at what time?
2:48 a.m.
2:48 a.m. Yes,
Do you see a text message from the defendant's phone at 2:48 a.m. on January 27th?
yes, sir.
What does that text message say that was sent to you?
It says he is in the bathroom again and blood coming out butthole, and he is crying about going to school tomorrow like this. And he is still upset about the candle accident. I told him it's fine and that as long as he was okay, not to worry about something minor we can fix, and let's worry about his stomach hurting.
So when the text message in your mind says he is, who is the he is in that text message?
Gannon.
How do you know that?
Because I don't know if it's in these text message thread, but we had discussed his that specific stomach incident previously already in this general time frame.
Okay, so based on context, you're able to determine that, at least from the defendant's phone, is a text saying that Gannon is bleeding out of his butt.
Yes.
Had that ever occurred before?
If there was any, I mean, so and I mentioned this previously, he did have a stomach issue where he gets severely constipated and would have, that'd be too graphic, but have, some large pieces of stool that was hard to pass. And he may have a little bit of blood in the stool or but he would never bleed, like a gush or drip or anything like that. It would just be a drop or something associated with that. So nothing serious like this.
Okay. Can you find a text at 8:10 a.m. that has a reference to lighting a candle, Gannon lighting a candle?
What date, Mr. Allen?
Same day?
Same day.
If I change the day, I'll tell you, but
Okay,
8:10 a.m.
Thank you. 8:10 a.m. Don't see 8:10 a.m. about the candle.
Well, do you generally remember getting a text from the defendant's phone referencing that Gannon lit a candle because because of the smell from poop?
Yes, I remember that.
Was that odd to you that purportedly Gannon would light a candle?
Yeah, I don't remember him ever playing or lighting candles on his own accord. If he was directed to, maybe, but never, going in and doing that on his own.
Next thing I want to ask you about is, were you aware from the defendant about the defendant taking Gannon and Lena hiking at Garden of the Gods on the 26th?
Sir,
What did the defendant tell you about that hiking trip?
I believe there was some talk about him pooping in his pants or having an accident during that hiking, somewhere in that afternoon that they went hiking.
Did the defendant express any frustration with that incident?
I don't remember. I don't know if frustration is right. I don't remember what the feeling was that she displayed, but there was a conversation about it.
How would you characterize the way that she was expressing that story to you?
I mean, I can speak more generally. I just know that it was always a frustrating or she didn't like to have to clean it up or deal with that part of Gannon.
Having to clean up after.
Yeah, when he had an accident.
Okay. And then we already had previously talked about, you got a text message on the 28th in the morning, 2 text messages actually with those pictures of Gannon in bed.
From the bedroom, yes, sir.
Do you remember that?
Absolutely.
Okay. When you got back to Colorado from Oklahoma, did you meet with detectives at a Starbucks?
Yes, the Starbucks in Fountain, yes, sir.
Was that on January 28th, 2020? So
Tuesday, yes, sir. It was Tuesday the 28th, yes, sir.
okay. Who was with you when you went to that Starbucks?
Myself and the defendant. I mean, and then whatever detectives were there. I don't remember specifically. I think there was 2 or 3, but
Okay.
as far as our side goes, it was myself and the defendant.
The phone that we admitted earlier, Gannon's phone, is that when you gave that phone to the detectives so that they could use it for investigative purposes?
I believe so, but I don't remember specifically when I turned it over to them.
What did you tell the detectives at that time? And I'm asking you in the general sense. Obviously, you probably don't remember word for word.
Yeah, I know we're working through he's missing and what we had done so far, I think, and what I knew about what I had done as far as like calling his friend's parents and, calling his mom, stuff like that. I remember that being a part of it, I think. Also, we had his Nintendo Switch box because he was.
So let me stop you there and we'll get to some of that.
Okay.
When you said what you had done as a result of he being missing, you're talking about Gannon.
Yes, sir.
Just for the record again. Were you sitting at the same table as the defendant during that time?
We were sitting side by side, yes, sir.
Were you able to hear what she was telling to the detectives?
Yes, sir.
What did she tell the detectives about Gannon's disappearance?
I don't remember specifically, but it was all centered around him being missing or running away, not coming home. That the storyline up to that point.
Well, okay, so what we talked about earlier was that he had gone to a friend's house and had not come home.
Right. Yes, sir.
Same thing.
Yes, sir.
She was telling the same story at that time.
Yes, sir.
And then we talked earlier about you going to the sheriff's office to give an interview. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And then you had a follow-up interview at the sheriff's office as well.
Yes, sir.
Did those both occur on January 28th?
Yes, sir.
When you went the first time, where was the defendant at that time?
I do not know. I went because
So,
okay.
Yep. So you don't know where the defendant was?
I do not.
Did she go with you to the sheriff's office?
No, sir.
Okay. What did you tell the sheriff's office detectives during that interview?
I don't remember all the specifics. I have heard the interview, but I don't remember all the specifics. I know I was more vague with what I was telling them about mine and the defendant's relationship because I didn't. This was before I went to search for the black car, or before I went to search for the defendant's car. So I didn't really suspect anything for you. Like I mentioned previously, that black car was really, or the search for that black car was really what changed my mind about what was going on. So I was just trying to find my son at that point. I didn't think anything else really was going on. I was just missing. So once again, I don't remember all the specifics. I just remember I was more vague about whatever was going on in my life.
So again, just to make sure that we're all clear, the defendant didn't go with you to the sheriff's office?
No, sir.
Did you reiterate basically the same story that Gannon was missing and hadn't come home?
I believe I did. Yes, sir.
And it sounds like what you're describing is that you were telling this in a more general sense because of all of the things that you were talking about.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then it was after that, based on the way you just said that you went to look for the defendant's car at French Elementary School?
Yeah, like I said this morning, I left that first interview, went home, checked on the girls, and then went out to search again to Walmart, planning on going to the game section or whatever. And then it hit me to go look for the car at French Elementary School. Wasn't there, and I didn't get too far out of the parking lot of French before I called. I think I got a hold of Bethel, who it was, and said, "Hey, something's wrong." And I was actually freaking out pretty hard. And they're like, "Calm down, just come back downtown." And that's when I did the second interview.
So what was it about you not finding the car at French Elementary School that caused you to, as you just now described it, to freak out?
Well, 2 things. It was a flat out lie in my estimation. That's my perspective. Because she told me the car was there and never told me she had moved the car. And a few other things, and once again, I don't want to get into hearsay, but things I didn't see that people had told me. I was putting all these pieces together, and then that was the first lie I in my mind I confirmed.
So yeah. Yeah.
I'm trying.
So there's a lot here.
Yeah.
And obviously we're talking about your son and understand that this is a stressful moment for you, having to recollect this from 3 years ago. Really listen to what the question is and just answer that question, okay? When you went to look for the defendant's car at French Elementary School, did you find it?
No.
Did that cause you to change your opinion as to, along with other things like you said this morning, as to the nature of Gannon's disappearance?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
When you went to the sheriff's office that second time, so later in the evening on January 28th, did you specifically tell the detectives what you thought was in the defendant's car based on the information you had?
Yeah, I made a statement to them about, they asked me that question and I just replied with what I thought I was going to find in the car.
What did you think you were going to find if you found the car?
I think my hope was to find Gannon. That was the whole point of searching, was to find Gannon.
So you thought Gannon might be in that car?
I had no clue, but that's what I said to them. Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Okay. And then if you can flip in those text messages to January 29th at 7:19 a.m.
Sir, I believe I'm here.
Do you see text messages on that time frame from the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Do you see any text messages wherein you're getting text messages about a rape?
About what?
Rape,
You said January 29th, 7:20 a.m. or
7:19 a.m. We're not publishing. Oh, sorry.
Had been admitted, so I thought that's what you
I
wanted.
thought we did it, Judge.
Oh, no, it was me.
I don't.
And is always the case with technology, now the screen is black on this computer. So while I'm trying to get this computer up, Mr. Staff, do you remember when it was that you were notified from the defendant about a rape story? I'm not asking you to look at the text message.
Yes, absolutely. It's in relation to these texts. She was asking me to come talk to her in the bedroom through the text message. As I stated this morning, I was sleeping on the couch. She was in the bedroom. And then I finally gave in and went in and accepted her request to talk. And that's when she started telling the first rape story.
What did she tell you about a rape story?
The first story was, that, like I said, she had got raped. The person, there was, not just the sexual part, but she had been beat up or whatever. And then Gannon also had been beat up. And, he talked about his burns and all that stuff as well. And then Gannon was taken by this person, that it happened in Gannon's bedroom and that she cleaned up the mess. And I think that was the brunt of the first version of the story.
Did she tell you where that rape had occurred?
Yes, sir. I think you were messing with computers, but it happened in.
I was.
Yeah, absolutely. She said it specifically happened in Gannon's bedroom.
Did you go into the bedroom and talk to her?
Yeah, but prior to this first rape story, I
No.
did, yes.
What I'm saying is, you were describing that you're in the living room sleeping on the couch. I think you said that she was inside the bedroom texting you.
Yes.
Did you go into the bedroom and talk to her?
Yes, sir. Prior to her starting the rape story.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
I got enough computers here. What was her demeanor like when you went into the bedroom?
She seemed a little frantic, I mean, that's the best way to put it. Just frantic and, but I don't know any way to describe it. It's kind of all over the place.
Well, let me ask
Freaking
you
out,
this.
but-
Let me ask you this specifically. Did she appear to be crying?
No, sir.
What about her voice inflections? What was her voice doing?
I mean, it seemed normal, not normal, but she was frantic, like I said, and freaking out. So it was kind of rushed and, she was telling me about how she got raped, allegedly, so.
What did you do with that information now that you're hearing this for the first time, that there's potentially a rape that has occurred in Gannon's bedroom?
So 3 specific things. Well, before those, first I asked her to stay in the room, that I'd be right back. My mom and my sister had slept the night before in Gannon's room. So I immediately went and told them they need to get all their stuff and get out. And I told them very limited. I don't know what all I specifically told them. I just said it's maybe a crime scene now. I think I notified the authorities to some degree. And then I went and got all of the weapons in my house and basically confiscated them and put them in my truck and locked them, made sure I had the key. I think, my one Smith & Wesson 9mm compact, I handed to Landon's brother, just for safety and keep it on his side. I trusted him. He's like a jailer or a police officer or something. So,
All right. So let me break in there for just a moment. When you say you went to gather all the weapons, are you talking about those firearms that you described earlier?
yeah, every single one of them. And I did it in a specific order. I got all the ones that were mine registered to me. And then I went back and asked her, said, I need you to
Who was her?
excuse me, the defendant.
Okay.
Went back directly to the defendant, said, I need the ones that are in her name, which the 12-gauge shotgun and one of the pistols possibly. And I said, you don't have to because they're yours, but I need these and I'll put them away for safekeepings right now. And she did. She complied. And I went and put those in the truck as well.
So what was in your mind? Why did you think you needed to lock up the firearms in a vehicle?
Because my first impression was it was a bullshit story and that something else was going on and something happened in the bedroom that I just wasn't sure. And I guess it's my military training. I don't know, but safety was the first priority for everybody. So get all the weapons out of the house, put them somewhere safe. And then I went back and talked to her again.
What did you do after you put the guns in the vehicle?
I went back and directly went straight to her and asked her to retell me the story.
Who else was in the bedroom at that time?
Landon was also in there.
Did the defendant at that time give you an impression that Gannon was injured as a result of something happening in the bedroom, along with this rape?
Yes.
Anything about blood?
Yes.
What did she say about blood on Gannon?
Well, it was involved in the rape and the beatings that they both supposedly took, that there was just blood everywhere, her blood and his blood.
Did she say what she had done in regard to that blood?
Yes, she said she had cleaned it up.
Did she describe any blood on bed sheets?
I believe so. I don't want to say specifically yes, but I believe she did.
Okay. I want to jump ahead to January 31st. you remember sharing some text messages with the defendant about her coming back to the house? So this would be after she'd moved out, to collect things from the house, or phone calls
So let me clarify this. You said after she had like physically moved out or came and got her stuff and moved out?
where she had physically removed herself from the house, but wanted to come back and get her belongings.
I just want to clarify. Yes, yeah, absolutely. There was multiple phone calls and text messages throughout those few days. And I remember specifically, we scheduled a time for her to come, and I scheduled a time that way I could ensure a deputy would be there to kind of monitor the situation, because it became very volatile by that point.
So, did the defendant in fact come to the house?
Not on that first time. I think it was the second scheduled time, but she did.
Who did she come with?
The defendant came with, well, herself, Harley came, her mother, and her brother, Dakota Lowry.
What is her mother's name?
Deborah, I don't remember. I don't know what exactly
Okay.
last name is.
And I'm not asking you to tell us anything that Harley said, but how was Harley acting during this time?
Very reserved, I think is the best way to put it.
As far as people that were already in the house at that time, not talking about who came with the defendant, but who was at the house, separate from that group, who was at the house?
My brother Les, Stauk, I think Landon would have been there, and Veronica, the deputy, Veronica being Landon's aunt, to clarify, whichever deputy, I think it was Berklich, I'm not 100% sure. I was there, of course. I think my sister Becky would have been there as well. Rebecca Lynn. I think that's it.
Where was Lena?
Elena as well. Yeah, Elena was there. Thank you.
Were you watching what stuff was being carried in and out of the house?
I stayed in two main areas, and I stayed in the kitchen for a while. So I did see, when I say traffic, coming up and down the stairs from Harley's room, bringing stuff. And then I went into the bedroom at one point while Tisha was gathering some of her belongings. And I do remember the deputy followed me in there. He was in there as well the whole time I was in there with Tisha. So the defendant, excuse me.
So that suitcase that we talked about earlier, that green suitcase, did you ever see that come out of the house on that day?
No, sir.
Did you ever see it come out of the house in relation to this investigation?
No, sir.
Once she moved her belongings out of the house on January 31st, how would you communicate with the defendant after that?
Through text message, there may have been, and I'm speaking in between the period before I started the pretext phone calls. There was text messages and I believe some emails and possibly some phone calls as well. I don't remember specifically, but any version of those three, I think, were in play.
What about in-person conversations?
I don't believe I ever saw her again after she left until I saw her in the courtroom.
Okay. Did during that particular time frame, so from January 31st until we started into these pretext phone calls, did the statements that the defendant was telling you about what happened again and ever change?
Yes, they changed yes.
In what ways did they change?
Different people were accused, something happened again and at different places, I think I'm mixing up some of the pretext stuff too. So I'm trying, I don't know, but yeah, there was different stories told.
Okay.
So,
and so we're going to get into the pretext phone calls, obviously, and that we'll actually be able to hear those things. What I'm trying to do is just get into what you're thinking happened based on what you're hearing from the defendant. And so you said that there was different names being mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
It's a yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember any of those names now?
Yeah, I think one of the first ones was Eduardo. Or yeah, some version of that. There was another name. I don't think it came into play until the pretext, the Quincy Brown. I think that's when that came into play.
So let me back up and stop you there. In relation to the name that you just said, Eduardo.
Mm-hmm.
That's a yes or no?
Yes. Yeah.
What did she tell you about Eduardo?
So I'll be honest, I'm having trouble. I think all the different versions are mixing together when they happen. So I don't know. I know there was a story that the defendant told me about. There's a man in the neighborhood, a carpet guy.
Let me ask you specifically about that.
Please.
Did she give you a statement about her allowing a man from the neighborhood that was a construction worker into the house to fix the carpet?
I think the story was she gave him the code. But yeah, somehow he got in the house.
The question is, did she tell you a story with those sort of details in it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
What was the story that she told you in relation to that?
Like I just said, I think it involved in that specific one that she gave him the code of the garage and he came in. I'm kind of at a loss on that, Mike. Mr. Allen, I'm sorry.
You're fine.
Yeah.
Did you know anybody by that name?
Absolutely not. I don't believe.
Did she allege that that's the person that raped her in the first time that she tells the story?
Yes.
Okay. Now I want to jump into these phone calls and we're going to have to reconnect our computer. So just a moment. That first pretext phone call, which is People's Exhibit number 35, previously admitted. who was on that particular phone call?
It would have been
No,
myself.
yeah, it's not tricky.
Yeah, it's
Was you
myself
on
and the
that?
defendant, yeah.
Okay. And then there's other people that are feeding you information to ask them.
Yes, sir.
At this point, I would ask you permission to publish People's Exhibit 35, this is that longer phone call, an hour and 57 minutes.
Okay. Because there's so many, what you'll need to do is when we stop one and begin the other, you'll just have to tell for purposes of the record what it is that you're doing.
And what I intend to do, Judge, is play it for just a second so we can hear voices, have Mr. Stout identify who those voices are, and then just let it play from that point.
All right, that's fine.
Judge, you would think after COVID, we'd be more adept at our computer skills. It's my fault.
All right. Don't have our technological issues, but it's not mine. What you should have to do is plug it in the same way that you had it before.
Yeah, we just didn't.
Hello?
Whose voice was that?
That was my voice.
Okay, go ahead.
Keisha? Hello? Hey,
Whose voice was that?
that was the defendant's voice.
So Judge, at this point, we'll just let it play.
All right, Mr. Stout, you can go ahead and step down. Thank you.
Why didn't you say anything?
Yeah, I said hello. It's just hard because I have to get there without Wi-Fi.
So what's up?
I'm so hungry.
You still haven't eaten anything?
No,
Huh?
no.
Why not?
I don't have any money or cards. They have all that. I have all my debit cards, credit cards.
Who has all that?
They have it from my car. I don't have anything from my car.
Oh, you didn't have it with you?
I did. I had my purse with me, but they took my purse and they took my Apple Watch and all that. They took everything I had possession on.
Why did they do that?
I guess the same reason they took everything that was in my book bag and Holly's car. I mean, they even took the ball paperwork and the security card and my birth certificate. My passport, which is why I can't be at the airline because I have to have a passport.
You're not working at the school anymore? I thought you had the early college thing going on.
Right. They took my laptop. Then they took my car. So I called them and said, hey, I don't have a way to get to work right now. I'm going to work on it. I should have a car back in a day or two. So I'm still waiting, and I don't have a way to get to work. Sure as I don't have a way to get to Denver, and I don't have a passport because I have to have my passport and my crew badge to get on DIA.
So you still
They don't be giving me of it.
who's no one, like the police or whatever?
Like, I called the evidence department several times and just been like, can I at least get anything that deals with my everyday life of operating, like my cards, my passport. And then the guy was like, well, why do you need your passport? I said, no, it's required by FAA to have it with you at all times, or you cannot even get to the airport, you can't do anything.
Yeah, you told me that. I forgot. I'm sorry.
So I just want to get my contents like that because how am I supposed to work if I don't have any of it?
Yeah, I know.
Please on hold. Please wait for your contact to return.
Hello? Weird. Hello?
Hey,
What happened?
the Wi-Fi, I don't have a number, so the Wi-Fi just died, so I had to use this Indian dude's number here, phone number here to call you back on because I only have Wi-Fi.
Okay.
Anyway, so like, tap into that stuff. So I'm not trying to purposely not go to work, not do anything. I just need help obtaining any of it to even do anything.
Well, I'm having trouble too because they still freaking got my truck and my, you know how I have those badges I got to get in.
Yeah.
I can't freaking get into my secure part of my job, so I can't even do what I'm supposed to be doing either. So it's freaking driving me nuts.
So like the people are fussing at Harley because she needs her high school diploma and she needs a report with her ID, social, high school diploma. And I'm trying to explain to them what's going on.
Yeah.
Like I just can't get any help because she's supposed to be there every week on base doing stuff. She leaves in 28 days.
For basic.
Yeah.
Yeah. So did anything ever happen with that job? That new MLS?
Yeah, the guy wants to talk to her about it. That's why he told her. He said to come in, but we didn't have a way, so we explained that to him. So we didn't have a way. We don't have a way to get on base because they have IDs. They have everything. It's in the book bags. Everything.
Okay. What were we talking? What was that thing you said you called? I just popped in my head. CIB or something?
Yeah, you guys. I'm trying to talk to you about like help, and they're not. I'm not downing or talking about anyone, but they don't need to be the lead agency if they're not going to lead. So the Colorado Bureau of Investigations can even look at it from a different approach. So I called the Colorado Bureau of Investigations and I talked to someone and they're going to call me back.
What did you tell them?
I didn't say anything bad about anyone. I just said there's a lot of key things that they're choosing to leave out. And I said it's becoming a witch hunt after one person. I said when they're barking at the wrong tree and they're not even following what credible things that I told them. But they want tips from the public, but the public was not there.
Well, what credible things have you told them? That's what in our emails I'm trying to, and I know you said you were waiting to talk to me and everything, but what is it that you've told them? Because I know we had some, uncertainty about some of the things initially. That's fine, but like, what is it that you told them that they're not looking at? What is can you walk me through it? I know I asked you for that timeline.
I can't breathe even 1 second.
Take your time. Just try to get some deep breaths.
Just trying to put the window down. Just stupid thing because it's hot. And like I'm having to like run into people I don't even freaking know. They could be mad killers and shit to be like, hey, can I use your phone? Hey, can I sit in your car for a minute? Hey, you think I can drive your car to the store?
I know I'm starting to feel some heat too. Like I told you when I went to Bass Pro Shop last night, I wanted to get some clothes, but I was trying to hope to run into you on the north end, like you said you were out there. But well, like I said, I was just trying to hope to bump into you or something. But I feel like I'm having to hide now. That's why I went and got some like redneck clothes, like the clothes that you don't like, because all those nice clothes I have at the house that you got me, I would just stick out like a sore thumb, and I'm just trying to hide too.
I don't know how long you got, but I just wanted to start with you for Saturday. What I have.
Okay. All right, listen, I scooted away for lunch, so probably hour and a half, so we got plenty of time.
All right. What do you mean scooted away from lunch? You don't have a car?
Yeah, I got a rental car. Uncle Jeff helped me out with a rental car, but I just had to get away from all the people, like I've been telling you. It's just crazy. So.
You stand by yourself?
Me and Uncle Jeff.
Okay, so your Uncle Jeff is there with you.
Yeah, it's been like me with my family members the whole time. So
how long can your Uncle Jeff stay?
I have no clue. It's people been kind of jumping in and out, but
I just didn't want you to be by yourself because I've been trying to be with you because I don't think that you should be by yourself with them because it's a bunch of vultures. That's all.
Yeah, I'm starting to slowly see that. So, but yeah, let's just timeline because I want to hear your timeline so I can try to make sense of it.
Saturday. Okay, you said you would question, you would just listen.
Saturday. Hold on, Tisha. Saturday. Like, what do you mean Saturday? Like right before me and Mama left. Saturday.
After you left.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
So this is the paper I have. I had to get it notarized because that's what that guy said to do. Right after whoever found us and took all his car, that's where we had left from was the attorney. But anyway. All right, so I'm gonna just go through certain things. I'm not gonna read it verbatim how he did it because it would be more like in law terms. But key one, Albert and his mom left for Denver. We put DN in there. Around the house, cleaned up. G helped with stuff. Helped me get stuff out of his car. Gannon's always barefooted because that was something that he asked me. Even taking the trash out, things like that. He took the trash out. He stepped on something in the garage. So my car parked. You had those boards that were underneath my car, right?
Yeah.
Was going to go help because he was saying that there was some kind of piece out there that was going to help me. You know the little zip ties that you have on things and it's hard to get off?
Yeah.
So he knew where something that and go pop those off. So he was going to go get it because I bought in some things from the clearance store. All right, so Gannon cut his foot on those boards. We flipped the boards over because we were freaking out because I was like, oh my God, your daddy said don't get oil or anything from your car and leak on those boards. You know what boards I'm talking about?
The one, like the 2x4s that I have, like that you drive over to park in the garage. Or yeah.
So I let Gannon sit down in the back of the car. You know how funny I am about my car. But also, we just bandaged it up, whatever. All we did was stick a bandage on it, whatever. And I said something to him about, Gannon, you gotta quit coming out here barefooted, which I do the same thing. I take dogs out barefooted anyway.
Yeah. Hey, let me ask you this. Hold on, wait a second. I'm just thinking here, and I'm going to listen to everything. Just something that popped in my head. He always goes out the front door to do the trash. That's so weird.
And he was helping me unload. Like, I have bought them a bunch of stuff in the clearance store. If you look in the garage.
I got you. Okay, I thought you said take out the trash. I'm sorry.
Let me explain this to you. there's 2 bags that was put in the garage because I have put a bunch of stuff in there. I would have bought them a bunch of crap that went on sale from the clearance store because they were changing over to like warm weather stuff. But obviously in Colorado, you can still wear the cold weather stuff. I saw Lena online wearing, so therefore I knew it was in the house. Anyway, so my point was, he was really, helping me out, whatever, just talking to me about something. Who knows what he's talking about? He tells me about video games. I listen, but I don't understand him. Anyway, so he was bleeding on his foot, and we turned the boards over because I was like, oh my God, I was going to freak out, because these are the boards. He said, don't you get oil on my car, don't drip on my car, whatever. Right. So during this time frame, Anna was supposed to be taking the trash out. I said, you might as well take out recycle, whatever. But Anna kept going to the gate with nothing. And I kept saying, why are you going to the gate? She was like, I'm going to make sure the gate is locked. Oh, okay, this is the first I'd known. I knew we were talking about locking the gate, but I didn't know Gannon had the key. I thought maybe you just had the key yourself, whatever. I didn't know Gannon had the key.
Babe, he didn't, babe, but hold on. The key was in our room in the, on top of the dresser the whole time. Remember he kept.
Yeah, I didn't pay attention or remember.
All right.
So he kept going out there with the key and saying that he was checking to make sure the gate was locked. Okay, benefit of the doubt, maybe he was, because we had talked about making sure that gate was locked, or talking to somebody. I don't know. I'm not speculating. I know I got on him about, hey, doing this.
Yeah.
So underneath there was a rug. That rug that we stepped out on, it was a rug. There was blood on it. I walked on it, and I was like, yeah, we probably should just throw this away and find a new rug to put out here. So
what rug are you talking about again? So the one in the garage?
Right.
Yeah.
When you step down, there was a rug. I said, we probably should just throw this away. Said, because we can always just get another piece or another rug, or I'll go Dollar Tree and get a rug, whatever.
I got you.
Okay. So that was that. Okay, so then on the next section, it says, I replaced rug, blah, blah, blah. Okay, yep, bam. All right. And then it says, he came in the house, and he immediately ran downstairs to the room. So then I kept going down there because his door was locked. He said he was keeping Lena out, which, again, I didn't question because they always get where 1 minute they want to play with each other, next minute they're like, get out. Okay. So then I sat on the sofa and put on the Peloton shoes because I was going to ride the bike again because my friend said they were going to redo a later time that we could do the bike. Anna kept coming in there saying, are you going to stay here? Are you going to stay down here? Are you going to stay down here? So I took it as if he was like excited I was going to stay down there and, just be able to run around and do whatever. But then I had to go upstairs and help Lena, yada, yada, yada. So I got all my statements. So I was back and forth. I came back when I heard a loud noise. So there was a loud noise that happened downstairs. So of course, I run back downstairs and realized, or so I thought, was a box or something fell over in the storage room. Sounded like something was really loud in the storage room, but I assumed that it was a box. He had his door locked. So I knocked on the door. Of course, I'm like, hello, because I hear a loud noise. And so he opened and said I couldn't come in. And I was laughing. I'm like, why? And he told me he was doing something. I don't remember what he told me he was building. I'm sure it was something about the Toy-Cons or Joy-Cons or whatever. I didn't think anything of it. Just, okay, he's building something, whatever. But there was a loud noise, and he was in his room. So then he said his stomach started hurting a little bit or whatever. So I told him to go upstairs. I had some special ice cream. I had his Pedialyte pops. I had already went and bought them because I thought, this time of year, this is when I got the cold last year. I'll take them. So I let him take the Pedialyte pops or whatever, and he took some Relax. So that was a normal day for Saturday. Like, you were already, going on. You probably already got the plane. We all laid down, blah, 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 right?
Right.
We're about Saturday.
Yeah. Christmas.
Sunday, all right? Sunday, we talked to you in the morning. Remember I told you, I sent you a few messages, and I was like, hey, we might go on a hike, whatever. Everyone's going to get dressed, And then suddenly we saw the news about Kobe Bryant. So then, of course, got delayed because I'm sitting on the sofa crying, trying to figure out, like, oh my gosh, Kobe died at this tree. Remember I messaged you. We talked back and forth about it, whatever.
Yeah, I just got into the airport at Lawton when you told me that.
Right. So Gannon hadn't talked at all. I mean, Gannon didn't know who Kobe was. Or maybe he knew from like hearing it, but didn't really know who Kobe was. He just noticed that I was sitting there like crying, like, oh my God, like upset. And we were sitting there talking about it. So I was telling him that, hey, Kobe has a lot of daughters. He only has sisters. Gannon went over the whole like, I don't want you to think any of this is irrelevant because I want you to think of anything that I say that might have triggered something.
Yeah, right. I'm listening very closely.
So then we were talking about the daughters, and I was like, yeah, he always wanted a boy, but he never could have a boy. He had daughters, blah, blah. So then I let him in on a little secret, which I already told you over email what it was. Okay, I don't need to say it again. You already know. So me and him were talking about that. He was kind of like, really? And I told him, I said, yeah, like I lost a lot of babies. I said, it was kind of hard. I said, you want one thing and it don't ever happen. I felt like I was in a situation to talk again about this because you're upset kind of about Kobe. And so I was like, I'm telling you because I know that you'll be able to pray and keep a secret. And we were like, kind of being silly about, oh, this is a secret we have to each other. We'll tell daddy, yada, yada, yada. So we sat there and talked about that for a little bit. So then Holly got called into work. So I was like, crap, we had everything packed, ready to go on a hike, had the Debbie, had everything. We were going to plan on staying for a while and then go get dinner. Well, she got called on a hike. So we decided to take 2 hikes. So this is where all this confusion comes with. Harley went, hike, Harley not went. So we took the dogs on a hike through the trails in Morrison Ranch. So if you leave out of our neighborhood, go out to the side, go up to the little whatever, you can take the dogs on a trail, come back, yada, yada. So that's what we did first. Came back. He had his water pack. I'm sure you saw the pictures online from Garden of God that some other creeper people took. He had his water pack on his back or whatever, so we got ready for round 2. So hike 2 was Garden of the Gods. So then it says Garden of the Gods was our hike 2. So we went about 2 miles in, lots of talking about things. She asked me, did I know any of his mommy's friends from Coastal? It was a random thought process. So I just figured he was trying to be curious about it. I said, and did I remember Brian? And we laughed about some new friend named Mike too. So we were just having this conversation about whoever these people were. I was like, I don't know anybody named Brian, and I don't know anybody named Mike too. I guess a new Mike or whatever. All right, so again, the stomach hurt, and he was, let's see, again, the stomach hurt. And most of the night he had a stomach ache, and he tried to lay down and poop and stuff like that. So during this time, I'm messaging you, which you're probably tired, jet lag, whatever. Like, hey, again, the stomach's hurting, yada, yada, yada.
Right.
If it happened regularly, you know, he would get, you know, whatever. He asked me about the bath salts. So I hadn't talked to you about it yet, didn't know whatever. He took a bath, and then I gave him a bath salt because I thought maybe this ought to be clean. You know, whatever. Bath salt. I didn't know any of that. So then, next section. Remember my little. All right, so then the next section was, I don't remember exactly who took the bath first, but everybody had their baths. Everybody was doing their own thing. Again, it was like going back in his room. I said, okay. So then here's my next note. All right, Albert had grounded again from the switch. I understand that he said he was still grounded, but he could get off, you know, the next day. He'd been in his room most of the night. I knocked on the door. He said he was playing with Grayson. I ain't never heard of fucking Grayson before in my life. So again.
Grayson? He said Grayson?
He said Grayson.
Okay.
So in my mind, I thought, who knows Grayson? But I didn't see anybody in the room. Obviously, I weren't like looking under beds or anything like that. Honestly, I thought, those kids at 11 still have imaginary friends? Or are they talking? Is he talking to somebody online because he's not supposed to have, you know, like technology?
Yeah, right. I said right, yeah.
Given the benefit of the doubt, I didn't say anything else. I just said, oh yeah, okay, cool. So Grayson and I said hi. I laughed it off, went off about business, didn't see anything. So later on, I don't know the exact approximate time, but I saw he was on the sofa. And I was like talking to him. I was like, oh, you want to sleep out here tonight? Or
Oh, what, downstairs sofa?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got you. Okay.
I'm like talking to him about tonight, whatever. He told me that his Uncle Matt was going to visit. I don't know who the hell Uncle Matt is. So I was just sitting there like, okay, that's when it dawned into me that he had to be talking to someone on something because Grayson, I had no clue who he is. Matt, I had no clue who he is. Then I was like, this can't be characters in some game because it didn't sound like some game characters. I don't know Uncle Matt and I don't know Grayson. So he was telling me his Uncle Matt was going to visit. And I thought, okay, you know, again, try to be sensitive to the fact that I know that he probably has friends, family on the other part of the country that maybe he was missing or whatever. So again, I was like, boy, yeah, so again, that's my statement. So again, I was like, boy, you need to stay off that TikTok. You're being silly. Because I already told him he needs to stay off the TikTok. He was being silly. All right, so I went upstairs. He was on the sofa to watch TV. I told him I'd come back later with him because he wanted to watch something on the show, but I had to get Lena ready. And I promised him I would let him stay up 30 minutes later. I said, you know, I was upstairs, getting Lena ready for bed, yada, yada, yada. Well, then, out of nowhere, the alarm is going off. It didn't start with anything other than alarm. Lena had laid down. I went in the room. I was sitting there with the dogs. I don't remember exactly what I was doing. I was doing something work. I hear the alarm go off. So I walk in the living room, hit the alarm code in. And I'm just like, okay. And it stopped. So I thought, who in the world, you know, was on the alarm code? Then it beeped again. It kept going. And then it started fire. It was yelling loud, fire, 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 fire. And I'm just like, fire. And I look around, don't see any flipping fire anywhere. So as this goes on, I'm like, okay, put the foot in again, it stops. So I'm like, okay, I might get on the phone with ADT because something's wrong with this thing. Remember when we were out of town, the neighbor said she smelled gas and everything was going off, but then they didn't find anything?
Yeah, right.
So I was thinking maybe it's something to do with this. So that was how my whole process was. So then at that point, I was like, the carbon monoxide thing started beeping. And I ran in there when Lena was at, and I said, Lena, are you asleep? Because I knew, unless I was under some adrenaline rush, and this is not being me, I would just pick Lena up and yank her out of bed. But luckily, she hadn't fell asleep all the way. I said, Lena, because I thought I was being crazy. I said, do you hear that? It said fire, right? She's like, yes. And so I grabbed Lena, run her outside, run her with the dogs, give her the keys to the truck, throw them in the truck. And I run back inside. Still don't know anything. And then remember, oh my God, again, sorry that for a second I hadn't remembered that because I was trying to still figure out when the heck I was that. So I run back downstairs and realized that there's smoke downstairs. I was coughing and choking and couldn't like get through the smoke part. Run back to the garage. You had these little mouthpieces that you could put over your mouth.
Yeah, dust protectors were.
So I grabbed one of those, put it over my mouth, ran back downstairs. And when I ran back downstairs, again, I was still asleep, not knowing this was going on. And there was I took the cover. There was a whole bunch of tons of cover that was inside that little tan thing and Gannon had on or whatever. And I just jumped on it. I don't know if that was the right thing to do. If it was the wrong thing to do, I'm sorry. But I just jumped on it and kept jumping on it. And like Gannon was right in one of the covers. So Gannon did burn his arms. It wasn't bad. It was like you know how you get a little bit of oil on it and it's just like underneath the skin. As long as y'all peel it, it's fine.
Yeah, but hey, Tisha, which arm was it? Both arms or like this inside? I mean, but like, how was it? So, because I remember we talked about that before a little bit, but we never got it.
I feel like it was across the arms. Like I feel like it was, and I told the investigators this. I said, and I don't want to skip to this part, miss this part. So remind me that. Say this later. I told the investigators later that I said I probably should have looked a little more in depth at his arm.
What if he's hurt? Yeah.
Because it could have been, you know, like he wasn't complaining like, oh, it's hurting. He wasn't saying anything along those lines. But I should have looked a little bit more in depth. Honestly, we ran. So we ran out. I'm sure I got the footage of us. Me running out first because Gannon was grabbing his cover, running out behind there because he was.
What time was this? So I can maybe tell somebody to look at the footage.
Well, I mean, I told them originally, I don't have access to the ADT now, but I because ADT said it had an alert for fire. So I would imagine whenever that alert went off from ADT, it would have been within that few minutes.
Yeah,
like,
fine, I got you.
15 minutes.
Hey, tell me about it. So I'm really concerned about these burns because he's freaking hurt. Like what were they big? Were they small? Like what was it? Was it from the candle wax or what?
Let me get to that part. It's not going to worry you in a minute when I get to that part.
Okay, because I'm freaking out right now because.
Understand. So when he runs to the car, he runs in because I'm running. He's running behind me. I jump in your truck. All he's jumping in your truck because the keys were laying there.
Okay.
I jump in your truck. He jumps in on the driver's side. He's screaming, crying, whatever. Lena's in the back seat with the two dogs. We turn your truck on, and we drive the hell off. Ask me why we drove off. I was freaked out because I was like, oh my God. Like it was the smoke was more scary and terrifying than actually the fire. So
okay.
What we did was we drove around the block, and I kind of had to be like, okay, what do I do? A, do I need to call the police department? B, does anybody need medical attention? So then we go back in the house. Lena's freaked out. I put Lena in our bed. I said, Lena,
so you drove around for how long and then came back?
No, I drove around the block.
I didn't hear that. Yeah, I didn't hear that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I drove around like the block, like Wando, that area.
Yeah, I know.
Pulled back up in the drive. You didn't have much gas because I hadn't put gas in your car yet. You didn't have much gas.
Right.
My partner of driving was thinking, oh my God, like I was in shock. So I pulled back in the driveway and parked. We all get back out, go inside. Lena's freaking out, crying. Lena and I are standing there looking again. At that point in time, I didn't see anything on his hands, arms, or anything other than take your hand where you're holding your phone and look on the insides where the edges are. That right there had little bubbly spots. Okay, so they had bubbly spots on both sides of his arm. And I think that was from when he grabbed the cover and I was trying to grab him up, and he came down with me with the cover because he was like latched onto the cover.
Yeah.
And I was trying to grab the whole cover to put out the fire. So from the inner part of his arm had these little bubble spots.
So you said both sides, or is it just the inner parts? I'm just trying to, because this might be key information.
Like both sides, left arm, right arm.
I got you. Okay, so both sides of both arms.
From what I remember, both sides of both arms, because he had when Dana was landing, I grabbed him to get him up. Okay, because I remember it was that
Oh God.
It's one of the covers. I grabbed him to get him up, whatever. He gets in the car, whatever. We're talking. He's explaining to me that he thought I was coming, and he was grounded from the switch. So he thought I was coming, and when he thought I was coming, he knocked over the candle.
Okay.
Because apparently he was playing the switch when he shouldn't have been playing, which is fine.
But he had the candle on the couch, I guess, right?
No, he had sitting on some kind of little that little white thing that was sitting next to the couch.
Okay. Oh, I got you.
I don't know if the candle fell over. I don't know. I know that when I got there was a fire, and it was on his cover. So I was trying to rip the cover out of his hands to get him up and like jump on the fire. They have pictures of where there's burn marks on my elbow where I jumped on the fire. So we get in the car, and he's crying and screaming and telling me he's sorry and he don't want to get in trouble because the switch. He was on the switch and he shouldn't have been on the switch. And so we drive around the block, and I'm like, it's okay. We'll figure it out. Honestly, I flipping lost my mind because I thought in my mind, like, had I not gotten downstairs when I did, had I not heard it or the alarm system or covering outside or whatever, if I would have hit that couch, I don't know that I could have gotten again. And that was my biggest thing that my brain was sitting there like freaked out on. Come back inside. Lena's terrified. I said, Lena, go lay in the bed. She's laying in the bedroom. And I was like, he doesn't want to go back to his room. I said, okay, will you lay in Lena's bed? He said yes. He started to say he was cold and had a little bit of shivers. And so I was like, Gannon, I took him and put more clothes on top of him now. Blame it on me, whatever. I didn't take his clothes off to go through anything, but I asked him, was he hurting? And was anything else, whatever. He told me it was just his arms. So I didn't see anything that would have thrown a flag that I had to be like, oh my God, emergency or think like that. I didn't see anything like that.
But if his arms was bubbling, that's not an emergency?
Well, it had broke skin. Like, it was just like underneath. It had broke skin or whatever.
Okay. All right.
In my mind, I'm like, okay, let's evaluate the situation, tomorrow and see or whatever. It wasn't burn marks like carpet burn or like, anything like that. It was bubbly. And I told them from that, I said, I honestly probably could have, got him in the car and said, hey, can you just check this out to make sure? Because in my mind, in his arms, I didn't see it as a bad thing. I just knew he was like, it's not hurting. We put aloe on it, and I assumed, okay. So then we put on the long sleeve shirt on him because he said he was kind of cold or whatever it was. He lays down in Lena's bed. Lena sleeps in our bed. Charlie comes home. I go in, and I'm telling, I already prepped Charlie for what was going on. I was like, hey, don't panic when you get here. I was like, there's smoke, I was smoky, Gannon, this happened, yada, 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 yada. Lena was scared to go to sleep, so we both went in there and checked him again. We went in there, we gave him water in Lena's bed. We gave him water. We set him up. We were like, "You okay?" He was more scared of anything. And so I can. Of course, I was like, "Whoops," someone said something because I said sell the couch. I wasn't talking about sell the couch to fix the daggone carpet. I was talking about like, I would get rid of that couch and get a new couch. Don't panic. Like, my point was, honestly, I wasn't even going to tell you because I was like, Anna was scared of being grounded in here. And I was like, I'll buy a new couch. We'll fix the couch. We'll replace everything in here. Don't worry about it. And that was my whole point. As long as you promise me you didn't do it on purpose, you didn't purposely do this to hurt yourself or hurt somebody, we will fix it. And that's how we ended on Sunday. So Anna was still like, upset. He was highly emotional about the situation. His foot was hurting. So that's where we were at with Sunday.
Okay.
You give me 1 second to pee.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm back.
Right.
All right. So later on in the night, Anna woke me up a few times. He said his stomach was getting worse. Should I include that? I messaged you, but you were already asleep. And I was like, hey, Dennis, Anna wants to know if he can stay out of school tomorrow. He's scared of pooping in his pants. I think if I were still asleep, you might didn't get it until the next day, which is not your fault, my fault. It was time zone and tiredness and whatever.
Yeah.
I stayed up with him a few times in the bathroom. I was like, okay, I wrote you back. I said, I'm just going to make the decision that Anna can stay at home tomorrow because he is so terrified about pooping in his pants. So the next morning, I called the nurse's line and I asked the nurse's line about his stomach and giving him Miralax and yada, yada, yada.
You talking about the TRICARE nurse's line?
No, the urgent care nurse's line right in front of Fountain and whatever that road is.
I got you.
So I called them and I said, hey, I know typically people are constipated, you give them Miralax, yada, yada, yada. He hasn't really went to the bathroom, he had blood coming out his butt. And so they just basically explained to do the best she could to get him to pass, and if not, then we needed to call our care provider, whatever. He started beating me up over that, saying you didn't need to have a referral to do this. That wasn't what I was trying to say. I was trying to make the point of, does the boy need to have anything done, or can I just give him like an enema or something like that? Because I already talked to him about that. So if this don't work, you want me to give like an enema or something because it was a big old turd he was trying to get out.
Yeah.
So then, that morning, we were like, I said, Anna, I'm gonna stay home with you today because I don't want you to stay by yourself. Now remember, we let Anna stay by yourself. He's been responsible, whatever. But in this state, as in his state that he was in, not feeling well, stomach hurting, bubbling a little bit here and there, and being embarrassed, I made a decision that it was not okay for him to stay there by himself if he was sick. If he's on normal terms, taking care of his sister, playing his Switch, doing his thing, then that's fine. But I said, Gannon, you're going to need to go with me. I said, there's a few things I need to handle today. Guess what? And I was going to look at a bike for you. The guy was on Craigslist because he had this bike, like a touring bike. And I said,
Yeah.
I'm going to look at this touring bike or whatever.
And that was Monday?
Yes.
Hey, so did you give him Miralax or the enema or anything like that? What else did you give him?
I have in this notes what day I gave him Miralax.
All right.
Trying to poop regularly took, that was the bath salts day, like to Saturday. He had Miralax on Saturday. Yeah, here it is. I gave him ice cream and said it had special stuff. Because I was telling him it was really those like Pedialyte ice cream.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
And took Miralax. That was on Saturday.
So hold on, I'm trying to just because obviously I'm worried to death about his little arms. Did you remedy cream on it or give him anything for the pain, or did he pain medicine or anything like that to help him?
Pain medicine because I didn't have any pain medicine kit. What I gave him was the aloe that was in our bathroom, that green aloe. We even made like a little silly joke about it because he wasn't hurting. Remember how I was wrapping Sadie up with the little thing?
Yeah.
I wrapped it around his arms too.
Oh yeah, the little bandages or whatever.
So I put the green aloe on it, and I said, "You can, or do you like Sadie?" And we laughed about it.
Yeah.
Laughing about it, being yes, it hurt a little bit, but being silly about it on his arms. So that.
So you didn't give him any like children's Tylenol or anything?
I didn't give him any kind of. He wasn't saying that he was hurting in any kind of pain to give him any kind of Tylenol, to give him anything at all. And if you feel like that would have been a lapse in judgment on my part, then I'm sorry.
No, I'm just trying to sort through it. I know how both of them are about, every time they scrape their finger or something, they want a Band-Aid. So I would have just assumed that if his arm was all bubbled up, did his arm stay bubbled up like until the next day, or did that go down that night, or how that's worrying me too.
So to get to the next part, Gannon started to kill it.
Wait, like when? When did he start to kill it?
Gannon started to kill it because I guess he was either asleep, I don't know, anxious, I don't know. Monday he started to kill it,
Okay.
Kill his skin.
Yeah, like Monday morning or whatever.
Again, I swear to Jesus told detectives this. I said he started to peel it. When he started to peel it, it had I don't want to say gooey stuff or whatever, but almost like it was popping it type thing. And I said,
oh yeah, like a blister or something. Yeah.
I said, listen, if it gets worse, we're gonna drive straight. And I was all ready to plan. That's why I didn't go to school. I said, if it gets worse,
after I put all that stuff on there, whatever. I'm not that type of person where something happens immediately run to the hospital. You know, you and I've had that conversation before where you would say like, every little thing later ran to the hospital. I was trying to evaluate it to see, and once he was talking fine, normal, acting normal, I didn't see at that point in time that he was under any kind of pain.
I got you.
Or say that to me.
Okay, all right, all right, all right.
That was a lapse in judgment on my part. I apologize. But he started to peel it because, you know, obviously he starts to peel things. So along with peeling that, he started peeling his fingernails. So, and I'm like, that morning, I sent you a picture of Gannon laying in bed on Monday morning. To your phone.
Yeah, right, right.
Gannon was laying in the bed, whatever. I went back in there, checked on him, gave him some more water, made him drink some more Pedialyte because he wasn't eating because he was so upset. And that's when I noticed he started peeling things like on his arm. And I said, and at that time, which I told you, like I told them, Gannon had blood that was on his arm and on the side of his wall. I guess from sleeping through the night, whatever it was, peeling it. We toted him back down to his room after Lena decided to go back to bed.
On the side, you said on the side of his wall? You never told me that.
No, I told detectives this.
Oh,
You never talked to me about this.
okay, fine. I mean, I'm just, this is new. I've never heard that before, so now I'm even more worried about him.
So they should have told you this. So then I went in there that morning, sent you a picture. I said, Gannon, why do you have blood on your wall? Like, it wasn't a lot. Don't panic. It wasn't like.
Oh, so it wasn't like a lot, like all over the place? It was just like little streaks or something? Oh.
I said, again, he says, did you peel those things? Yes, he did. I said, okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to re-bandage your arm. I says, and if you're feeling bad or it starts bleeding, you get a fever, anything like that. I says, as soon as because I was going to go talk to the man about the bike.
Right.
He said, I have to go there first. You want to go to the hospital now? Of course, maybe I shouldn't have asked the kid that, but based on my judgment and what I was seeing with him, I didn't think that he needed to go right away. We went on about our business. And I said, if you start to feel any pain or hurt or whatever like that, we'll just drive to the base. We'll explain to them what happened with the fire. We monitored it through the night, so on and so forth. That was our intent. That was the plan the whole time. Everything. Nothing wavered from doing that at all. Gannon asked me questions. He was just like, why does it happen to me? Why do I always get hurt? Because, you know, he had hurt his foot on the boards outside. I said, Gannon, we're going to figure all of it out. Don't worry about it. We will replace it. Okay. So Monday morning, after all this, I was like, Gannon, we're going to go find, which I probably shouldn't have said to him that he would have known that it was on him. But I said, we're going to go find someone to replace the carpet. He says, and then we'll get a fix. We won't worry about it. We'll monitor your arm through the day. Yada, yada, yada. So we're going to get coffee. Just hang out. And I said, there were some things I need to get for the pet store, and we need to go meet the guy about the bike. And it was, that's the reason we drove the truck, because if I ended up blocking the bike, I was going to put the bike in the back of the truck.
Yeah, I got you.
And also note that when we left, we took my softball bag, Charlie's softball bag with that, stuff like that in a helmet, because I was asking him, did he want to stop by to look at those hockey skates? So we took any of the old equipment that I had, and we loaded it in the back of the truck, which was the long Eastern bag I have.
Yeah. So you took Harley back?
Charlie's bag, because she don't use that.
The little book bag. The softball bag is like a book bag. Oh.
So we were going to take it to the sports place and see if they did like trades, whatever.
Yeah.
We were going to surprise Lena when she got home if I could got him 2 new things of skates or hockey skates or whatever. Because
You talking about play against sports over there
Right.
that we went to?
that's why we were so far across town.
I got you.
All right, so that was our plan for Monday. Go to play against sports, get some coffee. We need to get gas, and we were going to monitor his arm along the way. Go check on the thing about the bike.
Right.
So we go to, drive around. I think we went to Dunkin' Donuts first, and then the gas store, or it might have been by first.
Like over by our house, Dunkin' Donuts.
Went to Dunkin' Donuts by our house. Dunkin' Donuts sharing lady already released the video of us going there. You can see my arm reach out the window. I can grab. Sorry, I didn't mean to say this, and I'm just over all this. Grab the coffee out the car. Then I turned around because I was about to get Gannon a frappuccino, but he said he didn't want it. So then we drive off from the Dunkin' Donuts. So then we drive from the Dunkin' Donuts, and we go up. I turned 87 somehow, but meant to turn on 25. Needless to say, I went up to Nevada.
You mean 85?
Yeah, 85, 87. Yeah.
Oh, okay, all right.
I went up towards Nevada, which is where, like, Holly gets her eyelashes done, that type of
Well,
area.
wait, you talking about past Walmart and all that? Like not towards Fountain, the other way, right?
Where the roads, okay, remember when we went to the recycle at before and the road split?
Yeah, way down there close to, okay. All right, but that's towards Walmart turn. Yeah, okay, I got you.
So that's the route that I take, which I'm sure they have because I'm not hiding anything from the GPS that I took. So I went that way first, and I realized I was like, oh crap. I was like, I probably should have got on the other exit because I really didn't know. Not lately, I've been trying to find my way around, like what exits to get off of, things like that. So I get off and realize like, oh, this is the way to where we went to the recycle thing at. So I just kept driving and ends up making the curve and turning you back to 25, Nevada, and all that. And I was like, oh, there's the Petco. It's going to go to PetSmart, or we know the Petco, so whatever, same thing.
Petco, you went to Petco like way over there?
That's the only Petco there is.
I don't know. The only one I know is the one we went to by Target that one day.
I know Holly's work.
Yeah, that's PetSmart though, isn't it?
Right, that's what I was saying.
I got you.
I was going to go to PetSmart, but I went to Petco.
I got you.
So I go to Petco, and walk inside. Gannon wanted to stand in the car playing the Switch. He was like, you want to stand in the car playing the Switch? Again, Colorado law is he could sit in the car at 11 years old.
Oh, so he took a Switch with him.
Right.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yes. He had his Switch, playing his Switch in the back of the car.
You talking about a truck, right?
Yeah, I'm sorry, in the back of the truck.
Okay.
So he was playing his Switch in the back of the truck.
Well, I went in the first time and yada yada yada. I was going in because Sadie has been having like I don't even know what it is. She needs to get her vet paperwork so I can give her a check. I didn't know girl dogs had like periods or like stuff come out. I didn't know this. So I walked in and found these little pads that they had. And I'm like looking at them, whatever. And I set the phone down because I'm like, my mind is so blown that dogs have this. So I'm like looking at it, freaking out, thinking, okay, should I get these? Or should I just call a pet? You know, maybe it's just something weird coming out of her body parts or something like that. Whatever, maybe. So then go back up to the front, look around. I look out the door several times, and these people I know have said she was suspicious looking out the door. I was looking out the front door just to make sure nobody was at the truck because Gannon was in it. That's all. It was just he was in the truck, and what if he needed to get out pee or whatever. That was the only reason I kept walking back to the freaking front door just to make sure he was fine. He was in the truck. So then I get 3 outfits. God forbid I got 3 outfits and only had 2 dogs. Because of course this is what these people talked about. I got 3 outfits, checked out, walked out, got in the car. From there, we were going to go to the play against Ford.
But wait a minute, why were you so? I'm kind of confused because like you said you're worried about him getting out, but like we've gone to the gas station and like he's never tried to get out of the car. So what was I don't know, maybe that's nothing, but what made you freak out that day?
Parked on the front row. I was parked a little bit off, so like if he needed to get out and use the bathroom or he was looking for me or whatever.
Okay, yeah, I was just that kind of was weird because like he's usually he does what we tell him, stays in the car. But anyways, go ahead.
Right, but not Albert. Exactly, he does. Just like I told you, he could have stayed at home on a normal basis, but he wasn't feeling well.
Yeah,
so I was
fine,
like,
fine, I got you.
What you had to prove, whatever.
Yeah.
I was just trying to be a good parent. That's it. It wasn't no.
I know.
Looking in the car.
I got you. It just was weird that you said that, but it's okay. I'll just go ahead.
So I went on, got the thing checked out, left. I don't remember if we stopped at another store in between there or what. We were headed to go to the Planet Against Sports, and we were headed to go talk to the dude about the bike. Well, they had my phone, so they can see that the guy wrote that bike with the pictures, and I was asking about prices and yada 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 yada. And I was like, I didn't want to go to the man's house with the bike, without like I wanted it to be legit, got me in the car, and not only had me in the car, I got Gannon in the car. So I thought I need to, you know what I'm saying? Like I need to make sure this is legit. So I'm like, send me a picture of the bike. Can you call? Can you whatever? And like he wasn't acting like he was wanting to like give me information that he could meet me at a safe spot to go look at the bike.
So you weren't gonna go to his house or something? He was just gonna meet you in general?
I told him messages that I didn't want to just go to some random person's house, and that's probably why they're looking at this whole Douglas County thing because he lived almost at Douglas County.
Okay, yeah, that does sound sketchy. That was probably a good decision. So.
Yeah, so again, open book with them. They took my GPS and everything. We got to Douglas County, and me and Gannon were talking about it. And he was like, "Do you know this guy?" And I was like,
"So wait, I missed the part. You said so. You went to Petco. You said you were going to play it again. Did you never go to play it again? I forgot.
So we didn't never make it to play it again. That was on our agenda, but we were trying to go for the bike first.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I got confused. I'm sorry.
Okay, it was a priority first. Okay, so I was gonna go out to meet the guy with the bike, and somehow they have my email. They subpoenaed all that. They can see the information coming from the Craigslist. Okay.
Oh, it's Craigslist.
So someone had something on Craigslist.
Oh man, that's sketchy, isn't it? Yeah, I don't trust that shit. You there?
You went and bought wood and stuff on Craigslist.
Yeah, I mean for you to do it, and Craigslist, I never trust that shit because they always have those sketchy people doing, I don't know, stupid stuff like meet and greets and stuff. You always told me about that, remember?
Yeah, but like this was just a bike for sale.
Okay, I'm just saying, I'm worried about you and my son's safety. That's what that's
my point. That's why I realized. I said, well, we rode through. Okay, so when you go to Palmer Lake heading to Douglas County or whatever, we went that way. It was supposed to be that the guy had a warehouse somewhere between the Palmer Lake area or whatever.
What, warehouse of bikes or something?
He said he had a couple bikes that he used to do riding and touring and stuff like that.
Like those bikes I was looking at doing those rides, like through Alaska or whatever?
Right.
Okay.
So get out on this road. So if you're on, I want to say it's exit 165 or 163. I think that's what I want to say the exit was.
On 25?
Right. Okay. Yeah. So you know how you're going to before you get to Castle. Oh, it's where we went to take the remember how traffic is backed up? You can take that back road.
Oh yeah, before you get to like 182 where the outlets are or whatever.
You can see that back road.
Yeah.
The Castle Rock.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay, so it was off that, but to the right side, not to the bougie side where like the boonies and stuff was at. It was off that way to the right side. So I originally got off, and again, they can see this on my GPS. I got off, I went left, and went down that little hill where the little people were at, and I thought, this can't be the right way, because he was saying something about signs and all this. Turned around at the little, woods or whatever, came back up, went across the street, realized it was on that right side. I think it's called like Palmer Lake or something like that. Supposed to be looking for this place, still didn't see it, and then it ended up being like all mountainy and dark. I say dark, it wasn't dark in the day, but like,
Yeah, like woods and stuff, yeah.
We turned around, left out of there, and I was like, well, this doesn't even look too great. Again, let them go search that area all they want to. They're parking up the fucking wrong tree because all we did was went through there looking around and trying to figure out where this warehouse was supposed to be at.
So you were in the truck or out of the truck?
in the truck.
Oh, you had me worried. I'm like, you're out of the truck in the woods looking for a warehouse?
No, it was just driving through there. It was like down, around, up, around. You know, not Colorado has all these mountains and shit like that. So I came back out, got back on 25, and was like, crap. I was like, I don't even like think that was a good place. Me and Gana was like, why can't we just go buy it at the store? Don't they have them at Walmart? You know, so we're like talking. I was like, yeah, I just figure out another place to get a bike. Because the whole thing was, I was going to buy you the bike and surprise you for Valentine's Day for it. That was like whole shebang.
Yeah, I would love that for sure.
At this point, we never got to play it against sports because it was approaching the time that we needed to be headed back.
Okay.
So I said, Gannon, I'll just come back and go to play it against sports again later. Don't worry about it. Your daddy and I have been talking about the hockey sticks. So we come back up, heading back towards the house, because, we had to get back to Lena. I forgot to tell you a point that we left that day because I put my notebook down. Let me go back to this. On Monday. Okay, on Monday.
If you want to take afternoon recess now, we still got a long way to go on this particular phone call. It's 3:00.
Yeah. How much longer do we have to go? That had crossed my mind, so.
So we have about another hour to go.
Oh, yeah, no, we'll take a break now. So ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a break until about 3:20. If I can have everyone back in the jury room at that point in time, we should be able to start on time. Again, don't discuss case among yourself. Don't discuss case with anyone else. With that, all rise for the jury, please. Even I'll be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. We'll take a recess until 3:20 then. Mr. Cook's already dealing with that issue. Okay. All right, and we'll see everybody back at 3:20. Thank you.
All rise.
What'd you? I'll go see. Oh.
Dave, I see you looking longingly over at all our binders over here.
What's that?
I see you looking envious at all our binders over here.
Yeah, it's old school stuff. Jack, how you gonna wake us up? Huh. Your secret candy stack. Oh, yeah. Stanch keeps a secret stack of candy. Huh? She doesn't eat it, but she keeps it.
That was weird. I just started talking and it was in my ear.
Oh, is it? We're still on.
Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia South record should reflect the jury not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to bring up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time?
It might be a good idea when we're playing this one because it's so warm. I might stop it after about 30 more minutes, give jurors a chance to maybe stand up and then pick it back up just so we're not
That's fine.
fall asleep, just so you know.
That's fine. It's
You went, were you not enough?
it's a little better now than it was when we first started. It's not quite as hot, but and I don't know why, but it is warm in here. So yeah, let's go ahead and bring the jury in then. Yeah, it's a little cool, but it's still hot. That's true. That's true. That's true. The refrigerator that I have is warmer than my chamber.
Stuff's not easy. Just wait right now.
I will tell about 520 snow.
What?
I will tell about 520 snow. I forgot to do that once in May, and we had all that snow and had to continue. The courthouse was closed actually. Oh, wait. Okay. All right, for the jury, please. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358 People versus Letecia Stout record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Before we start or resume playing the before we resume playing the audio that we were playing just a few minutes ago, I I know that there is perhaps a weather change that is on the way, and I wanted to let all of you know the best way to find out whether or not there's something that's going on with the courthouse, 520 snow. And it will have on there if there is, if the courthouse is closed or if it's delayed. And I don't anticipate that. I'm just telling you, so that if it becomes an issue, that's the fastest way to find out. And we'll leave it at that. And I'm giving you that warning because I one time forgot to do that in a trial in May, and we had like, I don't know, 18 inches of snow overnight. And I was going, really? But anyway, so that's what and then I think what we're going to do is we're going to play, we've got about an hour of audio left to go. We're going to play about 30 minutes, and then we're going to stop the audio, and we're going to do sort of a 7th inning stretch and have everybody stand and stretch and things like that. And then we will finish out the audio. So, Mr. Allen?
Thank you, Judge. And just off the record, for your purposes, we're playing People's Exhibit 35, which is that pretext call on February 13, 2020 at 1:11 p.m.
Yes.
When Dan and I left, we found someone in the neighborhood who was working for the Lawson Ranch people. So this is why I came back to you and said I didn't think it was a carpet guy. I say working for the Lawson Ranch people. I don't know who he worked for.
Like whatever that Emery Homes or whatever it's called.
He was working for the home company. I approached the guy, asked him, could he go fix the carpet? You know, that was before we even hit the road.
So that was before Dunkin' Donuts and all that?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, I meant to tell you this. So it was before Dunkin' Donuts and all that. So I gave him the garage code because he apparently worked for a company or whatever. I gave him the garage code and told him I had money sitting on the counter because Charlie was gonna. I knew I've been playing those lottery ticket things. I was tens because I was like, well, he can just have those tens and I'll get more money from it. That's why I had one on the lottery. Well, that's why I thought that that the carpet person, had access to the house, whatever. Come to find out later on, he didn't even make it there. But I'll get to that point when we get there.
Why would you give him access to the house?
Well, because he was
but
part of the people, and Gannon was with me.
Okay, all right.
So I didn't think anything was a threat if the children were with me.
Yeah, I got you.
Someone was going to come in or whatever.
But that, you know how I am about that stuff too, right? I mean, that's. Anyways, I don't want to stop you. Just that kind of worries me there. But go ahead. You there?
I didn't give him a code to be any kind of whatever.
No.
I was trying to get the carpet fixed so the boy could not be so upset.
I got it. I just don't like, how I am. I don't like people having access to our house and stuff. But whatever. Just go on because I don't think that's a big deal. So.
Anyway, so back to what I was saying.
Sorry.
I wanted to make sure I didn't leave out that point.
Okay.
So fast forwarding on, we have to hurry up. We have to get back because I knew that Lena would be coming home at some point. The original plan was we were going to go pick Lena up. That was the original plan. Like, hey, we're going to eat sushi tonight. Because everybody's been talking about eating sushi.
Yeah.
Gannon wanted to stay at home. And I was like, no, Gannon, you probably shouldn't stay at home. You still aren't feeling the best, whatever. You should not stay at home. I said, so we're all going to eat sushi. If you don't like it, you can just get rice, chicken, yada, yada. So that was our plan for the day. We got home about, I don't know what time the alarm got set off. 2:30, 2:45, whatever the whole crap is. Okay. Well, I noticed that during the time frame, I set the alarm to alarm away. And I have it from the ADT when we left. Somehow, during some point, the alarm changed from alarm away to alarm stay.
But what point? I
had all this, and which was on my phone that they took.
Oh, okay. All right.
So I called ADT and I said, hey, what are the steps in alarm going to arm away, arm stay? And they instructed me that if the door was not open with a sensor, it could have been that you accidentally set the house to alarm away, and it would have went arm stay if it noticed movement that was already in the house.
Oh, I got you.
Right. But there's a sensor on the garage door.
Right.
Okay? So keep this in mind.
There's a sensor on the garage door?
I know, on the door coming in from the garage, there's no sensor.
No, you said there was. So yeah, there's not. I didn't think there was.
Yeah, I was saying there's no sensor. I might have said it fast. I was saying there's no sensor.
Okay, sorry. I misunderstood you. I'm sorry.
So either you can come in, you can set the alarm to arm away, and you can walk in through the garage, and it will immediately go to arm stay. Or you can set it arm away, and when the dogs move, and it will go to arm stay. As long as that back glass door wasn't triggered, and that front door wasn't triggered, it will not change.
Okay,
so
right.
keep that in mind, okay? So this whole thing about your neighbor, he got paid $5,000 to release this video. It's a proven fact, okay? It's already been looked at by tens of thousands of people, and it's been investigated. Again, and Scout got out the other side of the vehicle.
Okay, all right.
Shadows, movements, infrared, whatever you want to call it. Again, and got out the other side of the vehicle. Okay.
So all right. So he's home with you now, is what you're saying. At this point in the timeline.
Yeah, so it's like maybe 2:45 or 2:30. I'm not sure exactly, but in that time frame before Lena got home, I'm getting out, going in the house, or whatever. Gannon goes in, and Gannon goes straight to his room. I go upstairs because I was like, wanted to try to get on that Peloton the other night. Didn't get a chance to. Put my headphones on, yada, yada, yada. So I'm in there. Gannon had asked me, that you said they could go with a friend. You then texted me, I don't know exactly what time, but at some point in time, you had told me, don't let Gannon go with a friend or something.
Yeah, right.
Gannon came back and said that you said he could go with a friend and come back later tonight. Again, I said, your daddy said you can play with your friends in the neighborhood, but you cannot go with some friend in some car or whatever it may be. Put my headphones back on. That was where this gets where I have completely parts of the information and not parts of the information. I hear another loud noise downstairs. Not even about, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes later, maybe 20 minutes. Yes.
I thought you said you were doing the Peloton.
No, I said I've been wanting to go back to the Peloton because I didn't get to
Okay.
the other night. So I had my headphones on and I was kind of like trying to get in the pre-workout mode or whatever you want to call it. Because my goal had been trying to get on the Peloton every day.
Yeah, right.
So then I heard another noise again, and I was like, I pulled them off my ears. I know they're noise counseling, but I also am not stupid. I don't wear them all the way on my ears because they freaking hurt. And I was like, Gannon, didn't hear anything. And I just thought he's down there bumping and wobbling and, doing his thing. whatever it may be. Still sitting there, just chilling, doing whatever. Heard another loud noise. And I thought, okay, this is it. Like, I thought he was stomping around, you know, doing crazy things, whatever. He's supposed to be going to go play with a friend. When I walked downstairs at that original point in time, I thought that guy was the carpet guy. Similarities? I didn't really remember exactly what he looked like, but I remember some of the details. Now, fast forward, you'll hear me say night after night after night after night, I dreamed of different things that have added detail to this. I thought it was the carpet guy because there was carpet everywhere, boxes, you name it. That was the loud noises that I heard. Next thing I know, I'm out. Blacked out. I wish I told you this.
Yeah. So, but what I'm concerned about with that is, did he take all those boxes and carpet with him when he left?
The carpet was already in the house.
Oh, but I just don't remember seeing any of that stuff when we got there. Did you clean? Is that part of what you cleaned up or whatever?
No, the carpet was, I saw it there when the police watched me take my stuff out.
Okay, but you also just mentioned he had a bunch of boxes and stuff. But I mean, it's not a big deal. I just wanted to.
Boxes like laid out everywhere.
Right.
I told the detectives, I thought we were getting robbed.
Okay, I got you.
I thought that was the whole point of boxes was to get robbed.
Okay, all right.
On Gannon's table, which I'm sure it had to be if it was swiped correctly, I hit my head on the back of Gannon's table. Like hard. On the back of Gannon's table.
What table? The one I made him?
Yes.
Like the back of it up against the wall?
No, as in the back of my head, and there was a table right there.
Oh, okay. I thought you said the back of the table. I'm sorry.
No, the back of my head, like his table. Okay. So from there, a lot of it was a blur because I hit my head.
I got you.
I just remember certain pieces here and there. I remember Gannon running and like jumping on the guy who I thought at the time was the carpet guy, and I thought we were about to get robbed. I just remember bits and pieces like that, trying to push him off, and all I remember now, and I sit back and remember, like, play it in my head again, play it in my head again, play it in my head again. It was a very calm conversation with Gannon and this person. I just remember him asking questions, the same questions he asked me, they were talking about. And I don't, who do you have me on speakerphone with? Because I know you do.
What are you talking about, Tisha?
Who's listening to my conversation?
Me and you. I'm trying to figure out. Like I told you the whole time, the
So-
truth. I just want the truth.
Okay, so during that time, I heard that same thing that Gannon asked me about knowing his mommy. Why do you think I've been adamant about you saying to you, oh my God, there's a piece that we're not putting together, that we're not missing, there's something different. I don't know how to put it all together, but Gannon knew something about something. And all I kept hearing him say was, do you know where Uncle Matt is at? I don't even know who Uncle Matt is.
Yeah, I never heard. The only Matt I know of is what's her name? Your sister.
Well, that would be his uncle, and he would know him.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why when you said that 20 minutes ago or whatever, I just like I never heard of Uncle Matt. So
When I woke up and like out of this state of confusion, going crazy, whatever was going on, I remember Gannon saying he would be back later.
like the Uncle Matt saying he'd be back later.
Gannon said he would be back later.
Oh, Gannon said. Okay, all right.
So in my mind, I'm like, did I really like what the fuck just went on? Okay, hit my head twice. Had to find out some dude that I explained to them and gave them a description of the whole entire time. Okay, I have been adamant about this, about finding this person.
Is that the Mexican guy you were talking? You told me about the Mexican guy.
He was dark skinned, and I say Mexican because I assume.
Tisha, you just said she. You mean he was dark skinned?
I never said she. I said he.
Okay, all right. I'm sorry. It sounded like you said she. I'm hearing things again. I'm sorry.
Mexican guy. Okay, I gave him the description of that, but to me, dark skinned. I mean, their own stepfather could look Mexican.
Are you talking about Mike?
Right, and
Yeah.
at the time, it wasn't Mike, obviously. But in that time frame, I'm trying to figure out first, is this real life? Because I was totally, completely in shock what was going on. I thought we were going to get robbed. I thought they were about to take everything. I thought someone was trying to hurt Gannon. I hit the head. I didn't really know back and forth what to do. I was a little bit out of it. I'm not even going to lie. My body system was already weak because you know how it is in the first 4 to 5 weeks of being pregnant. That's my mind was completely fucking gone. And my mind jumped up after everything. And I said, okay, Gannon's going to be back. Gannon's going to be back. I paced up and down the stairs. During that
So
time,
babe, hold on. Why did you tell me you got raped, and now you're not telling me you got raped?
you think I want to tell you what a man done to me?
I mean, but like that first day, I told you I would do everything within my power to protect you and get you the help you need for that. But
And I went for
that's
that.
a key part of the story. I'm just trying to make sure I'm getting it straight.
And I went for that. And that's not something that I want to be like. Do you think I want that blasted on El Paso News?
Okay, but this is me. I'm just trying to help you in this situation. Make sure you got what you need from that. But if I don't want to get you worked up, so go ahead.
You think it hasn't been hard to know that like somebody was there trying to hurt me and Gannon and I'm getting knocked out of it?
No, I
Trying
understand.
to fight for my body, trying to fight for someone not doing something to my body.
That's why I'm just trying to make sure I know everything that happened. Remember, this is about the truth. This is not about anything but me and you and the truth. So
And I can't tell people that because then they're going to say nothing to me, call me names, and you won't even want me.
why would I not want you? I don't understand what you mean by that.
Tried. I didn't know what was going on. All of it was a blur in and out, trying to figure out. I got up at one point and ran to the door and sent Lena away. Sure, anybody in a logical state of mind could have said, why didn't you give Lena a note? To run to the neighbors. He knew everything. He knew everything about us. He knew our names. He knew where we worked. He knew where Ozzy worked. He knew where we drove.
So back up a second too. So just because I want to know about Gannon's well-being too. We already covered what happened to you, but you're saying that initially you told me Gannon got beat up and he took him away, but then you didn't say that this time. So please tell me.
Gannon jumped on his back. Like when he was trying to hurt me, Gannon jumped on his back. And that's clearly what I told the detective.
Okay, so what happened to Gannon in that instance? Because I got to know that.
I don't know. I just remember Gannon was on the other side. I was on where the door was at.
Okay.
Gannon was behind me on the floor and was just crying. And then
Was he bleeding or anything? Was it like?
know that if he was bleeding or anything.
Okay,
I
all right.
just remember, all I could barely see what was going on.
Was there any blood on the floor after you got, do you remember anything like that?
When I woke up, there was no blood anywhere. I probably went the second time. So when I ran back upstairs, they sent Lena away, and I said, Lena, please go get the nail. Harley pulls up. I said, Harley, please take Lena to Dollar Tree. And they're like, okay. I said, please take them now and get these items. Exactly
So
what I did.
did Harley notice that you were distraught or anything?
Harley was, yeah, she was just looking at me like, what in the world? I said, please just go get the items. And Harley was like, what are they? I was like, carpet spray for the dog smell and the carpet powder for the dog smell. And Lena and Harley left.
Okay, all right.
Because I didn't want Lena and Harley to come in. And then you got two more people involved in this. He's downstairs with Gannon. I don't know what in the hell is going on. I'm freaked out like if this I'm in some Lifetime movie. And no matter who I call or send anything to, they're going to do me just like they're doing me now. Came back downstairs. Tried to plead with him about what was exactly going on. He had Gannon wrapped in his arm, like his arm around him. And was saying,
Teacher, hold on just a second. I'm trying to understand. So, oh my goodness. So you're downstairs and all this is going on and the guy is downstairs and you send Lena away? Like you come upstairs and send Lena away while the guy's still downstairs?
right, or did you want Lena to come in and be there too?
No, I'm just trying, babe, I'm just trying to understand everything because some of this is new information for me that you didn't tell me initially. So I'm just trying to process.
You wouldn't let me. You wouldn't let me sit there and talk to you.
Okay.
You're treating me like a criminal.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand this. So I'm just trying to sort through all this. So keep going. Thank you for clarifying though.
I'm trying over it.
What's wrong?
I'm trying so hard.
You tried so hard to do what?
I was trying to protect everybody, but I couldn't get back upstairs. Once I let Lena go, I don't know. I couldn't even figure out what to do. If I ran outside the yard, what was I going to do?
So you sent Lena to the mailbox or you sent her with Harley?
I sent her to the mailbox, and then
Okay.
Holly gets there, and I sent Holly a message, and I sent Holly a message quickly and said, please get Lena as soon as you get back and go to Dollar Tree. I'll explain later.
Oh, so you sent her a message and then went back downstairs?
Right, because I was trying to check on Gannon.
But I thought you said you saw Harley when she got home.
I did. I sent her a message to let her know Lena pulled up. Lena came up.
Okay.
I sent Lena to the mailbox. Harley pulled right up. Look at the camera. Since your neighbor has every fucking camera footage, you should be able to see that they came up and I freaking sent them right away.
Well, I'll probably have to pay him another $5,000 to get him to do that. So I don't think that's gonna happen. It's bullshit, ain't it?
So I went back down. It's not funny because he did get paid.
No, I'm not. It's bullshit.
So he went back downstairs. I went back downstairs and I'm trying to figure out, and he's just telling him they had a new family and all kinds of things. And I'm sitting there trying to grab Gannon. And next thing I'm on the ground again. And you can't overpower someone and put their fingers on your mouth.
And this was in Gannon's room again?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
No one tried to help. No one cared. They were treating me like a criminal. When I came through, I woke up. Whatever I could say and look around and think, I thought I was in a dream. And I was up. And Gannon was gone.
And that was the second time you went downstairs and he hurt you.
Second time he hurt me, and once I woke up from that, Gannon was gone.
Okay, so you blacked out again is what you're saying.
Yes, because I tried several times. Because I was trying. What I was trying to do, I was trying inside the closet, our closet door in there. I was trying to get in there because I was like, there has to be something in there that I can just swing, whatever. I didn't know how to use the freaking big gun. So if I had left out from sending Harley and Lena away, I didn't know how to use your big gun, like the assault rifle. And my gun wasn't in the spot that it always was. Because you know why? My gun was already in my car.
But babe, I'm just trying to understand here. You told me initially that the gun was in the house and that he grabbed it or something.
Black gun. He had your black gun. Yours.
He had my little pistol, right?
The black one, yes.
Okay, all right. Because I thought maybe I'm wrong, but I thought initially you said your gun. That's why I was
No, my gun was outside.
in the car. Okay.
Your black gun. That's why I was terrified. He knew everything about us. He was threatening us. Every single thing. He knew what kind of car that your mom had drove there and stayed there the whole time in a rental car.
Hey, when did you bring your gun back in after all this happened?
You told me to go get all the guns together.
No, that was when I was collecting them. You said your gun was in the car.
No, Albert. On the phone call with me, you said go check and see and be accountable for all the guns. When I told you
Yeah, because you had stored them downstairs in those. My gun was in the. I don't know about yours, but my gun was in one of the totes. Remember, you had put it there.
because the lady was babysitting.
Okay, so the guy had the gun. And he put it back in the tote.
No, he didn't put the gun back in the tote. The gun was left there.
So you put it back in the tote.
The gun was left there. Gannon was gone. It was like I thought he was hiding. I legit thought I was in complete shock and thought Gannon was hiding.
Okay.
I even mentioned to the girls. I go, because I was shocked, culture shock, thinking, what the fuck happened? Oh my God, I don't know how I'm going to handle this. I didn't get the time to even go through any of the emotions of it all to think what happened, because all I could immediately do was go into the defense mode of being like, oh my God, okay, get the girls out of here. Okay, Gannon's going to be back by the time he's supposed to be back. Because in the end, when Gannon was leaving, I remember him asking him, was he going to take him to Uncle Matt's house? I remember that being blacked out. So Gannon freely went with him. I don't know Uncle Matt. I'm not fucking crazy.
So he left with Uncle Matt in a car or something, or in a van, or you don't know?
That's why he left it. I just know that the whole thing started to add up.
Okay, well, in that case, everybody stand and stretch for a moment.
Really, they want to do the wave.
I know those chairs are the most comfortable. Right. And, you know, while this is going on, you can, as I said, during jury selection, if some of you need to, you can stand, you can stretch, you can do what you need to do, and that's okay. So, there you go. All right. Okay. Yep. Let's go ahead and start it again.
Gannon kept going outside with some gate. Gannon had to be talking to somebody outside of that gate. I begged the fucking El Paso County police officers to find anything on that side of the house where Gannon might have went out at night talking to whoever it was. Any cars that was parked on that side of the house. Nobody helps me.
Okay, so I'm trying to just, this is what's bothering me about this part, and I want to be real with you because we're trying to work together on this, but I went and asked all the neighbors, myself, like cameras in front of our house, the side of our house, everything, to look and see if Gannon left the house anywhere from like 2 to 4, 4:30, anything like that, and no cameras have him leaving. So, I mean,
What kind of cameras? Are they like Rogers that run 24/7?
yes, they're like 3, 4, 5 of the neighbors have those 24/7 cameras. And then some are like ours, which are motion sensor.
Okay, which ones? Because we need to know which direction that their cameras are pointed in order for that to happen.
Okay, well, that's something we can look into. Okay, that's something we need to look into. So either they went out in front, I'm assuming, right?
Not the front door.
So what, the garage?
I would say the garage leader out the back door because Gannon had the gate code, like the key. And he kept going out there with his key or trying to unlock it or keep it unlocked with his key.
Okay, hold on. So I understand. So now, Gannon, with all this going on, Gannon tells the guy there's a key to the gate, and then they bring the key back to the house?
No. Did you listen to my report?
Yeah.
Every night, Gannon kept going outside with the gate. I'm thinking that the gate was automatically left unlocked.
Oh, okay. Did you lock it back before I got home?
No, I didn't lock anything.
Okay.
I didn't do anything unless they locked it or the police locked it because Harley said the police put cameras in it and locking it.
Okay,
Locking everything up.
we can find that out. Maybe the police locked it back up. So yeah, fair enough. So that's just all that kind of is blowing my mind. You know, he wasn't seen leaving. The key to the gate was in the house. The gun was where it's supposed to be. I'm just trying to figure it all out, Tisha.
The gun wasn't where it was supposed to be because I put the gun back in when you told me to collect them.
Okay. Well, hopefully,
The gun was upstairs.
they got my gun now, so hopefully they can get this Mexican guy's fingerprints. So
Would be perfect to me. It's nothing but from day one.
I know, and that's what I'm trying to get. So get all in this information. You know, I think the FBI's in on it now. So we're trying to get them all this information. Look for a fingerprint on the gun. You know, maybe they haven't looked there. Look for a fingerprint on the lock of the gate. You know, stuff like that. As the little things that they may have missed. You know, during this process.
Why would they have not have done that? And maybe I'm just upset by this because I feel like they barked up the wrong tree for 2 fucking weeks, Albert.
It's been 3 weeks almost, Tisha. Yes, I agree. I agree with you. I'm as frustrated as anybody because I don't know anything. And
Do you think I did this?
Tisha Stout, I don't know. I'm just trying. I'm trying to help you. Okay, I'm trying to help you get the truth out there. But you've got to tell me the truth. Okay, I know.
Here's what I told the police. The only difference is I thought it was the carpet person, but once I went around because I was freaking out trying to figure out, I was like, if I could go get this fucker and bring him in, and I drove through the neighborhood, the description that I gave El Paso is exactly what I saw, but that is not the exact description that I gave of this carpet person. So my point behind that was I don't think it was a carpet person because I eliminated him because he didn't have craters on his face.
He did or didn't? So, but hold on. You know what? Something. Remember how? Oh my goodness! Thinking back to this whole that trip you made for the bike. You never found the guy, right? The Craigslist guy.
Started looking creepy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You don't think that this Craigslist guy had anything to do with you? I mean, not you, but you know what I mean. Oh, I'm freaking out. Sorry. And you don't think the Craigslist guy followed you or just found you? Maybe you told him, "Hey, I'm driving my husband's red Frontier, and I'll meet you there," or something like that. I mean, I don't know. I'm just trying to think of anything.
Okay, so let's say it's him. What I don't like is that people are sitting here saying, well, there's nothing that shows you guys leaving. If there's nothing at this point in time, it's starting to get dark. Because in case you didn't know, in Colorado, it's getting dark around that time. Okay? There has to be something that points in that direction that shows any shadows, movement, anything. And if it didn't, it was because the ring sensitivity didn't pick it up.
All right, so listen, I want you to be clear with you that I don't give a flip about social media. You know that I don't have Facebook. I'm not on this, so I don't know what these people are saying. So let's me and you focus on us getting to the bottom of what's going on. Okay, let's try to block out that other stuff so we can get the truth here. Man, this Craigslist thing is really driving me nuts now. Do you think that when did you go? What was the time frame you went there again? You went to Dunkin' Donuts, right?
It was whatever time they had me on footage. The first time at Petco.
Oh, at Petco. So after that is when you left.
Then I went back to Petco to get more clothes.
Okay, so you went. So then when did you go back to Petco after the Craigslist trip?
Yeah.
Oh. And you said the guy was already in the house before you got there. You think?
When I got there, the guy was most definitely in the house, or had already been in the house waiting, or whatever it may be. Which is why I thought it was because that was the person that I gave the garage.
Yeah, you gave the garage code to him. Yeah, right.
The more I laid, and the more I slept, and the more I kept worrying about it and thinking about it, and yada yada yada. And I kept having his room door locked. I was even so terrified to think that this person even spent the night at home.
Oh, you think he was there the whole time?
I don't know. Do you know how worried I've been about this?
I know, that's freaking me out because remember those other stories you were talking about people coming in the back door and stuff while they thought people were away? I've been going through all that in my head too.
Albert, I've done nothing but look. I have this book right here. You can hear it. It's like of anything and everything that I thought of that might have been out of order. But
so maybe
you think I don't want my life back? You think I don't want my family back?
I know. Trust me, me too.
I'm tired of being betrayed one.
Okay, but you got to help me because I'm trying to sort through all this and put a good timeline together so I can tell this. Somebody reached out from the FBI and I'm trying to tell them a timeline of what I know. All right, I'm trying to make sure they get the truth the first time. This lady that called me. Okay, so
are people not going after this? Why?
I don't know. Maybe the FBI is. I don't know. That's not. I know they're doing everything they can. Maybe they missed some things we don't know. Listen, something you told me that first day that I'm trying to figure out when did you do the? Like you said you cleaned everything up.
Cleaned everything up.
Yeah, from Gannon's room or wherever you got. You know, somebody did bad things to you or whatever.
I was just talking about like the clothes I had on and like shoes and stuff.
Oh, so you just changed your clothes and then threw them away like you said, and Gannon, whatever Gannon had on, you said you do that away too.
They got that out of the back of the trash. It was
Oh.
a shirt that he wore that was burnt and stuff like that.
Oh.
That's what I meant, like cleaned up. I didn't mean like clean up anything bad or anything. I'm just saying like I didn't want to keep that stuff on and go and believe.
But you told me that first day you cleaned up the whole area because you didn't want Lena to see it when she got home. That's what you told me.
Yeah, my clothes and my underwear. You want me to really go in depth about that?
I'm not trying to make you relive anything that happened to you. I'm just trying to. There's just some truth that I'm trying to find about. I mean, if something was cleaned up or something, then you know, I don't know, maybe.
Whatever you're trying to say to me, don't just be honest.
I just don't want the police to miss anything else. Okay, I mean, we think they've missed all these other pieces, and then, I mean, if you cleaned up something that could give them DNA evidence on this Mexican guy, then we need it.
Took my whole DNA from this. They wouldn't let me pee. The hospital bill that I sent you was the whole kit on my body.
But tell me, why did you tell me? I just don't understand why you told me you cleaned up an area, and then now you're telling me you just changed your clothes. That's
When you're talking about cleaning up the area, I'm talking about from Gannon. Like Gannon had from his burn marks, there was blood on the wall and on the light switch.
So you cleaned up whatever Gannon's stuff, what blood or whatever it was, right?
Prior
Oh, where was that at?
in his room when he woke up Monday morning.
But like where? But where in his room? You did say the wall because he was wiping his fingers on the wall or something.
I don't know if he wiped his fingers on his wall. I just know his arm probably hit the wall when he was asleep.
Oh, I got you. Okay, all right. So you cleaned that up. Okay, because I never saw that. That's the first I heard of it. So you cleaned up wherever his blisters or his burn mark hit the wall. Did you clean something else up?
Light switch from where he touched it.
Oh, but that was after you showed it to me.
Yes.
Yeah, you showed it to me and Lena, and then told me that he was picking his fingernails so bad that he bled so bad. Remember?
Yes, he did pick his fingernails.
Oh, okay. So he picked his fingernails and he picked. I'm just trying to clarify. Picked his fingernails and his blister or his burn mark or whatever.
What do you mean? Gannon picks everything that's open.
Yeah, I'm not.
Why are you acting like you're got me on some trial with this? He picks his fingers all the time.
Babe, because
It's open.
babe, you're absolutely right about that. But I don't know why you feel like you're on trial. I'm talking to my wife, trying to figure out the truth. And like I told you before, yeah, the truth hasn't always lined up. So I just want to find out all the details so we can find Gannon. That's it.
Albert, I gave you every detail. But you were coming at me saying, I thought you did this afterwards. Gannon bleeds all the time.
Right.
Gannon has huge nosebleeds. Did you tell him the nosebleeds from your truck is from Gannon?
When did he have a nosebleed in my truck?
Oh my God, don't even play. It's been there since Alaska. And the top part of your truck, you have his hands had blood marks on it from like a year and stuff ago.
Maybe I'm not doubting you. I don't know. I just don't remember that, but that might have happened. I know he has had a nosebleed once in a while. I don't remember that in Alaska.
Nosebleeds are like in Colorado, or at least once every week or two. Every week or two, Gannon has a nosebleed. This is where I get angry. Like, people come up here and talk all this shit, and they don't even know him.
I don't, like I said, I don't know what the people are saying on social media. I don't even bother with that. And I have it for a long time, but I'm just trying to, all right.
Say what you gotta say, Albert.
I'm just trying to retrace some steps in my head. So the Mexican guy, did you see like anybody, I'm trying to think of this Craigslist. Did he have a picture or did he like give you any information about him? Like, hey, I'm, other than where to find him at or anything like that? I mean, what was the framework of like how you set up that to meet him?
Everything is on my phone, Albert.
Babe, I don't know. I guess they got your phone. You keep telling me that, but I'm just trying to figure out how you went about doing this. So maybe we can, that freaking lady that called me, bugging the shit out of me from the FBI, maybe that's something relevant. I don't know.
I reached out to him. They have access to my phone.
Okay.
On my phone, I click the Craigslist thing, which generates this whole like number, something, whatever the email they do to protect the people that are selling. I had all that and hacked to my phone for that. I have limited access because a lot of my stuff didn't load. A lot of it weren't backed up. My emails weren't backed up. My notes weren't backed up. The only thing backed up when I logged in to iCloud that it let me in temporarily was pictures. If they gave me my phone, which is mine, it would clearly have everything. And since they've done all these things, they should see this. They should see pictures of what I took with Gannon at home with me later. They should see all this shit, man. And it pisses me to fuck off. And no one's even caring. Everybody's going to point the finger, but won't let me sit there and show you.
All right, Letecia. Okay. You told me to be straight.
You on the phone. And I'm trying to sit here and tell my own husband every little detail, everything. You think I don't want my family?
Letecia, listen. Like I said the whole time, I'm just trying to help you and trying to keep you and Holly safe from all. I mean, these people are after me now. I don't know who the hell it is, but like I said, I had to go get my clothes changed and everything just so I can blend in better. And I want you to know that no matter what, we can work through this together, and I can help you. Okay? But you just gotta let me help you. But you told me to be straight up. I got a very straight up question. Okay? Are you ready?
Yeah.
Did you kill Gannon? I need to know. I need you to answer me yes or no right now.
I killed Gannon. The answer is no. I can't believe you asked me this.
I just gotta know you. I told you to be straight up. I gotta know what's happening to my son.
Tell me why you would think I killed Gannon.
There's a lot of unknowns. I mean, being straight up again, you changed your story again to me for the fourth time.
No, I changed my story.
You did. This is the fourth version of the same story. Okay.
Wow.
Like half of what you told me today, cut foot, and now he's got burned arms and picking it, and his butt's bleeding. All this stuff is new to what you told me the other day. And the other day you told me you cleaned up the area where you got raped so nobody would see it. But now you told me you just changed clothes. I just don't know what the hell's going on.
I didn't tell you. First off, you never even listened to me about anything that went on.
I did. No, you stopped because I listened to you. I listened to you, and then I went and got the guns and put them in the truck, and then I came back and listened. Me and Landon listened to you, and then I stopped and picked your story apart. So get it straight, Tisha. I listened to you, and I said, if I'm wrong about the rape, I will get on my knees and beg you for forgiveness. Did I not say that?
Yeah, but you haven't.
Exactly, because I haven't been proven wrong yet. I want the truth. If I'm wrong, if the police, no matter what they're doing, the FBI, the CBI, the CBS, whoever, okay, if they tell me I'm wrong, I will publicly, in front of the world, get on camera and tell you I'm sorry. But until that happens, we're going to find the truth.
How can you tell me that someone didn't? I don't understand. How can you tell me that someone didn't do something to hurt me and take in?
I'm not telling you that. I'm telling you it hasn't been proven one way or the other. You said you banged your head on the freaking table. Now I got to tell them to go check out the table and see if there's any blood or any of your.
You do that. They already asked that.
Okay, but that's the first I heard. But you see what I'm saying?
But you never would talk to me. You literally just sat here in a conversation and asked me to kill our child.
Yes, I did because if you say no, then I'll stop thinking that you did it. Okay.
That's horrible.
I don't know what to think. My son's blood. You're telling me his blood's all over the walls, and now you're telling me the Mexican guy that had a gun to your head or whatever took him away, and he knows him, and he could be anywhere.
So where did you get that piece from?
That was what. So now you got me twisting all your stories up because that was from the first time you told me the rape story. He had a gun to your head. You told me it was your gun. You told me, but you first told me it was your gun. So that's fine. I'm not debating the points here. But...
I said the black one.
Okay, fine. But I mean,
you know in your heart I would never hurt Gannon.
Yes, I absolutely believe that. But I'm doing everything I can to help you right now. But Tisha, listen. The thing is, if you don't, but it's not just. I asked you if you killed him. You said no. I'm sorry, that was a hard question. But if you know anything, or you did anything, or just upset about it, we can work together. And I can help you. But I can't help you if you don't tell me anything. It's just there's so many unknowns, Tisha.
Oh my God.
I mean, did anything happen that was an accident that you're scared about?
Really?
I'm just trying to, Tisha. You know, with my army training, I'm trained to ask all these questions to get us in a safe place, right? And that's why I took the guns out from the get-go. That's just my training kicking in.
Oh my God, I really thought, I thought out of this conversation, I really thought you were going to be supportive of me. I thought you were going to bring her family back together. And I thought that we were going to talk about everything, every single day, of nothing but Gannon.
That's what I'm trying to do.
For a second, you would ask me to kill Gannon. I can't believe that.
Well, I'm glad you said no. That gives me a lot of hope and peace.
I already told him about how baby, just baby, and my other brother, baby. We talked about, we cried about coffee, we did a lot together.
What?
Whatever, Gannon.
Okay, Tisha, let me ask you this way then. I don't believe you killed him. But did something bad happen to him and he maybe he is dead or not with us anymore and you just panicked and didn't know what to do? I mean, is there anything like that? Just any information is what I need. We can help you. I can help you get through this. But we got to know the information about Bubba. I mean, just think of,
Really,
yes, I'm just trying to figure out what happened to him. He's gone and nobody knows anything, but you were the last one to hear him speak. Okay, which was Monday when you were driving around and he left the house. The last time we heard him speak, I don't know. I don't know when that was. Before I left, probably. When I left and he went downstairs to watch Pokemon. That's the last memory I have of him.
Now, let me tell you something. People don't have the life that I have. People don't just be a normal person, just doing their thing, finally have what they want to do and be in the sky, working. Oh, they don't do that. People premeditate things in life. There's no sign or indications of anything that I would have ever hurt those children. I fought for you. I fought for them.
Yes, you did. You fought for all of us. You're right. I'm not questioning any of that, Tisha. I just did an accident happen? I mean, other than the candle or the burn? I don't know. I'm just trying to ask all questions.
I work with children long enough, Albert. If an accident happened, I'm smart enough. I know what to do. I've had plenty of friends who've been in situations where they've been in the classroom. They accidentally dropped the kid. The kid might have broke their leg. You go to the people, you tell them it's an accident, and you work through it.
Okay, so you also said something that was calmed my heart, tremendously about Bubba. That basically you didn't premeditate anything. So whatever happened to him had to be an accident, just like the candle. And obviously you wouldn't plan on something like that because you're a teacher and you do all those babysitting events. I know you wouldn't hurt kids intentionally, but whatever happened was an accident, and I know you didn't plan it.
I didn't have anything to do with it. Why are you saying this to me?
So he would have had to have died naturally then.
He's dead.
I don't know, Tisha.
I can't even believe you were saying that Gannon is alive. What's wrong with you?
Because it's just none of this makes any sense. I mean, he would have been found by now. Okay, he didn't. All the cameras, all that footage shows him not leaving the house other than in the truck. And like I said, I'm just trying to help you get